Hey, everybody, welcome to International Women's Day. This is the third time I've decided to do this crazy thing of just hanging out all day with you and 26 of my closest friends. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're going 15-minute interviews all day long, except for a little lunch break from 12 to 1. When we do that lunch break from 12 to 1, don't leave. Don't go away. Just leave it up on your computer because we're coming right back here to this live feed. This is going to be fun. Everybody that is a part of this today, I truly care about. They're part of my family. And we're just going to share from all over the world about International Women's Day. It's all about, well, if you know me, it's all about the power of pink. So kicking this off real quick, before we get started, everybody who is a guest on the show today, if you cannot find your link to log into this StreamYard, please look in your junk mail because it is there. And if you still can't find it, contact my team at team@tigo.fm, as in Frank Mary, team@tigo.fm, and they will send you the link to log in today. Everybody else, yeah, that's how you contact us. So if you need something, give us a shout. But for today, if you do not have your link to log in as a guest, go to team@tigo.fm, tell my team, yo, I need my link, and they will send it over to you. All right, so let's get this party started. And I couldn't think of a better way to start than one of my new friends that I've got to hang out with through JD3 TV. You're going to see a few people from JD3 TV today. Thank you, Dr. Kara Scott Dentley and Sir Dr. James Dentley III, for allowing us to be a part of that family of JD3 TV. And coming up right now, Wendy Cunningham Barnes. She's a mom. She's a powerhouse. She loves people. She's out there helping the community. And today she's hanging out with me. Wendy, what's happening?
Good morning. This is exciting.
Isn't it exciting? It's fun, right? We just hang out all day.
Thank you for having me. This is an honor that I'm in the number. So thank you for that.
Thank you for kicking this off with us today. I know being in first position when you haven't done it before, you're going, what's about to happen? But I'm so glad you came and hung out with me today. How are you? What's going on?
I'm amazing. I am excited about the day and what it means. I'm excited about hanging out with you. I'm cool with kicking it off. Then I don't have to look at people and get nervous like, This is exciting. Thank you for letting me be first as a newbie.
You are so welcome. Before we get too far into this, I want to make sure we touch on this subject because the 15 minutes is going to go like that.
Yes.
You're an expert at special needs. You know how to connect with community, but you also know what people are going through with their family members who have a special needs member of their family. Can you share with me, what made you start, your nonprofit with my brother, James Barnes, and, what gave you that expertise? We'll go that way.
Well, I'm a mom of three. My daughter would be 25 this year. She's in heaven looking down on me. And then she left me with the two boys. Matthew he'll be 22 in May. And then Christian is also special. Paige, my daughter, was special needs before she passed. And then my son, Christian, is special needs. So for 24 years, I have been in the life of a caregiver of two special needs children. And what bothered me during the time is that my children didn't have something I could feel I could attach myself to. Like autism, they have a wonderful machine behind them and God bless them for what they do. But I didn't feel comfortable reaching out to someone because my kids didn't have that. And I wanted people to not feel alone. And that's the motto of the You Belong Foundation is you are not alone. Because I sat as a single mom for 12 years after getting divorced and just felt by myself. No one would understand. I didn't reach out to my family and friends because they had, regular bad kids. And I had these special ones, All I wanted was
regular bad kids.
I just wanted 3 bad kids running around the house and I didn't have that. So being alone and secluding yourself and isolating yourself away from people causes you to, the voices, you'll never get married again. You can't do this. What did you do to deserve this? And after Paige passed, I wanted to do something to honor her because a lot of people have lost children. and they don't talk about it because, it makes people nervous. I'm like, well, you're going to have to be nervous because Paige is a very integral part of our lives still. She still has an effect on us. And I wanted people to feel like they're not alone. So I feel like I'm an expert in caregiving because it doesn't matter who you're taking care of. The roller coaster ride of caregiving is the same. You're happy, you're sad, you want to punch someone in the face, you want to stay in the bed and not get up. It's just we're celebrating crazy stuff. Like, yes, I heard Christian wasn't supposed to speak. And while he's nonverbal, he gets loud and I love it. It's music.
He can express himself. He's a cool dude.
Anyone who has seen me on Facebook knows that he has something to say. But just gathering us together as a community of caregivers, of like-minded people who just want to figure out this road, this path of how to take care of this person while trying to take care of ourselves as well, which is what that's the ball that's usually dropped. So that's my mission.
Let's talk about, the person that is out there and the mom, dad, who's a caregiver of a special needs child, or maybe they just have a special needs, family member that's a brother or a sister. And they're saying, you're not talking to me. I don't need to be a part of an organization. I got this, blah, blah, blah. Why should they reach out to you? Why should they open up and be a part of your community?
If you feel you've got it, God bless you, but someone needs you. Reaching out doesn't always mean that you need someone. At some point during the journey, we need someone. But if you feel you've gotten it together, I have a lot of information and experience from being a special needs mom, a mom of special needs children for over 20 years. But I only know what was on my plate. So if someone else is out there and they figured out how to rock it or to make something go smoother, simpler, faster, someone in our community needs you. And it helps you to grow and feel that strength because you're reaching out to help someone else. So you need us, we need you. We're a community and we need each other.
So how does someone who just gave birth and they've been told you have a special needs child, and they're going, what do I do now? Yeah. What was those first moments, those first weeks, days, months where you were learning to be the expert that you are today? What was that like?
It was crazy. It was for me a living nightmare because I didn't have anyone. There's no book. Already, you don't get a book for parenting, but then you have a different way that you have to parent. So it was just through research, asking. I am queen of asking a ton of questions. Don't come in here as a doctor thinking, okay, what do you need so I can go? No, I need you to sit down because I got this list. I need you to explain it until it makes sense. I don't feel intimidated because you have this doctor's degree and I don't. You have to explain it because I have to go home with this child. It's about talking to everyone, even if I will talk to the dentist about a foot issue Christian has, because you just never know who knows what.
They all had to start in medical school. Even veterinarians had to start in medical school.
Right? So I will ask everyone. I won't just isolate it to that specialty doctor. I'm going to ask everyone. I will talk to everyone as far as my family, my friends. They may not know, but they may know someone. But in them knowing someone, they're learning as well. And that's what I need to teach people too. Those who they're not in that caregiving position. We still need you. We need donations. We need that compassion. We need you to not park in the handicapped parking space.
Ooh, say that one more time because that drives me crazy.
Do not park in the handicapped parking space because although you say you're just going to be a couple minutes, that's just when someone who needs that space comes and they can't find a space.
Exactly.
And we need that big space with the lines on the side.
Right. You need the van accessible space. Yeah. And I get grief all the time because I have a handicap placard because I'm a disabled veteran. And, I refuse to park in the van accessible. It really came to light because a good friend of mine, my brother, David Lieto, he's a quad and he's got a wheelchair. And it's like, we go out, we go to dinner or something. We can't find a place to park and he needs the ramp to be able to go out, So he's always like, oh, just go over here to the field somewhere and it'll go. It's like, that's not fair. It's not right. So if it's van accessible, I don't care. As a person with a placard, I don't care. keep your butt out of it if you do not have to get that ramp out there,
Thank
because
you
you're
for
messing
that.
with people's lives. You're
Yeah.
messing with people's lives. Okay, so now I got to ask you,
Okay.
mom, wife,
Yes.
speaker, author, talk
Yeah.
show host. I'm
Yes.
asking, what's your show about? What's the name of your show and what's it about?
The show is called The Wendy Life, and it's Lyfe because I'm extra. And it originally began because I wanted to just talk to people about my journey
Mm-hmm.
as a mom of special needs children, as saying goodbye to a child, which is what we're not supposed to do as far as the circle of life. But it's called The Wendy Life, and it was all about my life. But then I was thinking, like, there are people out here killing it, like day to day, overcoming disabilities. Yourself, for example, other people like your, I think you
Awesome.
said your friend who was a quad. They're getting up and overcoming some real things every day, and they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to put that out there because we don't see enough of that. We see it when it's something huge. But
Yeah.
they're your day-to-day people. They're people I need to teach you how to talk to, not stare at.
So
Understand it
where do they find your show?
on JD3 TV.
Well, of course. Well,
Yes,
of
of
course it's on
course.
JD3 TV.
Yeah.
Of course it is. So if someone wants to be a guest on your show, how would they go about becoming a guest on your show?
Wendy at the You Belong Foundation.
And that's how they also contact you about your nonprofit?
Yes. And oh, well, you
So
can, I mean, if you just feel it in your spirit that you want to donate, because we
that
need,
was going to be my next question.
yeah, because for instance, Christian needed a bath chair. He cannot stand up in a shower. He cannot sit down in a tub and be bathed. He has to have an apparatus that he can lay on that the water will go through. Insurance denied us years ago.
Mm.
And we were blessed to be able to figure it out because everything you attach special needs to, handicap to, the price multiplies. And there are people out there who weren't as fortunate as we were, and they're being denied things that are needed just to get through the day. And that's what we want to do at the You Belong Foundation. We want to provide resources. Like you said, someone is getting a diagnosis. We got a diagnosis with Christian when I was 20 weeks pregnant. He's going to
Wow.
be special needs. And I was like, wait, what? I just want to know if it was a boy or girl.
Mm.
But so I had to figure that out in addition to Paige being already at home and being special needs. So it's about having that conversation. It's about coming onto, we're going to have more platforms where people can come on and have those conversations to empower. I'm not good with the whiny sessions, but you can whine a little bit, but then we want to figure out how to make you, because this is your life right now. How do you take care of that person and not allow yourself to fall through the cracks?
All right, let's tell everybody one more time. How do they, if they want to be a part of your organization, if they want to volunteer, if they want to donate, where do they go?
The youbelongfoundation.org is the website. I know it's long, but it's the You Belong, YOU Belong Foundation.org. And it is, if you want to contact me, it's Wendy at the You Belong Foundation, keeping it simple.
And before I get you out of here, all right, everybody, if you've been watching my show, you know what to do. Everybody on the show today will be found in tigodirect.com. All you got to do, if you're driving, don't send me a text message. If you're at work, if you've got it on mute and you just got the text going by you, okay, go to tigodirect.com, type in Wendy, type in belong, type in special needs. She's coming up. You can send her a private message. She'll reply to you. You can also connect to her websites from there. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost her anything. It's just our way to make sure everybody in our community can stay connected. Wendy, before I let you out of the hot seat, I got to ask you, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Man, it's women empowerment. It's women across the globe. We all go through the same. We all we don't feel like we look good one day. We feel confident another day. Us banding together on this day and hopefully ongoing to uplift each other, to tell someone, you look pretty, you look good today. You're so smart. I love your smile. Something. It like you said, it doesn't cost you anything to give someone a compliment, to make a woman feel special. Men and women included.
I thank you, my friend, for hanging out with me today. I can't wait to see you at Limitless in like a week and a half or something like that.
With our
It's going to be amazing. You are the best.
You are the best as well. Thank you for having me. This was an honor.
Thanks for hanging out. All right, everybody, stay right there. Don't go anywhere because we got somebody who's fabulous coming up next. So sit right there. We'll be right back. The 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
Your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm Tigo. I'll talk to you next time.
Expert Talk is sponsored by Pod Nation TV, the podcast to broadcast network.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Oh, my goodness. Like I said, when we went to the break, we got somebody fabulous coming up. My good buddy, fabulous Camille Robb, another person who's changing lives, taking care of children, and just, well, you'll see she has her cape tucked right behind that blonde hair. Hey, fabulous, how you out there? You know I had to get you. You know I had to get you.
Oh my God. You are definitely the queen of comfort because you just make everybody feels good when Dingo is around.
What's happening, fabulous? How is your day going? Thanks for hanging out with me. What's going on?
Oh my God. I am so blessed and honored to be here today. I'm so excited. I can't wait to find out what you're going to be talking about today because I know how you work. You just throw it at me and I'm here.
You know I'm about to because we just had our good buddy Wendy on and she was talking about special needs. And I thought, we didn't schedule you guys. We let you just pick your times. And it was just ironic that you guys ended up back to back because you're both at the soul. You're taking care of children. You're a nurse, you're a nanny, you've got programs, you got international students living in your house. Woman, why is taking care of children, making sure they're eating well and have a safe place to go, why is that so important to you?
Because I was once that child, and the way how people see it, a lot of people don't pay attention to kids because they're small, they're little people. But you have to take time out to educate them, take time out to learn about them. I was one of those kids. And being an international mom, they call me a global mom. I love it. That you touch kids all around the world and make a difference. Everybody wants to feel love. And that's what I give. I give love.
You do. You light a room. You come in and I mean, we're all big kids. When you come in the room, we all sit up straight. You know, it's like, here come Fabulous. We all sit up straight, make sure our collars are right. You know, you are amazing. But can you share just a little bit? Because you said this is your story. You were once that child. Can you tell us where you're from and what makes you say, you know, you were once that child?
So I'm originally from Jamaica. A lot of people don't know that. I was born in Jamaica to a very young mom. And growing up, at one time, we had a problem with food. So having two siblings and you have to be that big sister to try to figure it out was not easy.
Mm-hmm.
And learning how to feed yourself as a child, that's a task by itself. And I decided that I will not allow that to happen to any child, whether they're near or far from me. My job is to feed the need. So you need food, I'm here. You need clothes, I'm here. If you need shelter, I'm here. If you need education, I'm here. I'm just here to fill that gap where other people won't.
And she's not kidding, y'all. She really is there. You know, how would somebody get in touch with you, get in touch with your program? I know you're based in Florida. You know, what's the best way to reach out to you?
Well, you can do it in several different ways at jfcforyou.com. So it's jfcforYou.com.
Mm-hmm.
Visit my website and I can help you in anything that you need. Or you could just simple call me. You know me. Have my number 407-473-1832 and just call me. I'm on WhatsApp. I'm available. Conversation helps more than anything else.
And she's on Tigo Direct, you guys. You know how to do this. Go to TigoDirect.com, type in Fabulous. She's coming right up. Let me ask you, Fabulous, we're great to come into spring break, you know, and they have quote unquote lunch programs and food programs at school. But when they hit spring break or they hit summer break, those schools are closed. How would you tell these families to feed their children, especially in this very interesting climate we have right now with our economy?
You know, I just had three family that called me because of that reason, because spring break, there's nothing to eat. And they just call my phone. That's what they do. They call my phone. Now, I have people that are set up that will help you in different countries or different state. But to get to me, I'm in Florida. You just call me. We have a lot of people that have children that right now, they're not getting what they need. They're not.
Mm-hmm.
Especially this summer. So now I have this summer program set up. Finally have a 501c3. So now I can do more on a bigger scale. Because before it was just my husband and I just using our own money, doing what we need to do to feed the need.
You know, recently we were on the Marketers Cruise together. We all had a blast. We networked. We met all kinds of people and floated all over the, I think, Eastern Caribbean, I think is what we were in, Puerto Rico and all that good stuff. And you told a story, you know, about a child. We were at dinner at the captain's table, actually. And you told a story about a child that, you know, people were, the mother or the system was basically letting him slip through the cracks. And you got him speaking and loving, and now he's grown and doing his thing and all that kind of stuff. How important is it? Because a lot nowadays, especially young parents, they put a tablet in front of their kids. They sit them in front of a television. It's like electronics is babysitting their child. How important is it to directly connect with children when they're infants, when they're 1, when they're 2?
One of the most important thing that a lot of parents are having a difficulty understanding that this equipment that you give your children is a little brain killing machine.
Ooh.
Can you imagine? Yes. Can you imagine handing your 5-year-old your cell phone? Oh, go on YouTube. Oh, go on TikTok. Now on TikTok and all those social media, they have all kind of negative stuff. I had a message sent to me via YouTube, and it was talking about how they can help me to get myself together. And at the end of it, there's a guy standing there dressed in black with all kind of Google stuff going on. Another one where I had a parent call me. She trying to figure out how her son got out of the house and went to go visit somebody, because it's coming through the cell phone that you hand your children. Their brain are not ready for that. Have a conversation with your child. When my kids were growing up, we didn't do cell phone around the table. Now when my children are grown, my daughter is 28 and my son is 24. When they come over, they know just to put the phone down, because I'm not having it. You sitting around at my table, we're having a conversation. Talk to your children, because if you don't, this will, and you're not going to like the result.
She said, and you're not going to like the result. Now, on top of all of that, you've even, been in connection with celebrities and their children. On top of all of that, you and your husband, decided, well, let's just invite international people into our home so that they can go to school in America. Huh? What? How did you get in that? Why did you get in that?
Okay, so when I migrated from Jamaica, I wanted to go to college here, but it was so difficult. And being from Jamaica, the American system was not friendly to me at all. Number one, people were saying, oh, you're coming here to come take my job. And you come, no, I just want to go to school. I just want to make myself better so I can help somebody to get better. And it was not what I thought it would be. I thought everybody would reach out and help me. So I had to figure it out myself. So this is one of the reasons why I opened up my exchange student program, so I can help other students that's migrating to the United States, to help them to reach their goal, because it's not easy when you come into a country where you don't speak English. And I spoke English. I have guys from Saudi Arabia. I have guys from Brazil. I have guys from Germany, Spain. So my children have come from all over the world. And when they come to comfort. I provide a home away from home for them, so their parents don't have to stress, because it's not easy trying to speak the language and trying to figure out your way in this big, I tell them, you come into the ocean and there's some big sharks there.
So you've been doing this for years. This isn't something new that just got started. And we got a couple of minutes left, I know. But when COVID hit, I know that hit your entire hemisphere like everyone else. Now that COVID is quote unquote over, which we know it's not, and you're back in your system, how did you restart? How do you feel? Has it been changed and different since before COVID, or is it pretty much, hey, you're back home, let's go?
No, it was when COVID hit, it shut the whole world down, and it did with my business. I remember my husband calling me and crying when he dropped off the last student at the airport, and he was crying. He said, man, this is hard. I said, yeah, but their parents want them to come home. And when it shut down for 2 years, there was no one coming, nothing happening. And then once it started, so we started, it's just word of mouth. All of my information is word of mouth. You want to know what it's like coming to my environment, into the fabulous home, you go to justfabulouscare.com and you can see all of what my students and I are doing. It's amazing. It's amazing how it flows. When you have the students there, learning the culture, loving on these guys, it's absolutely fabulous. I love it.
And you're right. I mean, we all call you fabulous because truly it's her name. It's not, this is who she is, what she does. Every time you walk into a room, every time we listen to you tell and share your stories, we all kind of get more centered. I know I do, and more focused instead of looking at all this craziness out there because we're getting hit with things all the time. I start concentrating on the moment. You really teach us to live in the moment. And I want to thank you for hanging out with me for this moment. You're amazing, Miss Fabulous Camille Robb. I can't wait to hang out with you again. Thank you so much for being on the show today.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. And I cannot wait to see you in 2 weeks. Hey.
Limitless, here we come.
Let's go. Thank you, my dear. You're such a
fabulous
bright star. I love being on your show.
Thank you so much. I'll have you back. You coming back? Yes, you coming back to Expert Talk?
Yes.
Awesome. Awesome. Have a great day. Have a fabulous day.
Right. Stay blessed, stay safe, and stay absolutely fabulous. See you guys soon.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that episode or that interview. Coming up next is my real estate sister, my buddy, my pal, and your yay lady. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, welcome back. Are you ready to get excited? Are you ready to go? Yay! Well, you better get ready because she here. Jennifer Hammond, are you in the house?
Yay!
There it is. Yay!
I love you, my sister.
I love you, my sister. I miss you. We haven't had our weekly call in like a month. I went out of the country. You went out of the country. You know, we could just sit here and talk about our trips and catch up and, you know, talk about the weather. But I think people might hurt us if we did that.
I know.
Well, first of all, what's going on with you? How are you feeling? I miss you, my friend. What's going on?
Life is good. I'm so excited. I'm in Washington, D.C. this week. So we're doing all sorts of stuff. And as you know, that you are producing my television show, and that's going to be exciting coming out this year. Yay!
Yes, it is.
Oh,
We're
my
finally
gosh.
doing the Jennifer Hammond show. If you watched the commercial a little bit ago, that's where we're producing the Jennifer Hammond show, right inside Indie Film Factory. Now, I introduced you as my sister and my real estate expert because you've been in real estate now for a couple of years. We're not going to like put it out there unless you want to.
Okay,
What
okay.
got
27 years.
27 years? Oh, I was a baby. Just kidding. What? I think the shoes I'm wearing are older than that. But anyway, what got you into real estate in the first place? What made you go, this is the path for me?
Well, you know, it's so funny because I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. My master's is in public administration. And I was invited by a congressman to come to Washington, D.C. to work on Capitol Hill. And I remember I did not last a full 6 months on Capitol Hill. And I remember just walking across the street to the Library of Congress and thinking, oh my heavens, what am I going to do? And I say that lightly in the fact that I actually cried. And I sat there with the librarian and said, what am I going to do with my life? I have all this student loan debt. And I was so unsure of my future because now my bachelor's and my master's degree were completely useless to me. And I needed to now go into a different field. So we were going through all these different careers. She put all these different books out with different careers. And I got to R. I was like, real estate? I love real estate. And of course, I was so excited. I first got my license in 1997 in Washington, D.C. And I'm licensed in D.C., Virginia, Maryland, and Florida. And the one thing I loved was it was helping people find their home. And I've been mostly in residential real estate, although I've done some commercial for restaurants and for big apartment buildings. But also, I love teaching people, empowering them. That whole idea of creating a fisherman rather than just handing someone a fish. I would rather them have skills that they can use, whether the market's up, whether the market's down, no matter what it is. I would just be, oh my gosh, it's my passion, as you know, to help people with that. And so now I have online classes. People can learn online from me. And especially right now, I've been helping real estate agents as they survive this weird topsy-turvy, real estate market, because it's been pretty scary for a lot of real estate agents. And the statistic is that 20 to 40% of real estate agents will actually jump out of the business during this, whatever we want to call it, recession, challenge, inflation wave that's happening right now. So
Yeah,
we want to
the
give them the
extension
skills.
of COVID is what it is. It's
Yeah.
like ever since COVID hit, we've been doing this in every market, every situation. And, you are a real estate person. I mean, you're a celebrity as well. You were on Sirius FM for years and you've got millions of followers. We know that. You're a superstar. You're a talk show host. You're ready to do a national talk show on Tigo TV. And I truly appreciate you for that. And so excited to be your producer and your director, along with B. Danielle Watkins, who will be up a little bit later today. But on top of all that, you're real. There's a lot of real estate shows out there where, they instantly get $1 million property after $1 million property, and it just falls into their lap. But a lot of people jump into this industry thinking, I'm going to go and get all these $1 million properties because I live in New York, I live in Miami, I live in Chicago. And then they realize they got to start with apartments or 2-bedroom condos, correct? They got to work their way up. You don't just jump in.
And that's one of the basics. So the reason I just created this book that I'm giving away for free, so you can give it to everybody if you'd like. And it's survival skills for real estate agents. And one of the things it does is it goes back to the basics. There's skills, basic skills that we need. And so often, again, people try to jump through and just like, oh, I'm immediately going to go to the top and I'm going to make $1 million in profit because I've watched a bunch of realty shows, and they're not, and that disappointment is devastating. And I'm very protective of my, anyone who is a student, or if they're a listener of anything from the radio show, the podcast, the TV show, anything. I want to make social media. I want to make sure that they understand. And that goes back to even as basic as so funny. Even I do a first-time home buyer class, and I love it. And I still do it after 27 years of real estate. I still love teaching first-time home buyers because I'm teaching them skills they can use over and over and over and over again. And the cool part about it is the one thing I do first is, how about let's learn the language? If we're not talking the same language, and even in real estate, there are certain words, and we won't go too far off topic, but like a word you could use in the Washington, D.C., Virginia area, and then that's different in California. It means a totally different thing, and it's still in real estate. And that's just how different it is across different states. Never mind if you've never bought before, how do you know what this language is? And if you don't know the language, you think about if you went to a different country and you didn't speak the language and nobody spoke your language, English, what in the world would you be doing? You'd be lost. And how do you make good financial decisions if you can't speak the language? So anyway, we start with the basics, including what are the words that you need to know so that you can be successful and make good decisions in real estate. Yay!
Now, how important is what you're doing right now? How important is social media? How important is podcast? Is video live streams? Is having your own talk show? How important is it for the real estate industry? I mean, back in the day, they didn't have all of that. They put a sign up front, somebody called the phone number, boom, you got a sale. Well, it didn't really work that way, but that's what they taught you. How important is social media now?
It's so important. Just like the podcast, it's really important that people can get to know you. Again, people love to work with people they know, they trust, and they like. Well, how do they get to know you? They get to know you through your social media, through your podcast. They get to know you through your, anything you're doing to really make sure that you're contributing. And people also want to know. I mean, think about it. Even now, people are so aware of a social consciousness. And are you somebody who's going to contribute to your community? Are you going to help other people? Are you just in it for the money? And that's one thing you talked about in the beginning about real estate agents not surviving this market. There are a lot of real estate agents that won't survive this market because they didn't get in for the right reasons. They didn't get in to help people. They didn't get in to help someone understand their financial decisions when they're looking at, should I buy a condo, or should I buy a house, or should I buy a townhouse? It's amazing. I think it's one of those things where each one of us can make the world a little bit better place. But what are you willing to do? Because that means you constantly, like everything else, it's always changing. I always use that example of, if you think about an old house, if you ever walked in an old house and you look at a window and the window's kind of sagging and you're like, oh, it's sagging. And you're like, what's happening? Well, guess what? Everything is in motion. So nothing stays the same. Not even that piece of glass. Over time, it's moving. It's actually sagging. And I remember thinking, windows don't sag. What's that about? And I was like, oh, when you have to go back to the basics. So as a real estate agent, if you're not constantly learning and constantly figuring out, okay, what are the new laws that are coming up? What are the regulations? If you're a short-term rental owner, like a landlord who has Airbnbs or for sale by owner or any of those things, it's so funny. You've got to learn all of the regulations. So the real estate agent is becoming more and more valuable if they have a podcast, if they're knowledgeable, if they have all those survival skills that I'm always talking about. So
yeah, that you're always teaching me about. And that's why we have you, well, your family, and you're an expert, but we have you on as our VIP expert for real estate on Expert Talk, because you always bring us new information and all that good stuff. And I know we only have a couple of more minutes. We got to have our call this week. I'm just putting it out there.
Yes.
But we only have a couple of more minutes. What is going on with real estate with this inflation and interest rate and all that kind of stuff? Are people still selling houses? Are they still buying them? Or is everybody just kind of sitting still waiting to see what's going to happen next?
So it depends. It depends on your market. And this is one of the things they used to say this about politics. Every market is local. They used to say politics, it's all local. It's very important for you to really look at what is happening in your specific area. Like, for instance, I'm going to give you an example. In Washington, D.C., you could have a one block area and you could have 2 condo buildings on one block. And guess what? Both of those buildings actually have different values. And why is that? You need to know all the nuances that are happening in your specific market. Like with 2 different condo buildings, it might be that this one, the condo fees are actually going up. They're going through the roof. Whereas the other one has better condo management. So from the outside, on the surface, they're in the same location. They're relatively the same size. Things look like, it's all the same. It's not. There's nothing that's the same. That's the other thing about this universe. Nothing stays the same. Everything's in motion. But also there's differences even between 2 different condo buildings in the same block, in the same city. So you have to understand what that's happening, because like, for instance, we are seeing people who are trying to do a purchase and the appraisal value is not there and they're having trouble. So how do you overcome an appraisal that comes in? It's like we just had one that was $1 million property and it came in $200,000 under the value. And we were like, whoa, how did that happen? Because if we were talking about this last year, it was multiple offers. People are paying way over the asking price. And now things have changed so much. You really have to understand what's happening in your market and be able to understand what, I hate to say it, it's almost like having a crystal ball. You need to be able to look and see, what do we think is going to happen in the future? Because every time, even when we're looking at a comparable is a house that's similar or a property that's similar in a similar price range with similar attributes. That can be anything from a condo, a piece of property, a house. But we're looking at what happened in the last 30, 60, maybe 90 days. But further than that, it's too far back. So it's almost like, remember that old Janet Jackson song? What have you done for me lately?
What have you done for me lately? I was just thinking that. All right. Alan's going to cut us off. You know how he is. So tell me, my friend, my sister, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Oh, it means we celebrate the women in our lives, the women that have already, I want to say, led the way for us. They've paved the path for us. They've given us an amazing I want to say an ideal to aspire to, but it also means that it's time to step up. Wherever you are, it's time to just get a little bit better. It's time to think about, how can I collaborate with other women? How can I find a way to create more yays in the day for every single woman that's out there anywhere in the world? I
love that. And that just segues into what we always have to do before Jennifer leaves. All right, Jennifer,
ready?
Let's go. Yeah,
3,
let's
2,
go.
1.
Yay! You are the best. I love you, my sister. I'll talk to you on Friday.
Okay. See ya.
Bye. Hey, I hope you enjoyed Jennifer. Yay! Yep, she's just that much energy 24 hours a day on mic or not on mic. That's how my sister is. She loves positive people, and she's one of the most positive people you will ever meet. Okay, I've got a new project that we just went in the studio and started recording. I'm so excited about it. I would say it's a, $1 million secret. Ha ha ha. But you're about to find out what it's all about in just a minute. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Yeah, I was teasing and playing a little bit because my good buddy, my good pal, Hillary DeCenza is here. She is, just a mega powerhouse. I'm honored to know her. She was on my show once and we just clicked. It was like, that's it. And then she invited me to be a part of a new project. So that's what we're going to talk about today, because when Hillary comes to the table, things are about to happen. Hillary DeCenza, are you out there? She is muted. Alan, can you unmute her, please? There we go.
Hey there.
Hey.
We're going to light up the waves right now, like we always do. This is so good. It's always so great to see you. And
it's always great to see you.
Women's Day. I mean, yes, let's put that out there right now. And Jennifer, oh my gosh, she just left your stage. And I mean, she is terrific. I love her.
She is a ball of energy. That is our Jennifer Hanneman. She is a ball of energy. Whether you're talking to her in person, virtual, 3:00 in the morning, you're going to get the yay, because she is truly the yay lady. All right, woman, we got to talk about this. We got a new project. We're relaunching something. What are we doing? Tell everybody. I'm so excited.
I am so excited too. And I love how you said, this is truly the $1 million secret. We are going to be allowing women to elevate themselves, to have a show that will be coming on once a month. It will be on the third Thursday. Although I have to say, Tigo, this is so powerful that I bet it ends up being a weekly show. But right now we're doing it once a month. And it's really designed to let women feel empowered with information that, as you and I both say, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. And when you can be genuinely honest about, like, hey, that's super cool. What is going on in the world right now? And let's give you the deets on, hey, this is impactful to you and why. This is so important to your business, to your personal life, and why. That is where I think you and I have magic. And it really is where you come at life. And I love the way you described that, you've got your MBA from the School of Hard Knocks, and which is so terrific, because I feel like being a part of the Silicon Valley and growing up here and launching businesses and being in high tech for over 10 years, I had to put the boxing gloves on and fight our way to the top. And it's now open. It's like hunting season, where all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, more millionaires were made after the financial crisis than ever before. And that is where we are right now. Our goal, Tigo and my goal, is to create as many millionaires out there. And remember,
you got that right.
Only 1% of companies right now that are women-led reach that 1 million mark. Why is that? It's exactly what we're celebrating here. We need to lean on each other for the wisdom. You've heard me talk, Tigo, so often about 3HQ. And what is that? And why is that so powerful? Because IQ of the 60s, 70s, 80s, intelligence, all in your head. And we as women have a tendency to be like, oh my God, what else can I be doing? Do, busy, busy, busy. I got to keep going. And that's how you end up getting burned out. And that's, it's become an epidemic in the world right now for female led companies, that we just can't accept that there's always more, there's always more. And then when you burn
I gotta ask you something.
Yeah.
I gotta ask you something. Everybody has fears. My mother told me that when I was a little kid. Everybody has fears. But you have literally, generated over $1 billion in Silicon Valley. You're a number one best-selling author. You're an amazing speaker. I'm loving co-hosting with you. We've only had one session, but now we're about to do another. And I agree with you. The relaunch reel, in case you guys are wondering what the name is, the relaunch reel, I really do believe we're going to end up doing this weekly instead of doing it monthly. We're just got to get this momentum. Where the momentum's going, we got to figure out our calendars and make that happen.
Exactly.
But how do you address fear? I'm going to assume that you have fears as well. And how do you address fear? Because there's somebody sitting maybe in a CEO chair in a major company. And one of the things that may be holding them back, I won't say her, but them back, is their own fear. How do you address fear?
Oh, you know what? It is probably the number one thing that holds you back in elevating your business, in scaling your business, in terms of profit margins, being able to take more money home. And I heard recently that there are 50 fears that have been identified, 500 phobias. And so when you add all of that to, our brain is hardwired to look for the negative. 85% of our thoughts are on that negative spectrum. So what we want to be thinking about is, when you start to have one of these limiting beliefs, I call them your bugs, your beliefs underground surfacing. We all have bugs. Okay. We all have them. But what, as a human being, we have a tendency to do is, you have a fear, something comes up. Oh my gosh, I'm having a roller coaster revenue ride in my business. What can I do? What can I do? Oh my God, fear of failure, fear of failure. What if this doesn't work? I'm going to have to spend more money. I've been spending too much money on the business. I'm not getting the impact. All these things. It's like a snowball effect, right? You get one fear going and then it another. And so I have to say that I'm a junkie on neuroscience. I eat it up. And over the last 10 years, so many advancements. And what we've taught people is that you need to get rid of your bugs through a process I call the belief blaster, in order to elevate your business, in order to have the success. Like, if you're not where you thought you'd be at this point in your life, ask yourself, what is that fear? What is that limiting belief? Is it a fear around money, right? And Tigo, there's this whole fear that's come up around the fear of success for women. Yeah. What if I become too successful? What will that mean? How will I still be a good mom, a good wife? Will I lose everything as I go up the chain to have success? It's a real fear. And so
it is a real fear.
And when you talked about foundation in the last, with Jennifer, and I call it the core. Just like you're an athlete, just like you're going into the gym and you're trying to work on that core, you got to be working on the core of yourself, of how you are showing up, because your business is a direct reflection of you. Take that in. Your business is a direct reflection of you. If you're not exactly where you are from a revenue perspective right now, what's going on the inside? What are the fears that you have? What are those bugs? And I just went to see Jay Shetty last night. I'm in San Francisco, and he was talking about, hey, the biggest thing right now that we are going through is this sense of loneliness. Well, guess what? Being a CEO, business leader, entrepreneur, it's a lonely place to be. And that's why TV is so impactful. International Woman, it's like, we have to come together and build each other up so that we can create more millionaires with women and helping others. And it doesn't matter if you're with one other woman that you start out in a group, or if you come and be a part of, Tigo and my group that we're creating, that's directly for you. Let's elevate each other. Let's learn from the wisdom that we have. And I've never seen more people want to help others than I have right now in our world. We're all
Isn't that true? That is so true. And it's like, even kids, I had a young man the other day hold the door at a store for me. First thing went through my mind is, I'm almost 60 and I've gotten to the grandma level and, and I'm moving a little slow. That's the first thing. Then I thought, here is a young man that is holding a door. And I thought those days were long, long gone. And it was great to see that happen. You know, I'm sitting here listening to you, watching you. I still pinch myself that we're doing a show together, that we're friends, that we, you know, you're coming to Vegas, hanging out with us in studio, which is amazing. Thank you so much. You know, and I know somebody out there is wanting to start their business. They're retired from their first career and now they want to relaunch into their next career. And they're going, Hillary, what do I do first?
Okay. You know what? This is becoming more and more common. People are struggling to figure out what is next for them. It's a purpose and a passion play. I wrote this book, Relaunch, Spark Your Heart to Ignite Your Life. It could have just as easily been Spark Your Passion to Ignite Your Purpose. We are relaunching. And so there's a couple different things that you can do right now. First off, if you're interested in a women's retreat, absolutely, you need to be in a women's retreat this year because one, it's the connection, the community. So we have one of those that we are offering at the end of May in Boulder, Colorado. You got to get around not like-minded women, but like energy. Energy is where it's going to take you to help you. Because again, as we talked about this loneliness, this isolation, when you are struggling and can't figure things out in your own life, what do? You retreat. And in fact, the best thing to do is to tune in. And I don't have enough time to go into the tune in process. But first and foremost, think about a song. And I as you were saying, this person, this kid was opening the door for you. I heard Aretha Franklin, respect. RESPECT. And I'm like, as you were going through there, I'm like, God, I wish you could danced your way through that door. That's what we need to do. We all need to be dancing our way into the next chapter of whatever a successful lifestyle looks like for you. But let's get quiet. Let's go internal. Let's become invisible first so that we can have it be visible on the outside.
Woo! Now, before we run out of time, because we all know how Alan is about time, before we get there, can we kind of like share the secret of our event that we're going to be doing? We're still putting it together. We haven't even picked the date yet, but can we just sprinkle a little seasoning out there before we have to go?
Okay. So we're talking about elevating. We're talking about literally sparking you to that next level, taking you and hand delivering your success to you. And so what we're doing is we're going to have an event in Las Vegas. It's going to be the end of August, where not only are you going to get that core foundation of you and your business elevated, right? All of the core things to scale your business from 6 to 7 figures. You're also going to learn how can you deliver yourself in a up-leveled way in front of the camera. So we're going to be having you actually do your 30-second pitch in front of the camera, as well as you're going to get some pictures so that when you leave, you are well ahead to start to make the second half of the year the most impactful for you. It's going to be so cool.
It's going to be so cool. And another thing, we're just going to toss it in there. I want to put a little pinch of AI in there because people are really afraid of it. They're wondering what this means, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, we want to put a little pinch of AI in there so that you can be able to build your packages and understand how to expand your reach and all that kind of stuff while you're sleeping. Because that's what's great about AI and media. It works while you're sleeping.
We're not only going to do that, we are going to commit to having you understand your avatar, your unique selling proposition using AI.
Woo! There it is. My friend, how do they get in touch with you?
Go to therelaunch.com, therelaunch.com. And again, follow us on the Relaunch Co. on Instagram, the Relaunch Co. Everything is on the website, though. You can sign up for the amazing retreat in May 18th to the 21st. And again, I'm still hoping that Miss Tigo will be there as well.
I think I'm going to be there. We're going to make that happen. I want to thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. You are amazing. I can't wait for our next studio session. You are the best.
Tigo, thanks for making this happen today.
Thank you. Hey, everybody, you know what to do. If you want to reach Hillary and you didn't get to write it down, don't send me hate mail. Just go to tigodirect.com. It costs you nothing. It costs her nothing. Type in relaunch. Type in Hillary. She's coming up. Send her a direct message and say, hey, Hillary, how do I get to come to the retreat? All right. We're about to navigate to a whole nother world in a minute. So yeah, our Navigator of the Year 2022 is here. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, have you set your sails yet? Coming up next is my good friend. She's like a sister to me, Annie Evans, and she is our Navigator of the Year for the Now Honors last year, 2022. And I'll let her explain what that means. But having Annie in your life gives you a compass in the right direction. Hey, Annie, are you out there?
I'm here, and I'm so excited about International Women's Day. I've been watching in Dubai the 3050, and to have this here and be part of it, I am sure that it's going to be impactful for so many people. And it's great that we're, really shining. So, yeah, thank you for having me. I'm thrilled to be here.
I'm thrilled to have you here. Now, we call you the Navigator, so much so that we honored you as our Navigator of the Year last year for the Now Honors. Why are you a Navigator? What does that mean to you?
Well, it means a lot to me. First of all, I was a navigator. I logged 44,000 sea miles before GPS. So I was using the sun, the stars, the moon, and all sorts of almanacs and things. And it was the beginning of my life as a productive person and going into business. And what I realize now, and truly, especially after getting the award, is just how really knowing what navigating is can be really critical to how we move forward. And so I'm glad that I get to share this. Thank you very much.
Now, when you're talking about navigating, you're not talking about on a cruise ship like we just did with the Marketer's Cruise, right? You're talking actual sailboat, correct?
Actual sailboat, actual sextant, actual almanacs, actual charting each direction change we made on paper and charts. And navigation is how we discovered the world before we knew that it was round. And so the navigators all through ancient history and everything really mapped this whole world. And, even though it's great that we can just dial in to, where we want to go and where we are, the truth is that it's much more complicated than that. And if anything tech-wise goes down, you better know how to figure out how to get to where you're going. So I think it's a really valid thing to be carrying on.
Let me ask you, I've never asked this question to you before. How many countries have you seen while you were out there with your 40 some odd thousand, sea miles? How many different parts of the world did you see?
I saw a lot. I saw, sometimes it was only a day, or you stop in and you go swimming and surfing and stuff like that in a bay or something. But I didn't think to count up all the countries, but I lived in Costa Rica, I lived in Panama, I lived in the Marquesas Island. I lived in French Polynesia for actually quite a long time. So, and sailing in between all kinds of islands, and the cultures, unbelievable. I mean, it was like 3 graduate degrees. I mean, I had to deal with governments. I had to deal with, you know, fixing the boat and boat yards and all sorts of things. It really gave me a basis to move on, which I was quite successful for the rest of my career in corporate. And now.
And now, and now. So people have problems, especially after COVID. I have to say, I even did a couple of second thoughts too after COVID, of just going out of my front door, just getting in my car and driving to the grocery store, because now you've had this pandemic that they say could kill you just by breathing in the wrong air. But nothing has stopped you. I've known you now for almost 2 years, and nothing stops you. So what do you do about fear? How do you motivate yourself to just keep going, keep navigating?
Well, the sea will teach you that living in fear is just not acceptable. I mean, it's a calm, beautiful place most of the time, but it can turn into just complete raving maniac and tossing and turning and literally churning you into kindling wood. And actually, after I left the boat, which I still have some guilt about, the boat got lost at sea. So it's no joke. And but what it did teach me is that I had to manage fear. I was part of the crew, and if I didn't sleep at night, I was putting the rest of the crew at danger when I was on watch. So it really teaches you a lot of responsibility. And I was responsible for where we were and where we're going. And I did get us everywhere we had to go. I missed a couple places, but made up for it after. So it's really taught me so much, and I live by it now. I mean, I persevere. I meet deadlines. All of the things that just were put into me, and fear comes up for me very differently. And working as a supply chain director for many years in 8 different Asian countries, you know, I had to deal with all the viruses and bird flus and everything. So, and we should all be prepared. You know, this isn't like the one and only. So stay on board and
keep navigating, right? And keep navigating.
Exactly. Now, keep watching.
You're an author.
I'm an author.
You're an author. You're a television host. You're a real estate agent, which I found out not too long ago. Last fall, I found out you were a real estate agent.
And been a real estate agent forever.
Yeah. Now you just told me, you know, supply chain. It's like going through those different careers.
Yeah.
How did your history in sailing and setting your sail, and we'll tell everybody what that means in a minute, but in setting your sail, how did that help you navigate in other careers in your life?
Oh, hey, it was the key. It was the core. I mean, I have gone to some college, but I taught myself everything. And when I saw, first of all, the navigation, I learned the navigation. I wanted to go to sea on this boat, and I did. But after that, every job, everything that I wanted to do, it was a goal. And I learned what I had to do to get that job, despite not having all the degrees and everything that most people had. I've been in senior management for decades. So no longer corporate. I'm an entrepreneur, realtor, TV host, and all of those things, sharing my experience. But it was key to my whole life.
Okay, so I've been teasing about Set Your Sails for, you know, ever since you came onto the show today. Can you tell everybody about your show, because that's what it's called, and who you're talking to, what's your topics, and why did you, name it Set Your Sails?
Well, first of all, one of my biggest heroes that I got to spend a lot of time with was Jim Rohn. And as he says, trim your sails and set your course. And I lived it. And it's really true. So you know, you have to ask yourself the really hard questions in order to really set yourself up for where you really want to go and what you really want to achieve. And and taking the sailing is like, you have to literally, you know, trim your sails, like sometimes every 5 minutes. You have to set your course. You have to keep asking your questions. Am I on the right course? What do I need to adjust? And so I just really, you know, think that it's really important that people really look into who they want to be. So many of us go into our careers totally on remote. You know, their parents say, oh, I want you to be a doctor, or somebody gives you, you know, some avenue into a college or something. And if you're not really looking deeply into who you want to end up to be, you might end up going 20 years before you go, oh my God, what am I doing? So I really want people to know that you can take charge of your life and navigate your own course. And so that's, you know, set your sails is what I'm all about. And I try and help other people set their own course.
So let's give a little advice, because, you know, I look to you and I lean on you for advice from time to time. And I know right now there's a woman out there who maybe she's an empty nester now. The kids are graduated and they're gone on to college, or maybe she had a career and then when COVID hit, you know, things shifted for quite a few people in the corporate world because of COVID. And now she's at that fork in the road and she's going, you know, maybe I'm done. Maybe I just need to stay home, watch soap operas and eat bonbons. Or I'd really love to maybe go and, you know, set my own sails and navigate my own existence. What advice would you give them, Annie?
Well, I've also been called the start over expert. I've had to start over so many times. So my biggest advice is that life is never over until it really is over. And I see so many people. I do really try and mentor and help people along their way. And so many people, you know, are giving up. The fires here in Ventura a couple years ago, all these houses burned down and people had been living in them for 35 years. And I was meeting with them and they're just going, my life is over. And I'm going, no, it's not. You have, you know, grieve, do whatever you have to do for as long as you have to do that. I believe in that. But then step up, step forward, and your life can just be better than ever. You just need to step up. So, and I know that needs a lot of support. I can't do all of that here, but I am here to help anybody that I can.
You're amazing. You're my friend. I love being your producer for your show. Let's tell everybody the name of your show and where they can find it. I know you're on our Good Buddies network. Let's talk about that. Where can they find your show and what's the name of your show?
The name of my show is Set Your Sails, and I am on the JD3 TV network, and I'm just building out my channel, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. I really need to get on with it too, Tigo, so we'll be talking. But you know, I have just so much to share, and I have an incredible network of talent to, you know, share with myself and you and the world. So stay tuned. Set your sails at JD3 TV.
There it is.
So, yeah.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for being our 2022 Now Honors Navigator of the Year. I can't wait to see who you're navigating or who you're nominating to be the navigator for this year. You are absolutely amazing. I can't wait to hang out with you. And yeah, I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay. All right. And I will post on JD3 TV other places that you can reach me and see me. So I love you. Talk to you tomorrow.
Love you too, my friend. All righty. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody, if you want to be on Set Your Sails or reach out to Annie, she really is a wealth of knowledge on just how to navigate that fork in the road. You know what to do. Go to tigodirect.com, type in Annie, type in Set Your Sails, type in Navigate. She's coming up. Reach out to her. She's an amazing person to talk to. All right. In 2 minutes or so, we're going to come back with a mom who has mastered social media. So if you've been wondering how do I get people to see me? You want to be here in just 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Sit right there.
Hi there, I'm Peggy McCall, New York Times bestselling author and manifestation mentor. And I am the proud winner or recipient of the Network of Outstanding Women Woman of the Year Award for 2021. And the reason why I created this video is because I just wanted to share with you what an extraordinary experience it was being nominated and, of course, winning and being a part of something that's truly extraordinary. Throughout my career, I've been very blessed to network with some amazing individuals. And of course, being a part of this organization has really invited such a wonderful opportunity to share, to learn, to grow, to contribute. And that's what I believe that this opportunity does for every single person that's involved. It was such a fun experience. It was incredibly rewarding. And what I loved most was the sharing part of it, the opportunity to share in some of the experiences that I've had and what really led me to create the great success that I'm very blessed to enjoy today. That took me from a place of poverty, misery, debt. And actually, many years ago, I was at a point where I had no will to live, to be in a point now, to be a multimillionaire, to be continually experiencing wonderful success, to be surrounded by love, to work in an industry that is so rewarding and so fulfilling. So what I want to encourage you to do is to be a part of this network. They're all outstanding women, every one of them, right from the founder to every single member. I'm certain that you're going to enjoy the experience. I certainly did, and I'm very grateful to have been the recipient of the award. And my wish for you is only success.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you see me? Awesome, because I couldn't see a ding dang thing. Okay, welcome back. Here we go. Ida's back there cracking up at me right now. Let me do a mic check real quick. Mike, Alan, are you hearing the sticking? Okay. All righty. Welcome back. Coming up next is our good friend, Ida. She's going to talk to us about, getting seen and not like losing your mind like I just did because I thought I got kicked out of the program. Hey, Ida, are you out there?
I am. Hello.
I went to change my headset because I figured the battery was getting low, and then all of a sudden the screen froze and I got a little nervous. Okay, give me a minute. Whew. How are you, my friend? Thank you so much for coming on and hanging out with me today.
Thank you. I'm doing so great. We just came back from a Women's History or International Women's Day luncheon with Vanessa Harrison, and it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're in Atlanta, so it's past lunchtime there.
Yeah.
I'm starving over here. You brought me no food to eat. Okay, never mind. We're not even going to get into that. Let's talk about what it is that you do, because you have an insane amount of followers on Instagram to start out and TikTok and all that good stuff. How did you get into it? What's your number of followers now?
Across all platforms, it's close to 300,000 across all of them. So yeah. How did I get started? Wow. Well, I heard a famous podcaster say, if you are building a business, you need to be on TikTok. And that was in 2020. So it's the fastest way to grow an organic community. And that's the first time I heard that word said so powerfully, where you're not looking to just sell, you're looking to create a movement. So I was so excited. I hopped on and life changed after.
Why did you need to be on TikTok? What business are you in? And what made you say, this is perfect for me?
Yeah, so funny enough, I was working full-time in a corporate job that I didn't really enjoy. So I didn't have a business. I just knew I was meant for something else. And so I thought, if I have the audience, whenever I launch a business, they'll be there. But in the back of my mind, and also I kept waking up around 3 a.m. to write a children's book in my notes. So I started writing that book bit by bit at 3 a.m. every time I'd wake up out of my dreams to do that. And I released that book about a year after I had grown a community of about, I think, 150,000. And it became a bestseller because I had a community waiting for it.
Wow, wait a minute. So people, including me, we come up with these ideas, right? We're like, oh my goodness, I have this great idea. Kind of like doing a marathon all day long on International Women's Day and talking to over 20 women in a single day live. I'm still trying to figure out if that was a great idea for me to be doing live. And this is the third year that I'm doing it. But we go and do it. And then we go searching for an audience to watch it, to buy from it, to participate in it. Yeah. You created the community first.
Yes.
And then you wrote the book. So if you didn't have the book yet, if you didn't have the business yet, then what were you talking to your community about? What were you doing out there?
Yeah, so it's all about building personal brand and creating a space for your audience to come and do X. And I knew that my target group, my background is in marketing. I knew my target group were going to be moms and overworked moms, tired moms who just wanted a space to come relax and laugh. And at that time, it was just come, relax, and laugh. And now it's come, relax, laugh, and learn. And I've created multiple parts of my I can say multiple businesses out of just this one audience because I became the brand and they began to trust me and love me and I serve them because I love my community. So I don't think there's one right way to do it, but I'll definitely say that it's important to build an audience. No matter how you start with the product or in service or start with the audience, but you got to build an audience. I think it's very, very important.
So you mentioned moms. Are you a mom, one? And then if you are a mom, how does that affect your day? Because you're doing multiple videos, you're on shows like this, you've got your book out there, so you're doing events with that. How are you balancing that, career and mom day?
It's so funny you just asked that. Yes, I'm a mom. I'm actually a single mother. And I have been from jump. If you ever want to know my story, which I feel is very powerful because it's mine, just, hit me up on Instagram. But Vanessa Harrison, who is the head of AT&T, the president of AT&T in the Southeast, was just answering this question. And she said that there is no balance. It's almost like a rapid refocusing where you focus in on one thing and everything else has to just take a moment, a little break. So I that's what I do. I focus in on my career and celebrating with my audience during the day. And when my daughter's here, it's all about her. And then, when it's time to focus on me, my health, my fitness, it's all about me because self-love, baby. It's important. And then when it's all about, writing my books and starting my podcast, I actually have a fiction podcast coming out in the fall for children and families, let's say. And when it's time to focus on that, that's where I put my focus. It's just all about rapid refocusing because balance is almost impossible. Yeah.
And when you talk about balance, there's something cute that you shared with me that you're ever so proud of.
Yeah.
And I want to share it right out here. And your daughter's probably going to send me hate mail because I did it. But you are always the first mom in line. Am I right? When you come pick her up, you are so proud of that.
Actually, I used to feel so good about it, but I just did a video online because I have been the late mom now these days. And I put a video out about it and I said, y'all, my worth has been wrapped up in how early I am to pick up my daughter as a mom. And my audience resonated like crazy. Tears. So I'm no longer the first mom in line.
But you're always there when you need to be there.
I'm always there. Yeah.
Now, when you started, before you even had your book and you went out on TikTok, I'm assuming TikTok was first. When you started going out there on TikTok, that's video, right?
Yes.
So did you have fear? Were you worried about the camera? Were you worried about, what people would think? Talk to me. How did you handle that?
I did the busy procrastinating that we all do. We're like, okay, well, first I'm going to write down my ideas. I did all of that, which is important. Like it's good to plan and strategize. But that podcaster was relentless. Like every video I'd see of his, he would say, "Are you on TikTok yet? I bet most of you are not going to listen to me and hop on." And that, I bet most of you, really angered me. So, so then I set a date. I said, "Okay, on Tuesday or whatever day it was, I'm hopping on." And I said, "What's your first video going to be about?" And I thought, "What's a current event right now?" Well, it's Valentine's Day tomorrow, and that was of 2020. And I said, "Well, I don't have a man. I don't have a significant other, but I love donuts." So I pulled out my bag of donuts and I sang to it. And that was my first horribly cringy video that I leave up because it shows where I started and now where I am. Just get started.
You know, I saw a couple of videos where you do actual skits with yourself.
Yes.
You do an actual show with yourself. Can you explain that? And then how do you do it? What made you decide to do it in the first place?
It's funny. And the thing is that TikTok, it's going to help you find not just the audience. The algorithm is going to help you find the audience, but your audience is going to help you find what works. So when you just throw everything at it, I started out with all kinds of different things. I wrote down a list of my talents and skills and how I could help people. And that included like singing, acting, doing accents. And one day during the pandemic, when I wanted to cry because my daughter wasn't taking a nap, I switched over into my accent that I had when I was younger, growing up in West Africa, and I just kind of did a thing, and they loved that accent, and so I just kept doing it from time to time. And someone said, "Name her," so I named her, and now she is the character that everyone loves. And I pop in from time to time, but your audience will help you know what works, and you double down on that.
Okay, so what's her name?
Okay. Her name is
And how do I get her to be a guest?
She can come out right now, but
oh, I'm ready. Let's go. What's her name again?
Her name is Aji, and she's named after my grandmother from Gambia, West Africa. Yeah.
Okay. And how do I get her to be on the show right now?
Okay. Shall I grab her? Shall I get her really
yes,
quick?
Please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Hello, Teresa. How are you? Nice to see you.
How are you?
I am fine. Thank you for having me here.
You are amazing. You are amazing. So you hang out with Ida all the time?
All the time, but I have a bit of she's tiring me these days. She's tiring me. She likes to whack me.
And what's your specialty?
For me or for Ida?
For you. Ida can go to sleep.
I like to cuss people out. I like to say no. No is one of my favorite things to do. And other than that, you know, I don't know, just saying no and cussing people out from time to time between those things. And looking at men who like to chop wood. I like to learn about chopping wood on social media.
You're amazing. I love your videos. I'm a super fan. I will be watching all the time. Thank you for just kind of dropping in for a second. And before we have to get out of here, can you go grab Ida from me? Because I've got to ask her a question.
I will do that. I plan on cussing her out later as well. I'm back.
So before I let you go, I know you also are now teaching people how to get into social media, how to create their videos, how to build their audience. How does that work? What do they do? And, you know, can they start with you at any time, or is it certain times a year that you have courses going on?
Well, for sure, I've had a huge shift in my business recently, and I've been working with major businesses now doing consulting work. But because some of the women-owned businesses that want to work with me have not been able to, I decided it's either going to be a 2-day training or it's going to be 3 days, but it's going to be completely free. And it's going to be on YouTube, and it's going to be intense. So if you are very much so interested in that, you want to just follow me because I'm going to be announcing it soon. Absolutely free. I'm going to give you everything I would have given in a coaching session if you had been with me. And I'm ready because I just want the women that are coming to me saying, Ida, I can't afford this at this time. I want them to win. And so that's what we're going to be doing.
Well, let me just throw my hat in the ring right now. When you do that 2-day, when you do that 3-day, I definitely want to be there. But I also want to help you. If I can help in any way, you know, if you want me to come in and show people about camera angles, lightings, I'll be glad to help you in any way I can, because I just think you rock. I mean, you're amazing. I just think you rock. And I want to thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us on International Women's Day. Really quickly, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot because I'm an international woman. I'm American and I'm African. I've lived all over the world, and I think that International Women's Day is all about like getting deep into yourself and finding those parts of you that has not had as much love and loving on them. And the parts of you that's winning, celebrate them suckers. And then also going out and doing the very same thing for your sisters out there across the board, across all races, religions, nationalities. Get out there and love on one another, but let it start here.
You're amazing. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Please come back on the regular show sometime soon because we love having you over there and having you be a guest. Maybe we can get you to be a VIP guest.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know what that means, but I want it.
Ooh, okay. Well, I'm going to call you tomorrow. We're going to figure this out.
Okay.
But I want to thank you right now for hanging out with us on International Women's Day.
Thank you. Love you loads. Bye, Teresa. You're awesome.
Love you too. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Whew. Now, I grew up in a Baptist church. And you get to a Baptist church, the key to a Baptist church is an amazing choir. And there's always that one voice that when they walk up near the mic, you go, ooh, here she go, or here he go. And the goosebumps just start. Now, if you could see my arm, you would see goosebumps right now because one of the best voices on this planet is here and coming up next. If you want goosebumps, if you want to know that feeling, you want to sit right there because we'll be right back. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, you got that right. I wish I could zoom in right now. You can see the goosebumps on my arm because Tawanda's here. I went to a speaker training with Sir Dr. James Dentley in Chicago a few months ago. And I had the privilege, the opportunity of meeting this wonderful woman, named Tawanda. And everybody's talking about her voice. And I'm like, we're at lunch. How good is your voice anyway? And she broke into song, and just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Tawanda, are you out there?
Yes, I am. I'm so excited to be here.
I'm so excited to have you here. And the first thing I got to ask is, have you always wanted to be a singer? When did you know this is it for me? I'm going to sing.
I believe the moment that I learned how to talk, I wanted to sing.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And you're not just singing in the mirror with the brush in your hand. You're performing with some of the most amazing gospel artists that we've ever had the privilege of hearing. Do you mind just sharing just a little bit of your resume?
Well, currently I am singing on the praise team at Smoky Northfield, Pastor Smoky Northfield's church. Right now we're in Dunwoody, Illinois at the Perimeter Mall, or near the Perimeter Mall. I'm loving him. I have been with him for over 15 years in Illinois. And then he happened to transition here and open up another satellite church in Georgia called Victory City, Atlanta, where I've been singing with him since. Prior to that, I was singing with Bishop William Murphy and Pastor Tasha Cobbs. And my list goes on, but I won't continue. I'm just so grateful that I love singing and I have the opportunity.
No, I know people out there going, but she's not singing now. No, she's not singing now. We're live streaming. She's going to blow out her mic if she sings right now. But if you want to see or hear her sing, Tigo, I'm always going to find a way to bring everybody together. She is actually, Tawanda, you're going to actually come to the Power of Pink and the Now Honors, and you're going to sing for us. Yes?
Yes. I am so excited. Yes, I am.
So, what are you thinking you're going to sing? Have you thought about it yet? I'm just excited that you're going to be there. I got goosebumps again, just thinking about it.
Oh, I'm all over the place with it because I write my own songs, but I also want to be impactful. It's more important for me to be impactful than it is to be talented. We have the talent, but are you changing people's lives with it? And that's what I want to do with my voice.
Ooh, and speaking of your voice,
Yes.
you, like I said, I met you at the speaker training with Sir Dr. James Dentley. You're also a public speaker.
Yes.
What is the topic you love to speak about? When you take the stage, what do you want to talk about? What do you want people to know?
When I take the stage, I want people to be inspired. I want them to be moved. I tell them a little bit about my upbringing and how I went from crawling to now walking and the journey to it, because I've always, you don't want to give up. You want to continue with the pursuit. I talk about the pursuit, being on purpose, living a life that is purposefully in pursuit, to live a life to go after all your dreams, all your desires, no matter your age, no matter your skin color, and no matter what type of person you may deem yourself to be. There is somebody out there waiting on it.
When you're not singing, someone as a young person sitting at home, maybe they should be in class. I'm just saying we are live. Y'all should be in class right about now. But all she wants to do is sing. That's all she can think about. But she's also not thinking about having, a second plan here until you make that break on the stage.
Yes.
How important is education? How important is to stay focused and being on your path? How important is it to bring home your voice and actually learn how to properly sing?
That is great, Tigo. Well, first of all, I believe in education. I have 2 degrees. My background is a real estate paralegal. I really do believe in a real estate banker. So I really do believe in getting an education. And I don't necessarily use it as I won't say that's my backup. I will say that's my support, because you can't be a starving artist. You can't focus on the craft when you got bills to pay. You can't even develop the craft when you have bills to pay and you can't pay them. So when you have when you have a way of making a means that is not only impactful to yourself and your family, but it creates a means for you to support yourself and then to support the dream. So when you have that support, you can go out there and pursue all the necessary classes, all the necessary auditions, and anything you could do to build your craft, even karaoke night. You can't do that if you're working all the time. So little girl, little boy, go and pursue education, pursue a craft that will provide you with the finances so that you can pursue your real dream, which is singing. If you have that, please do that. We all are so gifted and we have more than just talent. You can be impactful. In my particular field, I have been able to put people in many homes, help them keep homes. And that was an impact that blessed me financially. So I'm now able to pursue my passions because I was able to do it and sow into myself financially. Get your education. It is important.
Ooh. Now I gotta turn left a little bit because you said something I don't even know what it is.
Yes.
What's a real estate paralegal?
Okay. Well, a paraprofessional is a person that doesn't have their law degree. However, we assist the attorneys who are licensed in particular jurisdictions, aka or districts, and we help them do practice law. In my case, I was focused on real estate law. So those who are purchasing homes, those are investing in homes, that's still a purchase transaction. If you're refinancing, that's still a transaction. If you are second home purchasing, that is still a transaction that needs and often needs legal assistance. And me working up under attorneys and being led by attorneys I cannot give legal advice, but I can assist the attorneys with providing legal advice to their clients on if that is a good deal, reading over the contracts to make sure the contracts are in favor of our client or they are amicably agreed upon by both the parties that are in the transaction. Sometimes there are several parties in the transaction. I loved it. And then I worked for big banks where I made the decision as a mortgage underwriter to approve your loan or to help you qualify for an alternative approvals based on your credit, your assets, and your employment history.
Now, when someone is getting ready, because we have real estate agents on quite often, good friend of mine, sister of mine, Jennifer Hammond was just on, and she's been in real estate for years.
Yes.
They don't realize that the whole closing, the day you close, because the first time I closed on a house, it was like, we're doing what? And we were there for hours.
Yes.
What is the closing process when you're buying a home, and how long should you anticipate sitting in front of that stack of paper? Do they still do that, or is it now
Yes.
technical and on a computer screen?
No. It is
Okay.
still paper driven. It is necessary for you to see those legal documents, because those documents must be recorded in your counties so that they can have a record of ownership, you being the owner. So the process usually takes about 2 to 3 hours on a new purchase transaction. You have the realtors involved that have to get their checks cut. You have the negotiation process between the realtors, the sellers, and the buyers. And all that has to come in alignment and be approved by the lender. So there are at least right now averaging 80 to 100 documents that must be explained to the buyer via the paralegal, and often the attorney has already solidified the process, and then the paralegal is responsible for making sure all parties sign and be educated. So that process is lengthy because there are so many documents, and we work to ensure that the buyer is fully aware of the transaction in which they are purchasing. And then you have the seller. You have to make sure that there are some documents that they have to release it's called a release deed, and other little documents that they have to of that said property. And then there are the keys, the final transaction, and you pass over the keys, and then you cut the checks to make sure all the parties have been paid, or all the funds have been dispersed, is the language that we called. And then one major check has to go to the lender, and which is being paid off, which is the seller's lender. So I can go on and on and on, but it is a lengthy process, but it is a process that is worth having, because then you have your home.
Wow. If there's not courses out there that teaches you about this, I'm going to suggest, and I'll help you do it. You do a course in this, because when you walk in the door, you know, you walk in the door and they slap that stack of, of paperwork, and you go, I thought I was just walking in to pick up the keys. You don't realize what that process is. And I'm telling you, if there isn't courses out there, especially for new home buyers, I would love to connect you with Jennifer Hammond, because there needs to be. People need to know that. Now, before I let you out of the hot seat, I know there's somebody out there right now, and they're going, look, I'm not a kid, but I've been singing my whole life, and I want to sing, outside of my house, because I know a whole lot of people that are what I call bathroom and closet singers. They can jam. But the minute you tell them to stand in front of even their friends and family, they go, oh no, oh no. How do you address stage fright, and what advice would you give someone who is, they're in the middle of their wonderful lives and they want to take the stage?
Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, first question is stage fright. Passion, you never really get rid of stage fright. It's a passion. You desire it so much, and you want people to enjoy your voice, but focus on you pleasing the crowd. Not necessarily on you sounding bad. Get out of your head and get over yourself. You have a service and a duty to the people that have come to see you. Serve them with your gift. Treat it as service. Serve them with your gift. Get out of your head and be your best self, and watch what happens. And as far as those of us that desire this in this pursuit of singing, I tell you what, if you are a member of a clergy, join their praise team. That is a good way to fight the fear and the consciousness of people watching you. And because you'll have a mindset of service, watch what it will do. Go to karaoke bars, go to karaoke events, go to auditions. Fight for your passion to birth out of you. This is the year. This is the year where I command you to do what you've been born to do, and do it with the fullness and the greatness of yourself, because there is somebody waiting on you to pursue.
Now, see, y'all just heard her talk, and you probably got goosebumps. She just has that kind of passion and kind of joy and love that she spreads. And I'm truly excited and happy that you agreed to come out here to Las Vegas, hang out with us, and share your voice and just that passion and love, with our Power of Pink Summit crew and our now honors, honorees, and families. It's going to be amazing. How does everybody get in touch with you?
Well, my website is tawandamccool.com. I'm also modeling, and the modeling website is mccoolmodeling.com. And then I'm on JD3 TV, of course, and it's jd3tv.com/Tawanda-McCool-Wooten. I would love to see you there, and I'll do my best to respond. But you go pursue now. You go.
You are amazing. I love you. I can't wait to see you out here. You're going to be awesome. I am a super fan. I am a super fan.
Likewise.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for hanging out for just a few minutes with me. And, you know, next time, don't give me goosebumps if you're not singing. I'm just saying.
Thank you so much. And we love you so much, Tigo. We're so proud of you. You got this.
I thank you. Have a great day, my friend.
You too. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Hey, if you didn't have a chance to write it down, you know what I'm going to tell you. Go to tigodirect.com, type in, Tawanda, type in McCool, type in singer, type in gospel. She's coming up. Send her a private message. Say, hey, we saw you on International Women's Day, and we just want to talk to you. And she is just as nice in person, by email, or on your show. You really want to have her there. All right. Coming up next in just a couple of seconds, my cousin is here, and she's the reason why I don't wear polos on special days anymore. We'll talk about why that is in just a second. So sit right there. We'll be right back. I miss my polo. It tells me which way. Yeah, you heard me right. If you guys saw pictures of me where I put it up on social media when I said this is how it feels to be an ant, because I had that big giant screen above me and I was in an amazing silver suit. Well, my cousin is responsible for the silver suit, for the blue tuxedo, for a couple of really cool things that are coming up, including a pink suit that she got me in. Yeah, you heard me right, pink. That's right. Sandra Falk is here, and we're going to talk about Sandra Falk Couture. Hey, cuz, what's happening?
Hey, you were so crazy.
I am a little nuts, but you're getting used to that, right?
Yeah. I think it runs in the family.
A little bit. Did you notice? I didn't put on a Sandra Falk because I was going to be sitting and crunching it. I just couldn't do that. But did you notice I didn't put on a polo today? Just because of you.
So proud of you. We just had this conversation the other day. I'm so proud of you. You look amazing.
I'm not gonna tell you that below this is shorts, but okay.
Hey, it is all good. The camera is here and above, right?
Evidence here and above. Okay, we got to talk about the fact that fashion is your passion. Yes?
It is. It is.
What made you decide that this, because you're brilliant, you could do anything. What made you say, nah, fashion is the way I'm going to go and couture is the lane I'm going to stay in?
Well, I mean, throughout my career, I worked for retailers and I absolutely loved the connection that I would get with my clients. You know, people walking into the store, they're looking for something special for an event. And they just needed guidance and a little bit of direction. And, you know, my mother was a fashion maven, so I think I get all my fashion sense and my true passion for fashion from her. And I just love the one-on-one connection that I have with the client. I mean, I could have gone and produced a line and put it in a bunch of stores. But then for me as a designer, I prefer to have things that nobody else has. And I've been that way my whole entire life. And I figured, you know, I'm going to be in fashion. I want to be the kind of designer that can give clients those things. They can come here and they can get things that nobody else has. A silhouette is a silhouette is a silhouette. There's nothing anybody can do about that. However, it's the combination of textiles that you put together that makes the garment or the design unusual and unique to that person. And that's just what I absolutely love to do.
Now, can I tell you a secret that's not such a secret?
Okay.
Before you and I started working together, I saw Sandra Falk Couture, and I thought, okay, couture to me means like unique to you, custom, blah, blah, blah. But I thought that the only time you see couture is like at the Grammys or the Oscars or, Fashion Week in New York, that quote unquote regular people could not get a couture suit or gown except for maybe weddings. How do you get the message out there and let people know? Because if you guys don't know, you can. This woman controls my wardrobe now. You can get custom clothes exactly made for you, especially female, from Sandra Falk. But what made you decide to say, yeah, this is what I'm doing? And everybody, whether you're a size 2 or a size 22, can have a Sandra Falk Couture gown, suit, or outfit.
Well, couture really means how the clothing is constructed. You take measurements from a person and then you construct the patterns and everything to fit that individual. So it's individual sewing, which makes it unique because it's only going to fit that particular person. So it's not retail. You could take the design and mass produce it, but then it wouldn't be special anymore for me. And I just decided that any and everybody can afford a piece of couture. And it has to do with the quality of the textiles that you use, because I want my clothes to last a long time. I've got pieces in my wardrobe that I've made 20 years ago that are still relevant because it's a classic style. The fabric is in excellent condition because we use really great textiles. And, I've always thought of clothing as an investment. It's an investment in yourself. It's an investment in your future. It's an investment in your career. I mean, when people see you, they're very, very visual. Your personality isn't the first thing that they're going to see. How you look to them and how you present yourself is what people are going to see. And I love the fact that I have the ability to help people with that. I mean, I make everything from
definitely help me.
Wedding dresses and everything in between. Yeah.
You definitely helped me. Now, I knew for years there was a vision I had in my head of what I wanted to look like, how I wanted to present myself publicly. Then I started stages and all that. And I said, I gotta get out of my comfort zone. How is it you seem to be able to sit down with someone? I'm a witness because you've done it with me. Ask a few questions, and then you just grab your notepad and your sketchbook and your pencil and pen, and you start creating these amazing, these amazing options for us to choose from. How can you see what's inside us when, speaking for myself, I couldn't see it myself?
You have to be a good listener to be a good designer. You have to listen to what your client lifestyle is like. Listen to the things that they like. You look at what they're wearing when they come in to see you. A lot of people love to live their life in comfort. Well, you can actually make a suit very comfortable based on the textiles that you use to construct the suit, right? Linings. I mean, as I was taught in school, just because something looks good on the outside, it has to feel good on the inside. And that's the difference when you're making clothes for people. You can find the most supple fabrication so that when they're in their clothing, it makes them feel so good they never want to get out. And yeah, I mean, for me, listening to the clients and what they really, truly want, you can pull a lot of information out of a conversation for a person.
And I have to testify to that and put a check mark next to it, because we just did the Now Honors this past October. And thank you so much again. Sandra Falk Couture was one of our main sponsors. And the suits and the clothing that you made for me, especially, I wore that all day. And it looked great all day. It never fell apart. And on top of that, it felt good. It felt like it was a part of me. I didn't feel, kind of restricted like I do right now in this jacket. But that's beside the point, because this is not one of yours. We need to talk about that for next year. I need to make sure I'm wearing one of yours. But how do you do that? How do you know what fabrics? Because you just came back from Paris. You
I
got
did.
all excited and giddy, and you have all these amazing fabrics. You walk into these fabric stores, there's thousands of, different things there. How do you know just what to pick up and grab, and this will be great for your clients?
It's all about what you're drawn to. I mean, my design and my aesthetic isn't for everybody, but the people that really understand and love the things that I do, they want something unusual, and I want something unusual. And I always, when I have that front of mind when I'm looking for textiles, I want longevity in the fabrication. I want a good quality textile. I want something that's different and unique. And always in the back of my mind, I have other textiles and components that I can put together to create something. Because as you know, I never throw anything away. I've got bins of stuff because you only need, this much to make something really, really cool. And so I always keep that front of mind when I'm shopping. I absolutely love texture and color. And I think everybody should have a little bit of color in their life. You shouldn't never just live your life in just all black and white and beige, pink and purple and greens and prints and whatever.
Yeah, I know. She's introducing me in the colors too, and
I
I'm
am.
I'm getting there. I mean, other than the little bit of purple that I'm wearing, from our broken healers, this is the only color I have on today, and I know Sandra's going to give me a lecture about that after the show is over because she wants me in color. Before we get cut off, because you know how Alan is.
Yes.
Somebody's watching right now. They're in fashion school. They're about to go into fashion school, or they're just at home going, man, I want to be a designer. What are a couple of tips you would give them to just get started?
You really want to be a designer, check out schools. Education is really, really important, especially if you want to make it your career. You can be a wonderfully self-taught seamstress, designer, pattern maker, but when you go to school, you'll learn techniques that you wouldn't necessarily learn by being self-taught. So I would just say, find a technical trade school to go to, investigate, go and do a tour and see if it's something that you really, really are focused on. I tell people all the time, if you can sew a garment completely, look at it and see the flaws in it, take it completely apart and redesign it again, you'll be a good designer. Yeah.
Wow. So if someone is interested in possibly, ordering an outfit from you, having you do their entire wardrobe like you're doing with mine, I know this jacket is never going to see the light of day again. How would they get in touch with you?
We have a website. You can go to www.sandrafalcouture.com. You can send me a message through there. We're on all the social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram. It's Sandra Fall Couture Official. Facebook. We have a brick and mortar store. Our location is in Las Vegas. It's 7450 West Cheyenne, Suite 112. And our studio is open Monday through Friday, 10 to 6. So yeah, come see me anytime. But call and make an appointment because we tend to get a little busy.
Yeah, they tend to get a little busy, and I'm family. So before I let you get out of the hot seat, what does International Women's Day mean to you, cousin?
International Women's Day is an amazing celebration of women and how far we've come. I mean, we've have our ancestors that fought for us to have the right to, vote and to, drive cars and to, live our lives the way that we wanted to and to have our own voice. And it's a celebration of how far we've come, in this world, and to be here on this stage and this platform with you is absolutely overwhelming. I'm truly, truly grateful and honored to be interviewed on such an enormously, profound day, celebrating, the strength of women, because we are strong and we are formidable. We are.
I want to thank you. All kidding aside, we give each other a hard time every time we see each other. You're amazing. You're gifted. You're talented. It is a super honor to have you, be honored this year in the Now Honors. I'm so excited about that, to honor you as an artist that you are. And I just want to thank you, because you definitely are getting me out of my comfort zone. You know, this one, the background of this wouldn't even be pink if it wasn't for you saying, get out of your comfort zone. You are the absolute best. And I want to thank you so much for taking this crazy journey with us.
I am truly, truly honored to be a part of your life, to be a part of International Women's Day, to be a part of the Now Honors. It's overwhelming to me how wonderful I feel about that. I'm truly blessed and grateful for all of it. So I really appreciate it, and I appreciate you and all that you do for all of us. Yes.
I appreciate you too. You are the best. I can't wait to hang out again. And yeah, you heard me right. She's putting me in a pink suit. We're not talking about that right now. Yes. We are not. All right, cuz, thank you so much for hanging out with me.
Thanks again. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, everybody, don't go anywhere because, you know, we got our first featured film is going into production and our director is just dropping by to give us a little hint of what's ahead. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Yep, you caught me looking at my phone to see who was next after my great director, who is cracking up at me because she always tells me to be on my mark and hit my cues. And I missed on both counts with her watching me do it. Yep, our director is here, B. Danielle Watkins. What's happening?
Good afternoon. Well, actually, it's afternoon where I am. Good morning over there.
Yeah, it's morning still. We're still over here starving, as you guys have already had breakfast and lunch. We're not going to talk about that, but that's okay. Did you see me miss my mark? Did you see me miss my time?
But it came back and you're looking down at the phone. I said, oh, maybe it wasn't time. maybe Alan came back too early. I don't know what's going on.
No, Alan came back right on cue. I was the one that was off. I'm going to admit it. Now, you are, you know, a part of the Tigo TV family. We've got the new network about to launch, and I'm so excited to have you be a part and heading up, you know, independent films.
Yes.
What got you into filmmaking?
Oh, I always have to reach back 25 years ago. Yeah, not really. But
like she's like 25. Y'all don't listen to her.
I'm actually getting old. I'll be 40 in a couple years.
Ooh, shut up as I'm knocking on 60 this year. Keep going. What got you into filmmaking?
So I made my first movie because one of my best friends, Onyx Keisha, I had already written screenplays and been an author and all of that. She was heading up a film festival and she needed support for the film festival. And I was like, well, you have to have films to curate a film festival. So what I did was I got a team together. Actually, my first DP worked on Game of Thrones and I just like made it look like I had been doing this forever. And I set up a complete production. I'm talking about production packet, scheduled cast. I did everything. And then we got on set and I had no clue what I was supposed to do. So they're set up and I got crew and I got somebody from school, from UNLV that was doing sound, and all they needed was for me to sign off for hours. And then so they're set up and the actors are ready. And the DP looks at me, the director of photography, and he said, you ready? I said, yeah. And we looking at each other. Yeah, let's go. He's like, okay, sound. And I'm like, sound. He's like, camera is speeding, great. And he looks at me and
wow.
says, action. I had no clue, but I knew I needed to create a film. And it's amazing. You know, for it to have been my first film, it looks and sounds amazing. The script itself had been in a couple of contests prior to that, but that film ended up going like all the way to China, to the Women's Film Festival in China. It was really pretty amazing.
That's awesome. You know, it brings up the memories when I did my very first talk show and didn't even know what craft services was. I literally thought craft services was a tray of cheese. I am
Me
not
too. That is so funny. The first time I heard the word craft, I was like, oh man, you only get finger foods on set. That sucks. I'm gonna get real food because my set's gonna be better. And it was still craft services. Didn't matter what it was.
Interesting. Interesting. So what took you, you know, from being, you're an amazing writer. Let's go there. You're an amazing writer and you write screenplays and you actually went to school for all this.
Yes.
You know, you didn't just get up and watch YouTube videos and say, hey, I'm going to go do this now. You actually are very educated in this field. What made you say, you know what, I'm going to go to the other side of this and not only write the screenplay, you know, have the initial concept, but watch it develop and develop it as a director? What made you decide to take that director's seat?
You know, the first time somebody else directed one of my scripts and they changed something, it like did something to me. And it was a whole argument. I was in Vegas. I had written a script they were doing the 48-hour film festival in Atlanta. So, you know, with the 48-hour film festival, you don't know the genre. You don't know anything that's supposed to be in the script until 7 p.m. Friday night. And you got to turn it in at 5 o'clock Sunday evening. So I write the script, I do everything, and I send it. And they send me the film Saturday night as they're editing. And I'm like, I see a part. And I said, I ain't write that. What was that? So I go back to the script and I'm comparing, right? I got the script here and I'm watching it on my computer. And I said, I know. That's not what that says. So now I'm calling to Georgia. I'm like, so what happened here and how do we fix it? And the person who was directing was like, well, I mean, had the nerve to get nasty too. She said, well, once it's out of the writer's hands, it's the director's baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
I said, oh, so now it doesn't need to be in your hands. Now I need to come ensure that my vision is executed correctly. So there, I do pick and choose what scripts of mine that I direct. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I'm just like, whatever, go do whatever you want to do. But there are some stories that I'm like, okay, I need to ensure that this is told correctly. And if a change needs to happen on set, I wrote it, I can change it accurately.
You know, when I heard, because this is our first adventure into featured filmmaking with you, and period for me. This is our first adventure. We're talk show people. You know, this is what we do. And I want to learn about making films and producing films and distributing. I'm learning every day about distribution all the way around for media. And we're really getting into it. But when I first heard that there's 4 versions of a story, it blew my mind, because it's like, if it's a book, that author has a story, and then they turn it into a screenplay and it gets tweaked a little bit. You know, screenplay,
definitely
you can't
change for TV. Absolutely.
Yeah, it has to get changed, because you got to be able to tell people whether they're walking, they're in the sunset, if they're sitting on a bed, whatever it is. And I went, oh my goodness. And then they said, yeah, then you hand it to the director and it's her or his vision of what they read in the screenplay and how they want to interpret it. And I'm like, wow, that's got to irritate the person that put all those hours in writing that down, you know? And then they say, oh, and it doesn't stop there. I'm like, what do you mean? Well, then you hand it to an editor.
Yes, and the editor
goes,
that didn't look good from that angle. So what I'm going to do is completely cut that scene out and do something else. You know, like, it is. Absolutely.
It's amazing. And that's why people may not realize that's why sometimes when they go see a movie in a theater and they've read the book and they go, it was nothing like the book. Well, no, it's gone through at least 2 other hands, maybe 3 or 4 other hands. And you don't realize that's the process. And it amazes me.
They always have those director cuts. So like that new Justice League came out and it was like 4 hours long by itself. And then they released the director's cut and it was 4.5 hours.
And you're like, what? What just happened?
And
What's going on?
Max, right now, they have the director's cut of Set It Off for the first time ever released.
Oh, I got to go watch that.
But I didn't realize that's what I was watching. So the scene comes up that I've never seen before.
Never seen before.
And I'm like, I've been watching Set It Off since I was like 7.
Okay, I don't want to know that, because I was nowhere near 7 when Set It Off feels like it came out last week.
No, actually,
so
Set It Off came out like in 96.
1990, 98. Yeah, 97. Yeah, I know.
So I was like 11, but still, I've been watching this movie a long time, and this scene comes up, and I'm like, so I press pause, and it says director's cut, and it says that it's only a few changes, but they're so noticeable, and it's like, oh, they should have left that in. Like, it's so it's so enriching. But I'm a director, and a writer, so I get when you write these pieces, and you're like, that does make something from the story. Does it take away from the original film? Of course not. The original film was a classic. It was amazing. But those little details, you see different parts of the relationships. You see all these different things, and you're like, oh, I understand why the director wanted that. That was important.
So now we're going into a movie. We went to interview Sharon Lecter, as a matter of fact, and we're in the car and we're headed back from interviewing Sharon Lecter. And you mentioned this movie that you're like, I'm going to reshoot this thing. And I'm like, wait a minute, it's done? It's done. You're redoing it. You're like, yeah, I don't like the way it feels. I'm going to fix it. And I'm like, okay, how do I get to be a part of it? Because I'm one of those people that, yes, education, all of that good stuff, I've done it. But I love learning on the job. I love being able to touch and see and go and ask questions and all that kind of stuff. And now this movie is about to go into production. Can you give us a little bit of a taste of what's about to happen in like a week and a half, 2 weeks?
What are we going to have? We start on Sunday. What you talking about?
Really? Not on my calendar.
We definitely start filming at 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
Okay, so what's about to happen by 10 a.m. on Sunday morning? I've got to adjust my calendar.
Okay, remind me to call you when this is over.
Yes, please. Whew. Okay.
We start filming the movie Kinda Married Like. Kinda Married Like was born in 2019. One of my fraternity brothers from North Carolina A&T in North Carolina called me and said, I have this idea, and I'm not in movies. I'm not in anything other than I came up with this idea. And the concept of Kinda Married Like is there's this couple, the all-American, African-American couple who went to high school together. They went to college together. They got married. They're successful. They've been together for 15 years, married, and the woman is bored. She's sick of routine. She don't want to do that anymore. So she gets a 45-day pass to do whatever she wants at no consequence to the marriage. And it follows what that looks like and how that feels in a very hilarious manner, moving into hopefully a series to follow.
So how did you start casting for that? What do you look for each character that you bring your paper, your words to life? How do you do that?
So because we had already filmed it, we knew what we didn't want. Right? Okay. So we had already done it once, so we know what we don't need. So when we do the video audition, so you send a scene, right? And the film opens with this very long, dramatic monologue. So what we did was we send every person who wanted to audition for Michaela, we sent that monologue, and then we waited because there's no instruction given. You read this and you give us what you feel.
Ooh.
And then
I love that.
Okay. And the person who got it, she actually sent her audition in first. And when we got it, she had full attitude. You could tell she was fed up with something that day, or she's just that good of an actress. You know what I mean? Because she's just going in and you could see it, and you could see the drainage in her. And it was like, wow, that's Michaela. That is Michaela. Because Michaela has to be able to give off this, I am sick of being sick and tired. And we shouldn't have to tell her that.
If someone wants to be an actor, because we've got like 3 minutes and Alan's going to cut us off. If somebody wants to be an actor, how would you suggest they get started?
Look for acting gigs, but don't be money hungry. Everybody loves money, right? But you have to start somewhere. And background extras and little pieces become big pieces. Like I just said, the girl who was cast for Michaela, we've been working with her for like 10 years, and this is her first leading role because she never said no to the small roles. And we were finally in a position where that is amazing. You did that. We just filmed a movie in January, and she plays a nurse in the movie. She probably in the movie for 3 minutes.
And now
she's the star of the new movie. You have to be humble to move forward.
How does someone get in touch with you if they want to, possibly audition for your next big movie?
Well, if somebody's in Atlanta right now, we have a couple of small roles we need to fill. Facebook, social media, Instagram, Twitter, anything. If you type in B. Danielle Watkins, if you Google B. Danielle Watkins, every way possible to get in contact with me pops up. You can find me anywhere.
And, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Pride. It means that we're doing something right. It means that for once, even though we're always, those of us who live the life of a woman, right, we're always amazing. But it means that in this moment, internationally, we get to stand together and be great together.
You are awesome. I love you. We got so many cool projects coming in. I mean, we've got National Pastime coming up. We've got this Christmas story that's going to be hilarious when we do it. And then Tigo TV. I can't wait to see all the films and stuff you bring into Tigo TV. You are absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
You're amazing.
And
all right, everybody. All right, everybody. We're going to take a couple of minute break and then we'll be right back. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, my director, B. Danielle Watkins.
Hi there, I'm Peggy McCall, New York Times bestselling author and manifestation mentor. And I am the proud winner or recipient of the Network of Outstanding Women Woman of the Year Award for 2021. And the reason why I created this video is because I just wanted to share with you what an extraordinary experience it was being nominated and, of course, winning and being a part of something that's truly extraordinary. Throughout my career, I've been very blessed to network with some amazing individuals. And of course, being a part of this organization has really invited such a wonderful opportunity to share, to learn, to grow, to contribute. And that's what I believe that this opportunity does for every single person that's involved. It was such a fun experience. It was incredibly rewarding. And what I loved most was the sharing part of it, the opportunity to share in some of the experiences that I've had and what really led me to create the great success that I'm very blessed to enjoy today. That took me from a place of poverty, misery, debt. And actually, many years ago, I was at a point where I had no will to live. To be in a point now, to be a multimillionaire, to be continually experiencing wonderful success, to be surrounded by love, to work in an industry that is so rewarding and so fulfilling. So what I want to encourage you to do is to be a part of this network. They're all outstanding women, every one of them, right from the founder to every single member. I'm certain that you're going to enjoy the experience. I certainly did, and I'm very grateful to have been the recipient of the award. And my wish for you is only success.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Yeah, we've got an amazing guest coming up. I just texted her and she is on her way. Uh-oh, I just saw her pop in. My good friend, my buddy, my pal, Maura Lavelle is coming in. We're about to get silly because Maura's about to tell you how to live a better life, be healthier, and stand in your own power. Hey, Maura, are you out there?
Yes, Tico, my girl. I am so happy. It's always really good to see you, darling. You look
It's always great to see you too. And I know you've got thousands of things going on with yourself right now and everything that, I mean, how did you find the time to even come and jump on this? Because you're going to be in Chicago, you're going to Kenya. If I know you, you're finding a way to be on one of the first, rocket ships to Mars. How do you balance your calendar, your schedule?
First of all, there's no real balance. It's a question of priorities. Being here
There
with
it
you,
is.
it was a priority. We know as women, we need to try to be superwoman, but we are not. We need to remember what we can prioritize and what can we leave for the next day. First, I want to say thank you to you for bringing me here today for this opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, everywhere. I know it's all over the world. You guys are connected. Happy International Women's Day. I want to emphasize the importance of prioritizing women health in general today. It's time for us to recognize what we cannot be superwoman all the time, taking care of everybody else but ourselves. Tigo, I love you so much. You are doing so much for humanity. You're doing so much empowering women all over the world. This is why I say I need to be here, because I know something coming up. I am sure about that. It's not only this you're working on, because I know
Oh, no.
soon something coming up.
Yeah, that's why you're wearing pink. You're not kidding me. I know why you're wearing pink, because the
Hello.
Power of Pink and the Now Honors is coming up in October, right?
Yes, and I cannot wait. This is one event where women come together, made always by Tigo. Tigo, you only provide perfection, and I know you don't
Thank you.
like to talk a lot about you, but your event is the top notch. You know, everything you do it so amazingly. You bring the best together, and then you get the best out of them. So I'm so proud. I'm excited. This is one event of the year that I'm so excited about. The Power of Pink and Now Honor. In when? I think it's in October, right?
Yeah, October 20th to
I
the 22nd.
memorized
But
it. I
what's
memorized it.
really cool about it is, you're going to be honored this year. You're our motivator of the year, right? And everybody
I
can
am
tell why
so
you're our
honored.
motivator. I mean, every time you're in the room, the energy level goes to 10. I'm so honored to be able to honor you this year in October.
Thank you so much, Sigo. And then all of these prizes and benefit, I think it's sharing it with the world. It's a blessing to be here, inspiring women all over the world to take care of themselves, because we forget sometimes we are human being, not only human doing. Okay, we just act consistently doing all the time, and we forget.
People are talking about health all the time, physical health. We have an amazing woman coming up this afternoon, Doris Coakley. The journey we're about to take with her is absolutely amazing. But the one thing that you push all the time is mental health. How important is it to not only work on your physical body, but to work on your mental health?
Tigo, as a licensed mental health counselor and soon to be doctor in integrative medicine, both work together: physical, mental, and spiritual. You can't be mentally fit without being physically fit, and you cannot be physically fit without being spiritually grounded. So mental health for me, that's where everything starts. You want to be wealthy? Start with your mental health, because we forget sometimes the self-care, the strategies we need to put in place to take care of our mental care is more important than anything else. We will make an appointment if we are diagnosed with diabetes. We will make an appointment if we're diagnosed with high blood pressure. But the stigma that's whole in terms of mental health are so strong. They are they're pervasive. We do not take our time to go and look at ourselves, whether it's depression, anxiety, things you're dealing with on a regular basis, to find a mentor, someone that can guide you and support you.
When I was a kid, my elders, when someone had diabetes, they would say, "Oh, they just have a little sugar, honey. They just have to worry about that because they have a little sugar." And now, when it comes to mental health, it's like people are making excuses for why they shouldn't seek, some kind of counsel, some kind of advice. What are some of the tips you would give someone who maybe has a teenage son or daughter that just seems to not be clicking in the way they used to? They don't want to go to class. They're staying up all hours of the night. Maybe they can't even find them sometimes. what is some of the advice that you would give them to maybe get them the proper assistance they need?
One important thing, Tigo, is recognizing the sign in our children that are not normal. Withdrawn, not having friends, being bullied in school a lot of the time make our kid not communicative because they are very much internalizing all the frustration and the pain. So I actually encourage parents to make sure you connect your kid with support. Whether it's at school level, there's always a guidance counselor, a teacher, somebody that can help, but a guidance counselor is the right person to just redirect your kid toward, and finding a counselor that can understand your kid. Sometimes the first counselor will not work, the second one will not work. Look for a third one. Sometimes the kid need that connection. The kids that I see in my office, I make counseling friendly. Just make sure you understand the approach your kid will tolerate instead of pushing on somebody that doesn't really meet their needs, because different counselor meet different needs. Pause, look at the sign in your children, understand the way they're not expressing to you, it's an expression. Don't wait for
and
them
it's not something to just let go, right? It's not something to just let go. Just go, oh, they're just a teenager.
Yes.
They'll grow out of it. That's something that my parents used to say all the time. Oh, she'll
and then
just
that's
grow
what
out
happened
of it.
to Tigo. Most of the people that I see in my office, they are adult, but their life is centered through their childhood. So they suffer in silence for so many years because the parents did not do the due diligence to connect them with a counselor that could have helped them.
Wow. So you have a talk show on JD3 TV. You're speaking on stages all over the world. I'm so jealous. I want to go to Kenya so bad, maybe next year. Please tell me what your show is about. Why did you start the show with everything you got going on? What made you say, I have to do the show as well?
I think my Full Yes show, it's about wake up, take action, make it happen. All about empowerment on the 5 most important aspects of your life: health, relationship, family and friends, love and connection, finances, and spirituality. I call that the table of your life. How can you make sure if one doesn't work completely underground, how to just have some kind of stability? What I'm doing is trying to empowering people to know you matter. And if you surround yourself with the right kind people like Tigo, these kind of event to just nurture your spirit. Guess what? Your professional life, your life in general, to serve the community you were meant to serve, it actually expands in so many ways.
What does International Women's Day mean to you, sister?
International Women's Day serve for me as a reminder of the incredible achievement and contribution of women throughout history and the ongoing work that remains to be done toward achieving gender equality. However, this celebration and recognition for women cannot be limited to just one day. We must continue to honor and support women every day in our personal and professional lives, and in the policies and decisions made by government, by communities, and understanding the abilities of women and working toward empowerment. It cannot be dismissed. We can create a brighter, more equitable future for all and just live, I will say, happily ever after.
You have become like my accountability advisor. Forget partner, you're my advisor. I send you information, you go, that's wonderful, but let's do this, let's do that, let's do this, let's clear this up. You are absolutely amazing. What scares you? Does anything make you stop in your tracks and go, not gonna do that?
What scares me is not dreaming big enough.
Ooh. Ooh, y'all see why she's our motivator of the year 2023.
Because
Yeah,
even the
that's what it
moment you start
is.
shrinking and your goal are not bigger than you, now you live in comfort, and confusion can really pair together. So I live with that mindset that every new step has to be scary. And if it's scary, then I'm in the right path. And I'm surrounding myself with women like you that encouraging. I know what I do for you, it's less than what you do for humanity.
Oh, I
Encouraging
thank
you
you.
because I know you actually try to be superwoman all the time, Tigo. You serve, you serve, you serve, you serve consistently. I know. I've seen
So
you.
before we
I keep
go,
you
yeah, I know you keep me in the spotlight. You really do. So before you go, and I know I can do this with you because you are quick on your feet. You're quicker than I am. There's somebody sitting there watching right now and they go, there's nothing out there for me. I have no reason to get up. I'm just going to sit here in this darkness and watch this production. And then I'm going back to bed. I'm going back to watch television. I'm going to go lay down. What would you tell them to get them up and out that door?
The only way you can live your dream is by being committed. We make our commitment, we make our decision, and our decision and commitment turn us into who we meant to be. Don't sit on your gift. You were made special. You are beautiful. And your gift, no one can open it for you. And if you sit on it, it will not be open. You will not make justice to the world and to your ancestors and to those women that fought for you so hard so you can lay in peace. So don't lay in peace. Go and shake up, because what you're sitting on, there's someone there that waiting on you to be inspired, empowered, and change lives.
You're amazing. I know you're a key speaker at Limitless coming up in just a week and a half. I'm so excited you're going to be on our stage speaking at the Power of Pink in October 20th to the 22nd. And we get to honor you as our motivator of the year. How, if someone wants you on their stage, if someone wants to reach you maybe as a counselor, how do they get in touch with you?
It's easy. My name, Moira, at Moira.com, or TLC at Moira.com. You can check my website. You can send me, I give easy consultation, 30-minute consultations to see if we are a good fit. And a lot of the time as well, when we connect, we are able to do, whether it's life coaching, I'm a life coach, whether it's functional medicine, integrative medicine, where we can develop protocol individualized for the patient. I do that as well, or counseling, because I actually start to offer a 360 one for all. And then because mind, body, and spirit, all of them are interconnected. So it's easier for me to serve you fully than a part of you.
Well, I want to thank you so much. I know I got you on one shoulder. I got Alan and G and Sandra on the other, and a whole team of people that love me. And I love the fact that no matter what, you always got that one little positive thing to say before you tell me to get off my butt and get to work. You're amazing, my sister. I love you. I can't wait to talk to you again.
I love you, and I can't wait to see you. I'm looking forward to our event, Limitless for Women in Chicago. I'll see you next week.
There it is. I'll see you there. Have a great day.
Take care.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. One of the nicest people I have ever met. She's an amazing mom. She's a podcast host. She's a wife. She is power in this very small little body. That's right. Katie's here. So don't go anywhere, because we're about to have some fun. We'll be right back. Hey, welcome back. I cannot believe we are almost done with the morning session. Now, look, When we go on lunch break in about 27 minutes, don't turn off the screen. Don't go away. We're going to break for like an hour because I'm told if I don't eat, like my kids are going to come and get me and make me stop doing this all the time. So we're going to stop for like an hour from 12 to 1 Pacific, and we'll be right back here. So don't miss it, okay? Now, back to the fun. Ooh, the next two people coming up before we do the lunch break is just so much fun. Starting with our good buddy, my good friend, Katie Keenan is here. What's happening, Katie?
Hey, Tico. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. You always have this amazing, calming spirit. I can be all over the place, and then somehow, I don't know, a little birdie tells you, you'll pop up in my Facebook Messenger and just say, hey, just thought about you, want to say hi, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how does she do that? How does she know that now is the time? You have one of the most amazing spirits. I wish you lived closer because I'd be hanging out over there with you and the kids all the time. How have you been? What's going on? Why did you start a new show?
So we are doing fantastic. And we just transitioned Family Success Secrets into Her Home and Heart podcast. And we're just speaking more directly to the homeschool moms and the special needs moms who need to be seen and heard and who need encouragement and support. Being a mom is not easy. It takes a lot of work and we need community. So
you know, before I forget, I want to definitely connect you and introduce you to Wendy Cunningham Barnes. She was on earlier this morning. She kicked off the show, and she has a program and all of that for special needs and especially special needs children. You two together, you can heal the world. So I want to make sure I connect you to what made you decide to go. I know you're a stay-at-home mom. You're taking care of your kids. You're homeschooling. But what made you say, you know what, this is a missing entity in this podcast world that's out here? Why did you decide to do that?
We just see that there's so much breakdown in the family in general, and especially inside of special needs families. And so we really wanted to narrow in to speak specifically to how can families stay united? How can you create a team spirit? How can you get those foundations set in your family to carry you through generations, not just your family today? And there's just simple tools. It doesn't take you being, some amazingly gifted person. You just learn the skills. And so we wanted to start really speaking directly to what are those skills? How can families begin to learn to use these tools? And so we saw a need and we want to fill it.
So what are a couple of, the tools that you use? What are a couple of the tips that, like I asked Wendy this morning, maybe there's someone who just found out that their child is a special needs child. They're about to be born or they've just been born. What are some of the first things you would tell them to start with to get into that, the rhythm of what their life is about to become?
Well, that is a very difficult question. There's so much involved in the very beginning stages that the very first thing would be, I would want to give them a hug and just remind them they're not alone. Just being with someone who has received such devastating news, who's having to shift what they thought was one dream into a new dream. It's not simple. There's going to be grieving. And so a lot of acceptance of emotion is important. And that's very often rejected in our society. We're, just expected to soldier on and we'll be fine. We're the mom, we're the dad, whatever. And, that's not the case. We need to allow ourselves room to grieve, room to accept the loss and gain what's new that's coming to us in that time. And so it's not a simple process. There's not a lot of support out there for it, but it can be a beautiful journey.
So on your podcast, are you interviewing guests that are also special needs, or are you basically teaching throughout your podcast?
Both. We mix it up. It's for all families, not just special needs families, but every family is a family, regardless of whether your children are typical or special needs. We just get a little bit more of a pressure cooker experience in family life if we have those extra needs of having a child with extra challenges. So we bring in guests. We also do a lot of teaching, and I try to make it easily digestible because moms are busy and tired.
Moms are busy and tired. I love that. Now, if someone is considering, because during COVID, everybody was teaching at home because the kids couldn't go to school. And as soon as schools opened, quite a few of them said, yep, time for you to go back to school. It's got to get out of here, got to go. But some have decided that no, I think they get a better education. They get more attention. I can help them better if they're here and I can homeschool them. How did you get started homeschooling? And to me, it feels like the trend is just growing and growing and growing. Is that true?
It absolutely is true. Statistically, it's growing leaps and bounds, and it was even before COVID. And that's primarily just because of the lack of resources that are able to be given out there in the community. It's getting harder and harder for teachers to actually teach in school. I'm dear friends with many teachers who I adore and respect. We never thought we would be a homeschooling family, but our military backgrounds it was a huge blessing that we were able to learn about homeschooling. We just took it 1 year at a time, and it's become an absolute passion of mine to help parents, families begin to understand how to homeschool in a way that's very organic and holistic for their family, where deep learning takes place to the point where their kids can self-direct while partnering with their parents through high school, which is what ours have done. It's an amazing journey when you see your kids just take off.
Now, it used to be that certain states, I don't know if this is true still or not, because our kids are grown and now the grandkids are starting to go to school. But it used to be in certain states, you weren't allowed legally to homeschool. Can you homeschool across the country? Do you know that, if that's possible?
Yes, you absolutely can. Every state does have its own laws. There is an organization out there that helps parents understand each state's laws and to comply with those. But we are all allowed to homeschool. And actually, colleges will give larger scholarships in many cases to homeschool students because statistics also show that their completion rate and their grades are often much higher. So they represent the schools very well. It's kind of exciting.
That is kind of exciting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that they had more scholarships. And that does bring up another question. One of the concerns back in the day when I was a kid is on homeschooling was that you weren't going to have that social side, the sports, the cheerleading, the after school programs, all those things because you're at home. Is that true?
No, it's one of the biggest myths out there. In fact, it's actually a broader education socially because the children are not confined to people in their own age bracket. Instead, they're able to socialize and experience people of all abilities, of all backgrounds and ethnicities. You're able to travel more widely as a family because you have the flexibility, and you can get involved in as many or as few extracurriculars as you would like to. So it's really directed by the family themselves in accordance to what their state requires. And it's incredible what things happen when families really grab hold of that. I mean, even the standardized testing scores are often extremely much higher in all subject matters. So it's neat. It's a really fantastic opportunity.
So if you have a young child that wants to play t-ball or basketball or wants to be a cheerleader, but they're homeschooled, they can still do that.
Yeah, it just depends on the state laws. So it may be through your public school and it may not be. It might be just through your county organization that organizes the sports. So in your individual state and county, you'd want to go ahead and start asking around and looking into that. And it's totally possible.
So what happens, because I remember being a teenager and now we have a 16-year-old grandson, they have their moments where they don't want to be anywhere near the house, let alone in class in the house. How the heck do you handle a teenager who's got that moment, where you don't even want them to pull up and drop you off, let alone do classes with you?
Thankfully, it is far less common to go through that when they are homeschooled. There is an entirely different environment and ecosystem that's set up. However, teenagers are teenagers. And so in those times, you're so intuitively connected with your child because you have partnered with them throughout their education that you can together as a team make decisions on how can they go meet those social needs or meet whatever it is that they need and how you can support them best. It's amazing dynamics that can happen there.
How do you find time for you? I mean, you've got your family, you've got your husband who, I'm a super fan of him too. You've got your husband, you've got your kids and you're homeschooling and you got a podcast. When is it mommy time? When does Katie get a moment for Katie?
Well, that's one of the beautiful things about homeschooling and doing it the way that we've done it, setting up the foundations and the ecosystem in our home, is that just like I take care of everyone, they also take care of me. We function like a team. And so it's, all for one and one for all. They are looking out for my best, just like I'm looking out for their best. And when I need a break, they just give it to me. And likewise. So we just keep aware of what each other needs and make sure that we fill in and carry each other.
That's awesome. I love that. So what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Oh, well, women are such an amazingly important part of a child's life, of a family's life. If we think about the traditional roles of women in the home, even, what's that saying? If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. So, you know that old saying. But if you think about it, honestly, it's true. If mom has anger issues she hasn't dealt with, or depression, or, if she's somebody who's motivating and inspirational, she's going to carry the family along with that. Women are so impactful, whether it's in the workplace, in the family, in the community. And it's so good to recognize what we give to one another and to celebrate it.
You're amazing. I know you probably didn't know that you're one of my calming spirits. I really do, look forward to just your little messages. You never really want anything. You never, it's never a certain cause. It's just every once in a while you think about me, you drop me a note, and it really does make my day. I'm so glad that you shared this experience with us today. I can't wait to have you back on the show, because we got to tell everybody more and more and more about what you're doing. Please tell everyone how they can watch or listen to your show and how they can get in touch with you.
Sure, absolutely. Well, the best place to find me is on my podcast, which is on Apple. It's on Spotify. It's on all the major platforms. It's called Her Home and Heart. And the other place you can find me is at herhomeandheart.net/coaching. I have just a simple page put up there. I love to do homeschool strategy for moms and home strategy as well, to help create that teamwork and those foundations. So find me on the podcast. I always have great links in the description to all kinds of cool stuff.
All righty. Well, I thank you so much for hanging out with me. I can't believe the 15 minutes are gone that fast, but it was awesome just seeing you. And I can't wait to listen to your show. You're the best. Tell the family I said, hey.
I will. Thanks to you.
All righty. Okay, everybody, sit right there. Our next guest coming up is Michelle Moross, Dr. Michelle Moross, who just popped in. We're about to get started, so don't go anywhere, because I can't think of a better way to close out the morning session than the power of Michelle. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Back. Yeah, you heard me right. Dr. Michelle Moross is here. She was our 2022 Survivor of the Year for the Now Honors, the very first survivor for the Now Honors. She is power, she is joy, she is energy, and she makes you get focused like that. My friend is here. Hey, Dr. Michelle, are you out there?
I am here. I am here.
You are amazing. We put a little clip in. We have to send you the teaser reel for the show, and you're in there. And it's this quote that people even write me about and say, you're like the difference between a rut
and the grave are the
and
dimensions.
a grave is the dimensions. And it just makes you sit up straight and go, what did she just say? That's amazing. You are a powerful speaker. You are a award-winning author. You are one of the coolest people I know on the planet. But on top of that, you're a survivor of breast cancer. Where do you find your energy? Where does that come from?
Source. The energy comes from source. It is not me, because when I got hit by everything with a brain injury and then breast cancer, it wasn't like, ta-da, suddenly I'm just going to do it all. I had to get quiet and listen to what was really coming into me. I found power outside of me, that source inside of me, that's inside of you, inside of all of us.
So you just said brain injury. We're not talking about, what I did the other day, hit my head on the refrigerator, ow, and, just move on with my life. This was a life-changing brain injury. Do you mind sharing just a little bit of that?
Sure. In 2014, I was running political campaigns and doing that kind of thing. And then my car got hit by another car. And 12 days after my accident, where I thought I was fine, I stopped walking and stopped talking. For the next 2 years, 3 months, I did not walk or talk without assistance. And well, did not walk without assistance. And I had to relearn how to do everything. And that is my accident. So I've come a long way, baby.
Now, when you talk about that and then you hear someone say, oh, I broke a nail, so I can't do this today. Oh, I lost my job, and the next job that's being offered to me just isn't giving me the perks I thought I would get. What do you say to them when they're stopping themselves for the littlest things in front of them?
Get up. I'm kind of matter of fact like that. It's like, you just stop it. That's the violin playing for you. Get up. Now make it better. Whatever you want, make it better.
You have, I won't say lost, but you have found the strongest physical you could find. I see your post in the morning and you're on top of the stepper, or you're walking, or you're traveling all over the world, but you're finding a time to get in a gym somehow. I'm like, how is she doing that? You know, you're all over the place. What made you decide that, you know, after the 2 years and 3 months and people having to assist you and then you got to find everything all over again? What made you say, you know what, I'm not done. I'm going to get up and be the best me I could possibly be?
Unapologetically. I wanted
Unapologetically.
To live. Yeah, I wanted to live. I mean, with my brain injury, I needed to feed my body, feed my brain so my brain could heal. And then with the breast cancer, I needed to feed my body so my body could fight back. And so what I learned is that mind, body, soul, it's not a pick one a day. It's an all three things every day you have to feed it. So I couldn't find time to work out once my day started, so I make my day start earlier. At 5:30 in the morning, I am at the gym. Why? It's my time. It's for me. I schedule it, I block it, and I feed my soul before I go and feed everyone else's soul. Fill your pitcher first. And that's what I do in the morning. I find the energy because I love me so much. And I love being alive and waking up every day, that I do everything in my power to make sure I do more of it every day. And part of it is waking up and going to the gym.
You know, there's somebody that's coming up at, I think she's at 3:45 Pacific today. Her name is Doris Coakley. I so want to connect you two together because she is just power, literally. Championship lifting, body, natural. It's amazing. You know, the transformation she has made for herself and for others. She's all about service. And she's about to start a journey with me that we're going to talk about this afternoon. I want to put you two together. Yeah, I know that means I need to come out to Colorado and go to the gym with you before you even say it. I'm already scared. I'm already worried about that, but I will be there. I promise.
I'll go to Las Vegas and work out with you. It's warmer there.
To Vegas and get in studio with me. Let's talk about that too. But let's talk about fear real quick, because you know me. I love challenge those people that challenge me with fear. I always have my opinion about it. You have faced life-threatening fear. You have the absolute right to go and curl up under a really comfortable blankie, eat bonbons and watch soap operas for the rest of your life if you want to. And you said, What do you tell people that are going, fear is stopping me, I'm afraid to do anything?
Wow, I forgot the acronym, what fear used to stand for me. But it's basically, there is no fear but you. There is no fear but you. I have dropped 240 pounds at an age where they said menopause would keep me where I was. I was told you're going to die. I mean, there are so many things fearful in my life that I could have curled up in a ball. For those of you who are out there facing fear, realize that fear it's imaginary. It's in your head. The things I feared were the things that would actually now has moved me to who I am today. So if you're afraid of it, more than likely you're afraid of it because you don't want to fail. You don't want to fall down going in that direction. We are built to fall. We are built to fall down and get back up. So go toward your fear and find out what your real destiny is, because I'm telling you, it's on the other side of fear.
Wow. Now I know that 3 fears: public speaking, travel, being in an airplane, and possibly seeing your face larger than life in Times Square is something that most people would go, huh? But you do it all the time. Talk to me about that? What makes you go, there is no stage that I will not conquer? And not only do you do it, but you're teaching other people how to do it too. What made you go in that direction?
Well, because I learned so many people have stories. They have lessons to learn, to share. And there's so many people in our world who are afraid to even step to where these people are. And so I'm like, go out and share your message. That way, what was my big line? We are all the cave painters of the future. And if we don't go out and tell our story and write our story, the future isn't going to know who we are. They're going to say, wow, these people were perfection. Look at them on Instagram and TikTok. Holy smokes, that glamour thing. They all are so glamorous. And they're going to get lost in the minutia of who we aren't. So my sharing of getting up on stages and teaching other people to share their message effectively is because I want our story in the future to be told properly. I mean, we're about to go through such a massive technological change in the next 5-10 years that we haven't seen in over 100 years. We are going to grow that quickly. And what we need is the real us, those of us without the mask on, take it off and share real life pain that we have survived, because people are moving through life so quickly right now on computers and all AI and everything. We're going to forget we're human. I want to preserve and capture that we are humans who experience pain and that we can make it through it, because someone in the future is going to need to know how to get through what we've gone through.
You're an award-winning author, which is one of the reasons why your face was all over Times Square. We're going to talk about that. But can you tell us, what's your current project? What's the current book that you have out there, and how do they find it?
Well, my current book is called Unapologetic: From Pain to Pride. So an entrepreneur's journey from pain to pride. It's basically the beginning of my dissertation for my doctorate. And I just put that one out. And to find it, just go to my website. It's my name, michellemarass.com, MICHELLEMRAS.com, and go scroll down to books, and it's got all my books, and you can order it from there, and I will autograph it because it goes straight to me.
That's awesome. Now, how did you get on Times Square? How did you get up there? I saw you. You were up there. You were prepping for it. It's like, it's going to happen right here. Come back right here. And then, boom, there you were. How'd you do that?
My publicist did it. I had my publicist, my publisher told me to start filming, do a Facebook Live on the screen because something magical is going to happen. And I thought it was going to be his son's book. And then so he made arrangements with my publicist to do this. Now, what's really cool is because I had such an amazing experience, Jody. You didn't know that. Jody Watley was on right before my book. And I was filming and I went, oh my gosh, I love Jody Watley. And then my book popped up and I started screaming like a maniac. And Jody Watley wrote me and congratulated me on my new book, and then shared the reel that I had put up. So I had great success with that being spread from Times Square, that my publisher, Dr. Smiley Ken Roshan from Perfect Publishing,
he's awesome. I love Dr. Ken.
I love that man. So he's made this big thing called the 100 Author Tour, and we're bringing 100 authors. It doesn't matter who you publish with, as long as you've got a book, and you can come with us. And we've got a bigger Times Square jumbotron, and we're just going to put them all up, and they're going to run all day. So if you're interested, write me. I answer. Write me through social media.
I want to go.
Come.
Come with me.
Come.
I want to go. Okay. And now I'm all excited. I want to write him. Yeah, let's go. I want to party.
It's awesome.
Let's make it smile. Keep smiling, Dr. Smiley. So before I let you out of this hot seat and before I let you go, I know that International Women's Day means so much to you. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
I'm every woman. It's all in me. That's what it means to me. It means we've come together. We stand in our power. We are unapologetic on our feminine, who we are, and that we stand together united around the world with our men, our male counterparts who are there to support us. I find that International Women's Day is such a huge event that we need to celebrate, because women forget how powerful we are and how much good we bring. We are the cradle of civilization. I mean, without us, life does not come out, right? I mean, even if they make us in test tubes one day in the future, they've got to put it in something to make it grow and come out. So stand in who you are as a woman. Do not apologize for your femininity. Stand strong in what you bring to the world. That is what International Women's Day means to me. Let's go do it together.
I love it. You know me, wherever you say go, I'm right behind you. Let's go. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with me. I want to thank you so much that almost every time I call, I say, can you, will you? You said, I'm there. Even if you're on the road, even if you got other things going on, you make sure you make time for us and for me. And I appreciate you. And I still get goosebumps thinking about the fact that you were our first survivor for the Now Honors in 2022. And I cannot wait till 2023 and we present the next survivor with the Now Honor Survivor honoree. And you're amazing. You are simply amazing.
Thank you so much, Tigo.
Thank you so much. Tell everybody how they can get in touch with you. Oh, did we split? Tell everybody how we can get in touch with you and where you're going to be next.
Oh my goodness. Well, right now I'm in Utah with really bad service, and then I'll be in Orange County getting an award, and then I'll be in St. Louis again at the end of March, and then I'll be at the Jumbotron. Okay, so you need to write me if you're interested in doing that, because we will be in New York for 3 days straight. To find me, go to michellemoross.com and connect. Or you can find me on all social media, but I think michellemoross.com is the best way to reach me. That way you see what's coming.
You are simply amazing. Thank you so much, my friend. I'm so excited. I want to go. I'm going. I'm just saying it. I'm going. All right. I'll talk to you really soon.
Okay. Have a great rest of the day. Happy Winter.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All righty. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. We are about to wrap up the morning session. This is going to stay open. We will be right back here at 1 o'clock Pacific time, right here. So don't close it. Don't go look for another link. Don't do that. Don't do this. My hero, I should say Shiro, saved my life. And it's the first time I'm going to get to interview her, and she'll be here pretty much not too far after lunch. So I'm super excited about that. I hope you enjoyed this morning. You know, I want you to be here this afternoon. I'm going to go grab something to eat, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock Pacific time. If you want to reach anybody that has been on the show so far or is coming up later today, you know what to do. Go to tigodirect.com, type in their name, type in their subject, type in, love. Most of them are going to come up. All right. I'll talk to you soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back at 1 p.m. Pacific.
We are formidable. We are strong. We are entrepreneurial spirited.
A really amazing, supportive sisterhood when you find women who are your people.
Culture you're in, what country you're in, or what the circumstances are, as a woman, we get things done.
What walk of life you've come from, it's never too late to step into the best version of yourself.
Women, we all just want the same thing: to be loved, adored, admired, respected, to know that we matter.
Prosperity is generosity, and that really is who you are. You're very, very generous with your time, with your knowledge, with your expertise, with your words.
We are formidable. We are strong. We are entrepreneurial spirited.
A really amazing, supportive sisterhood when you find women who are your people.
Culture you're in, what country you're in, or what the circumstances are, as a woman, we get things done.
What walk of life you've come from, it's never too late to step into the best version of yourself.
Women, we all just want the same thing: to be loved, adored, admired, respected, to know that we matter.
Prosperity is generosity. And that really is who you are. You're very, very generous with your time, with your knowledge, with your expertise, with your words.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I hope you had a great little snack. I did. I had an amazing lunch, and now I'm fired up. Well, actually, I'm trying not to fall asleep because, after you eat, you want to go take a nap. But I think you wouldn't watch if I was sitting here snoring on the air. Maybe we should try that. No, I'm kidding. So I want to just take a minute, and I know you guys have heard me say Alan this, Alan that. Alan is my business partner. He is one of the business partners of Melrose 11. He is my business partner throughout. He is also my producer. He's also my little brother. So he runs my life, and I thought, why not drag him up here on air so you guys can know who Alan is? Hey, Alan, open up your mic.
Hey.
How you doing over there? How's it going? Are we good?
I'm ready for a nap.
No. See, if I go to sleep, nobody's talking. If you go to sleep, nobody's on the air. We can't, no, time out on the nappy. Don't say you're going to take a nap because then it makes me want to go.
We'll just throw Sheila up there for the next 5 hours.
Right. Yeah, Miss Sheila could handle it. Yeah, we could just let Miss Sheila take control and be, we could both go to sleep. So what did you think of this morning?
Oh, it was great. It's the words of wisdom from everybody this morning. So the afternoon, better step it up.
That's my brother. He's always throwing down a challenge. Okay, afternoon people, don't get nervous. I just wanted to bring you up real quick and let everybody see who the heck am I talking about. Who's up on Expert Talk tomorrow?
That would be Miss Hillary DeSenza.
Ooh, we're going to re-air her interview. That was powerful. And she texted me after she got off. We got a lot of cool stuff coming up with the relaunch reel and Hillary DeSenza and everything. If you guys say, oh man, she looks familiar. Yeah, Hillary DeSenza was on Secret Millionaire. She truly is a secret millionaire. She helps people all over the world. So, but I just wanted to bug you, brother. I wanted to throw you out there and have everybody see your face. I'm going to let you go back because I know you got a bunch of stuff to do. And I'm going to kick off this second half of the marathon. I think next year we'll do a half marathon. What do you think?
Nobody's going to let you do that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, brother. I'll talk to you in a minute.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Hey, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this morning. I truly did. It's nice to just be able to connect with these powerful women that are just open books. So like I mentioned before we closed out the morning session, if you want to reach any of the guests, not just this morning, but all day, just go to go to tigodirect.com, type in their name, type in the subject matter, type in International Women's Day, and they're going to come up. You can send them a private message directly. You can connect to their websites or any of their contact information. It's a great way for us to be able to make sure that you get to stay connected with these amazing people, not only on International Women's Day, but on my show entirely on Expert Talk with Tigo. So tigodirect.com, that's how you connect to everybody who's ever in the hot seat with me. Now, I got to straighten up my collar. I got to get into my production mode. I got to, get my voice in the right tone, all that good stuff, because the expert's expert, Miss Sheila White, is here. We're going to talk about production, books. Who knew she was in the publishing? and just being in the spotlight. Hey, Miss Sheila, are you out there?
Hey, Tigo, how are you? How are you? Glad to be here.
I'm glad to have you here. I was like, when I sent you the invitation, I said, she's going to tell me she's too busy. She doesn't have time. And then she wrote back and said, yeah, I'll be there.
Definitely.
That's what I'm
You
talking
my heart
about.
sister. You are definitely my heart sister. So, hey, anybody following you, they're steady rising like dough. Steady rising like dough.
I love it. Now, you and I are both in kind of the same business. And some people would say, oh, they're a competition. We're 1,000 miles from competing with each other.
That's
You
right.
know, we always support each other. We're always there for each other. And I just wanted to reach out to you and say, hey, what's going on? What's happening in your world in Illinois? You guys are producing films and all kinds of good stuff. What's going on?
Well, it's a lot going on. There's so many jobs out there in this media industry, which because you're just, like I said, rising like dough out there. But, there's one thing, jobs have a way of filling your pockets, but adventures fill your soul. And that's what we're doing. We are on adventures with JD3 TV. We're having a good time creating documentaries, television shows. And so it's all about making today so good till yesterday gets jealous.
Ah! Can you say that again?
Backwards, right? Backwards.
Backwards. So what got you into production? Because there's not very many women. There's more coming every day now, but there's not very many women over the years that have been producers, directors in this thing called, Hollywood magic. What made you decide to do this?
Well, there's a saying that C.S. Lewis says that you're never too old to start another goal or another dream. And, for me, it's about refiring, my life and refiring things, paying attention to where I am and things and where I've been, empowering my life to be able to continue this transformational journey that I'm on. Production is so important. Everything in life, it seems like it's a production, things that are going on, things that are happening. You get up in the morning and you go about your day. It's a production, whether you're going to work or checking into whatever it is, it's a production, and it's what you make of it. That's the important thing. And I'm so excited to be a part of this industry because a lot of people, as you know, Tigo, have jobs and they have careers and they don't particularly enjoy those things, but some people may make good money, but they don't realize their purpose. And that's the important thing of realizing your purpose, why you're here. Our imaginations are incredible, and it's a force that can take us to a new place. And that's why I like production, because when you're involved in it, you can turn it and it could ebb and flow into what you want it to be. It's a story, okay, that plays out on the big screen oftentimes, or in a book through media, as far as a written journal or whatever, that type of thing. So I just love what I do, and I love working with our team. It's just finding those moments of clarity as we get older in life and as we're doing what we're doing to help us understand the impact. And so that's why I love working in production, because we're able to make an impact in lives of other people.
Yeah, we are. And now it seems like media is starting to merge together. It's not print or virtual or, television talk show or podcast. They kind of connect across the board. Am I correct?
You're correct. Everything is like coming together. And that's the reason why, whether it's print, whether it's, film, television, documentaries, there's so much out there that people can partake of and enjoy, through media, whether it's radio, television. It's a great journey. It's a great time. And we're just really excited to really be a part of this exciting time, being in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing with the right people like Tigo. That's what makes the difference for us. Okay.
I thank you. Thank you so much. Now tell me this. See, I get to sit. I only have to visit. I don't have to, but I love visiting Chicago. I only visit the JD3 family about once a quarter. You're right there in the heat of it every day. New shows are coming on all the time. They got amazing content going over at JD3 TV. Tell me, how are you getting people to get into the rhythm of it, of creating a show, what that means, how they are supposed to sit how their lighting is supposed to be. How are you guys handling that with this volume that's coming at you?
Well, the great thing about it is there is such a great team at JD3 TV, and there is so much information that we have on the network where people can learn about correct lighting. They can learn about, how to speak in front of the camera, how to do their pitch. There's a volumes of information that the network has for a person to go from the beginning all the way to creating their show on the network. And so with the resources that the network provides, it's just numerous. I mean, anybody can just have not have experience and be able to take their show to the big screen, to the millions of homes. And so that's the great thing about JD3 TV and the awesome team is that they're able to help a person that is a newbie, and then they could become an expert actually with their talents and skills. So I love it. And everybody's really excited. Everybody's working hard day and night to help make people's dreams come true and to help the shows to get out there on air.
Now, when somebody walks in, whether they're part of the 83 family or not, and they go, hey, Miss Sheila, I want to start a show. I've got this great idea. What are some of the tips you give them if they've never even done an audio podcast and now they want to jump in both feet?
Well, one of the things we do is we give them a consultation, finding out what is their vision, what is it that you want to do, because that's the most important thing at JD3 TV. We want to find out where do they want to go and what do they want to do. And so we help them to walk all the way through from the beginning to the end, from the concept on the paper all the way to the finish line. And so we'll talk to them about what their vision is, take them through, whether they have assets and things like that, and just go step by step by step. We handhold them, even with Road to Eternity, we're hand holding them all the way straight through so that they can get to that desired end.
So what's your show about? You have a show on as well. You have a podcast.
Yep.
When is it on and what's it all about?
Well, we have a podcast called Gifted, and Gifted is working with individuals that have gifting and bringing it out into the universe, into this great media universe. And so we talk to people that are using their gifts to make a difference in this world, whether they're a singer, whether they're an actor, whatever it is that they're doing to make an impact. That's the type of people that we're looking for to help share their dreams and share their gifts with people and show the world how they can make an impact.
If you weren't in production and media, what would you be doing today? What career would you have been doing today?
That's an interesting thing. One of the things that I love so much is being a mom, being a wife, being a mother, just being a woman in general. This is International Women's Day today. And being a woman for me means standing the ground that you walk on, being excellent in your role, and being a mom, being a mother, wife, and a mother. That's one of the things that I treasure, being a family person, because it pivots and has something to do with every area of my life. It's my mom often would say to us that we have a strong constitution. And when you have a strong constitution in life, no matter what comes to you or no matter what comes at you, you can make it and you can take it. And as a woman, just standing the ground that I walk on and being excellent in my role as a mother, as a wife, as an entrepreneur in this, whether I'm a sister, a friend, just bringing all of that out helps bring out the best in me so that I can better serve others. So I would say being a wife and a mother is some of the best jobs out there, because you could be the president or vice president or whatever of a big conglomerate organization, but family, Tigo, is important to me. And that's why you're important to me, because you're my sister, you are family, and family is really important to me. And I think that if I had to trade off one thing for another, the one thing that I would want to have is a strong, solid family life, because that's going to affect my happiness. If you don't have the money, if you don't have the silver and gold and all those accolades out there that the world can offer you, at the end of the day, if you have the love of your family, your friends, close people, relationships, that's what's important to me. And I think that that's an area that I would be focusing, helping people in relationships, helping them grow and to be centered and balanced as a person.
Now, I've got to ask you a direct question, and it's really simple, and I know you got the answer because you've already answered it for the most part. But what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Like I was saying earlier, being a woman, it's the best position for me. Being a woman means standing the ground, as I said earlier, that you walk on, filling your space, filling that role. as an entrepreneur, being able to share with other women things that's meaningful, touching them heart to heart as a heart-centered messenger, being able to reach them and be there for them when they need it. Patti LaBelle has a song, If You Ask Me To, and that's what me as a woman, I feel that we're able to reach out and touch other women, be there for them, be that confidant, be that person that can help them through the difficult times, through the highs, through the lows, through the setbacks, through the roadblocks, all of those things, helping women to migrate through those landmines that are out there, whether it's job, family, career, helping them to navigate through those difficult times so that they can make it. And at the end of the day, they can wake up and be a champion and say that I knew that I could, because my sister was standing right there with me and she never left my side.
I love it. Now, I know I always ask this and I want to ask you, I know there's a young person out there right now and they've got their phone with the 4K camera in it and they're creating all these little TikTok videos and Instagram and they're just going for it. And they're saying to themselves, they go to the theater and they're saying, I want to be a filmmaker. I want to have a production studio. I want to make somebody else's show come to life. How would you tell them to get started?
I would tell them to get started with mentorship. Mentorship is so important. Finding a coach, finding someone that they could learn from, that they can grow from, not being afraid to get their feet wet, and actually starting at the bottom of just learning, serving. That's the way. Everybody can't be great, but everybody can do a lot of great things through service. There's a saying what Martin Luther King said. So I would say find a mentorship, find a person that you could work with, that you can grow with, that you can learn from. Don't be afraid to just start at the bottom and work your way up, because you're going to learn so much. It's so valuable learning from different mentors. And if you can't find a physical person, there's virtual mentors that you can learn from, that you can watch and grow from. So you don't have to have a physical person in your life, but there's a lot of resources out there through the media that you can have a mentorship through. And so I would encourage any young person or any older person or young at heart to find a mentor in the area that you're seeking, and that'll help you grow, help you to scale, and help you to be that authentic person in that area that you want to be.
You are amazing. Tell everybody, how do they get in touch with you? Where are you in the world? All that good stuff.
Well, where we are, you can get in contact with me through www.road2eternity.net. That is our website, road2eternity.net. And you can also email us at info@road2eternity.net. We're there. We're on all social media platforms. We're here to serve. We're here to assist anyone that contacts us with information. And you can also find us on the JD3 TV network as well, under Road
JD3
to
Family.
Eternity. There you go.
I want to thank you so much. I can't believe our time flew by. It just flew by.
Yes.
I want to thank you so much for hanging out with me. I already say all the time, you're amazing. I'm your super fan as well. And I can't wait to do projects together. That has got to be a mission for us this year. I can't wait.
Chicago
I will talk
to
to
California. We got it. We got you.
There it is. I'll talk to you very soon. Thank you so much.
Okay. Have a great one. We're still listening.
You too.
Okay.
All righty. Thanks. Okay, everybody. Now, if you didn't catch that, you know what to do. Don't send me a hate letter saying I was driving or I was eating lunch and I missed it. Go to tigodirect.com. Find her there. Type in production. Type in Sheila. Type in Chicago. Type in Road to Eternity. She's coming up. It costs you nothing. It costs her nothing. We just want to make sure you can connect with these amazing people, these amazing women that are hanging out with us today. That's how you do that. Okay, so I just went into nervous mode because I can see in the virtual green room who's sitting in the waiting room about to come up. She's my shero. She's my mentor, and she saved my life. And I'm going to try not to cry through this whole thing. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Yeah, you heard me right. In 1995, I had decided this life was enough and I was going to go. And I found myself, instead of taking my own life, I found myself listening to this wonderful woman that I had never heard of before. I put her tapes in. I listened as I drove pizzas all over Las Vegas and learned that there is sunshine in the morning. You can make it through. And a miracle happened. I got to meet her in person. And now she's a friend. She's almost like an aunt to me. We're actually going to honor her as the Woman of the Year for the Now Honors 2023. Rita Davenport is here, and it's the first time she has ever been on my stage. Hey, Miss Rita, what's happening?
Oh, baby girl, good to see you. I'm telling you, if I were you and all you've accomplished, I don't know why your head's not bigger than your butt. I'm just going to tell you right now, girl, you are amazing. I'm telling you, and I love that you're celebrating this day for women. But keep in mind, I do love men, especially short men, because they can't see your roots, and that's comforting. But what an honor it is to be here with you in any way. I could lick you in the face like a puppy. I love you so much. And to see you, it's just, my tear ducts are attached to my bladder, so I'm trying not to break down and sob right now and get through this. I have to tell you this. So I do a lot of Zoom calls. So I have this mask made so I can put it on. And
That's hilarious.
I don't have to wear any makeup. I even got me a wig to put on top of it too. So as you can tell, I teach with humor because the retention rate is about 70% greater when you learn something while you're laughing and happy and having a good time. And I have learned so much today. I don't even know how you can do this. I mean, just hour after hour, girl, you are amazing. You're Superwoman.
I'm just trying to walk in your footsteps. I mean, I watched you on stage. You invited me to one of your events here in Las Vegas, and I had the opportunity to see you live on stage. And of course, I sat in the back crying during that too. But I at least got to watch you and meet you after. And the energy that you bring to the stage. You're an award-winning speaker, trainer. You have done amazing things. But yes, you teach through humor, and your humor literally saved my life. And I want to thank you right now on all the platforms, everybody that is watching. You're amazing. And it's going to be such an honor to stand on stage with you in October 20th to the 22nd, and present you with the Woman of the Year. You know, Sharon Lecter's your best friend. I'm hoping she can make it so she can present it. But I am so excited that you just said, yes, you'll do it.
Yes.
It's an honor. It's a dream come true. You're amazing.
Well, you're good at this, girl, because you know how to get your ass in gear. And so you're amazing to me, all the things that you accomplish and what you're able to do. You're one of the bravest people that I have ever met. And you know so much. You know all this technology. And honey, it is way over my zip code. I sleep with my IT department. I want you to know that. My husband's an engineer. He went to Vanderbilt, helped put a man on the moon. And I have to tell you this funny story. I was getting ready to do a Zoom training call for about 1,700 teachers. And I had everything set up. And all of a sudden it went off. And I went running in to get my husband to help me. And he was in the shower. And I said, David, I can't get the call up. And I mean, these people had hired me and I had to do good. And so I went back and pushed a button and wow, it was on. I was on camera. I looked around and he had gotten out of the shower and he was standing there, but he had a towel wrapped around his head, not around his twat. And I'm screaming, get out of here, David, get out of here, I'm on camera. They booked me for 3 more speeches. So
I was going to say that was a special bonus. They probably booked you for more. That's amazing.
They will not ever go forget that one that my IT department was there just right out of the shower. Oh my gosh. But it's this technology it's challenging, but it brings us together so much, and we get to be with people all over the world and get to give virtual hugs, and we are blessed to have it. We really are, especially with someone that's doing the commentating like you. I mean, you just know everything. I just sat there and I thought, girl, how can you do this? I mean, it's just amazing to me. I'm so proud. I love to brag that you're my friend. I love to brag that you're my friend.
Oh, thank you. I thank you so much. What got you started? What came first that made you say, you know what, I can be on stages. I can do this, because you literally started before. I mean, now, 1 out of 10 of the speakers that are out there are women. You started, it was rare to find someone that could command the stage the way you do. What made you decide to do that in the first place?
It was truly a gift that I was aware of as a very young child. Actually, I was only about 11 years old, and I was the president of the junior high school, and I was facilitating the different meetings that we would have, and people would say, well, you just do really good on stage. And I didn't really take it seriously, but I thought, I got my sea legs doing that very young. And then it was just always, I think that I took to stage what I interact with people. Everybody's got an invisible sign that says, make me feel important. And I realized that public speaking, I heard someone say it earlier, is the number one fear in the world. People would rather burn to death and get in front of fire. Number 2 is death by fire. Number 1 is public speaking. Number 2 is death by fire. So when I do a speech, I'm thinking, because you never know what can happen. You've got to be brave. You've got to be brave, and you got to be yourself. You've got to be, I open my kimono every time I talk, because I am myself. What you see is what you get. But I do think that it was my assignment from God. I really do. And by the way, God is a man. And I just want y'all to know that. By the way, I like to talk about this too, that even though God made man first, he created woman just to correct his mistakes. And I think this was it. That was just a practice. Adam was just a practice, and then Eve came around. But I laugh about that, because God definitely, and by the way, a lot of suggestions. There's a lot of things that I respect about men and women, but we have an edge. I really believe that as women that we have a special gift. But in answer to your question, I was always pulled toward this. And even though I was told when I was a senior in high school not to go to college, that I wasn't college material. I had not taken preparatory classes. And my counselor said, you're really not college material. And she was right, because I was a social person. I was captain of the cheerleaders. I was president of the student body. I was majorette color guard. I was all about the people, but I wasn't very academic. So I didn't go to college for 2 years. And then when I was dating my now husband, I realized he's going to Vanderbilt. And if I don't make something out of myself, I maybe embarrass him. Maybe I should go to college. And I did go. I'm bragging now. But I managed to graduate in 3 years with honors. I received a BS degree, which I know I'm demonstrating right now, but I did get a BS degree. And then I was a distinguished alumni, and I invited the counselor that told me I wasn't college material to come to my graduation, when I was then later awarded distinguished alumni and all of that stuff. And she, bless her heart, she was so proud. But sometimes when people tell you can't do something, that could be the fire to fire you up.
That's the fire.
And,
that's the fire.
And that's what, when people told me I couldn't do something, and I was raised in poverty, which was my gift. But the thing I have to brag about the most is that in high school, I dated a guy by the name of Carl Dean. His dad was my Sunday school teacher. I had known him since the 4th grade, and really thought a lot of him. He was voted wittiest in our senior class, so you can see what we had in common. But he was a smoker. And if you're not a smoker, it's kind of hard. It's like kissing an ashtray. But I mean, sort of. But anyway, so we kept friends, but we broke up. But he went on later in life to marry Dolly Parton. And Dolly was the guest on my show. And she said, Rita, I want you to come to the concert tonight. It was here in Phoenix. And I thought that was sweet. My daughter-in-law went with me. My husband had something to do, and she got to go. And she said, to the crew backstage, she invited me to come backstage, and I thought, well, this is sweet. And she said, everybody come over here, I want you to meet somebody special. And I'm looking around like, who is she talking about? And she said, y'all have always wondered who the real green-eyed Jolene is. Well, it's really Rita Davenport. And my daughter-in-law's fingers were smoking from texting her friends. Dolly Parton just said that my mother-in-law is really Jolene. And so I thought, this is really strange, because nobody ever looks at my green eyes when I tell them this. They look at my flat chest.
No.
But nowadays, chests don't matter as much as eyelashes. You have to get the eyelashes out. Nobody cares about what your chest looks like. But anyway, so I'm in the audience in front of about 3,000 people here in Phoenix. And she says, okay, Phoenix, y'all have always wondered who the real Jolene is. And she said, she's right here in the audience. It's Rita Davenport. Well, some of the people, because I was in television here for 15 years, knew me. But from now on, when people say, what have you got to be proud about? Because Jolene, I mean, I am.
That's a major song.
And she's precious, by the way. She did the forward for my last book. And I keep in touch, and I'm so proud of her. I mean, you talk about an angel in this world. She is amazing. She's a neighbor to my sister, and I'm just so proud of her. And so anyway,
you both are.
I'm grateful because God has blessed me so much. And you know, gratitude is the #1 mental step in adjustment for prosperity. And when you think about gratitude, my friend Irma Bombeck, and she was my neighbor also. I lived about $3 million down from her house, but she was my neighbor. But when I had read in the paper that her book, she had gotten a $14 million advance, and I called and I said, Irma, what does that feel like? I mean, y'all, this was 30 years ago. I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, it's a lot of money now too, but you can imagine. I said, what does that feel like, Irma, to get a $14 million advance before you've ever written a book? And I've written several. And she said, oh, Rita, she said, that's great, but I would rather have a kidney. And my friend Irma Bombeck was on kidney dialysis. And I say to audiences that you came to this presentation, you might have spent several $100s to come, or airfare and everything. But I want you all to put your hand back here, and you have a kidney. Well, to somebody, that would be worth $14 million because they didn't have one. And I said, oh, maybe go over here on this side. Oh, you got another kidney over here. So that's $28 million. So you came to this program not knowing you were going to walk out of here realizing that you're worth at least $28 million. And we just have to be so grateful for what we have, because gratitude is so important. I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for the blessings. And I wake up every morning and I'll say, God, let me do something good for somebody today. I mean, I get teased about over tipping, you know, because these people are working and I know exactly where this money is going. And I'm so grateful. And I always tip the maid when I go to speak at a hotel in Vegas or someplace. People are always excited because the people that clean the rooms know that I'm going to tell everybody, be sure and tip the maid because they deserve it and they're working. And I'm grateful for that. But any questions?
I can't believe we flew through the time. Oh my God, we need to extend.
We haven't started yet.
I would love to, you know, we're going to do some stage events here in Las Vegas. I'd love to have you come down and just stage with us. We'd have a blast. I have to tell you that for the first, well, sometimes I still do it, but for the first few years of, you know, when I would be asked to be on a show or be a speaker, or even when I was a producer, I would ask myself, what would Rita do? I mean, I really do think about you like that. Before I let you out of the hot seat, and I know you got a busy day, can you just share with us, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Well, I think that women need to be recognized for their contribution to life and the difference that they make. And I don't think that we get it sometimes as much as we deserve to get it. And I think just what we have inside of us to make a difference in this world, not just make a living. Most of us can make a living, but to make a difference. And I am so grateful. I mean, everybody's talking about today because I think that we women deserve this attention. And I think that we're grateful for it. And I think we want to pay it forward. I think we want to see that we're recognized, and now let's recognize other people. You have so many chances to do that. I said something to a person at Costco today. I said, that is the prettiest blouse. And she came up to me later and she said, thank you for saying that. She says, I'm taking chemotherapy and radiation. I have cancer. I haven't get out much. And she said, I didn't want to come out today. I didn't feel good. But when you said that to me, I felt better. The power we all have as women to make a difference in this world and not just make a living. And you can do that. Just look around you and say, who can I help today? What can I say to make somebody feel better about themselves? And you're very blessed to be able to do this. So that's kind of where I am.
I appreciate you. You're a member of my family. You just call. I'm always there. You are absolutely amazing. First time. I mean, this has been almost a 35-year journey to spend this short time with you. You're fantastic. I can't wait to sit next to you and stand next to you in October. And let's do some stage stuff in Las Vegas. I think it would be absolutely amazing. You're my shero. I'll tell the world you're my shero.
Well, I
Thank
can't.
you
I look
so
forward
much for
to.
being here.
Thank you for
And how
having
do they
me.
reach you? How do they reach you?
Oh, I'm very easy. Rita Davenport, lowercase altogether at cox.net. That's how you reach me. Okay, and then I
That
have
is
a website.
awesome.
I have all those things too, but it's just Rita Davenport. So I'm very available.
Thank you very much, Miss Rita. You are the absolute best.
Oh, I love you, girl. I love you so
Love
much.
you too.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye, darling.
Bye-bye. Woo, I only cried for part of that. Did you guys see that? Rita Davenport is my shero. I will get a t-shirt and wear it all over the country and the world to say it. I wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for her, Zig Ziglar, and Les Brown. Those voices that I never met in person. You know, I just met her. I met her in person a few years ago, and now I've had her on my stage. If you got a dream, if there's somebody you want to talk to, somebody you want to touch, you can do that because I just did. You just witnessed it. All right. Give me a minute. I got to get it together because my buddy Tess is here. And you know, when Tess is in the house, we're going to have some fun. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hello, welcome back. Ooh, now, all right. Met my shero in person, and now she's been on my event. I'm so excited. But now it's time to shift because we had Miss Sheila talking about production. She focuses on podcasts and streaming media and all that. Now we're going to talk about television and film. And my good buddy Tess Cacciatore has an amazing project going out right now. Hey, Tess, are you out there?
I'm out here.
How are you, my friend?
I'm so happy to be here with you. You're my shero. So you have Rita, I have you. You know, we're all
I
good.
appreciate that. You know, we do this thing together. You know, how many phone calls we had at 9, 10 o'clock at night going, well, what did you think of this? Well, what's going on with that? You are absolutely amazing. How did you get into film? What made you say you could do anything? What made you say, this is the path I'm taking?
I think it was a big influence on my mom. She had me watching classic movies and scary movies, which is not my favorite genre. I don't like scary movies at all. So my mom got me into films and watching films, and I started really from an early age looking at the eclectic filmmaking style. And I'm realizing that now versus when I was younger. I didn't look from the 5-year-old point of view like, oh, I wonder how to make a film. I just knew that I wanted to be in the industry in a way. I announced to my mom that I was going to move to New York and be a dancer when I was 5 years old. And so I always knew that I was going to have that path. And I think what I love about it is it's the way to tell a story. So my mom.
You've been in this industry for quite some time, you know, in more than, the last couple of years. You've been doing this thing and watching it change. And now to me, it seems to be veering away from the mega companies, the Paramounts, the Warner Brothers, and now it's becoming more independent. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. And thank God, because, when I was coming up in the industry, it was like, when we were growing up, there was only multiple channels on a little box TV, right? And so then I lived in New York and MTV was coming out and cable was coming out. I had a talk show back in the day, on cable TV, and people were like, what's MTV and what's cable and all that. Then I got into technology around 92, 93, and then I started seeing about IPTV and all the different platforms that were going to be in our future. And I really had this dream of being able to do all this independent work. I love working, outside of the machine, so to speak, because we get to break the rules, which was a big aha moment for me when I spoke at your event a few months ago. I didn't know what I was going to talk about getting up on the stage. I said, I'm with Tigo. It's a safe place. We're just going to roll with it and have fun.
We're all family.
Yeah. And so you said something about, and here comes Tess, who's in the industry, and she's going to tell us all about the rules. And I went, wait a minute. I break a lot of rules. So I love being out of the machine because we can create our space. We can create the stories. We can do whatever we want to be able to bring those stories into life. And that's what I love doing.
You know, our in-house director for film is B. Danielle Watkins. She's our in-house director. I can handle the talk show stuff, but I'm learning the film stuff from both of you and from Miss Sheila, who just was on a little bit ago.
Oh,
What
she was
about the
fabulous.
move? Wasn't she fabulous?
Yeah.
What about the movement now that you can feel it? You can see it. There's so many female filmmakers coming out right now. What advice would you give them? Because they're never in the machine. They're coming at it from independent and independent only.
Well, that's what I love about the independent side, because, you know, I want to say mentored, but I really didn't get the mentorship that I think in retrospect I could have had. And in that situation, I was an assistant to a very famous TV producer who had really big series, like big name series back in the 60s. So I was able to learn the inside ropes of creating the Bible and the treatment and the scripts of the series.
Wow.
And then I just wanted to produce on my own. And then I love directing. I've been directing, you know, since college. And so what advice I would give is just do it, break the rules, figure out what you want to do. Figure out if you want to do like a long form TV show, if you want to do a short form, if you want to do a short film, a feature film, a documentary. What is your passion? What is your purpose on the planet? Are you funny? Are you more serious? How do you integrate that project or that dream and bring it into reality? And we have so many outlets and so many platforms now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's not just the three majors anymore. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of platforms that you can distribute on. And we're getting ready to launch ours, Tigo TV. So there's all kinds of stuff going on right now. But I'm noticing something else, another trend that seems to be happening. Major actors are starting to not only act in their films, but they're directing them too. I mean, Creed 3 just came out, and I heard that the star of Creed 3 is not only the star, but he's also the director. Are you noticing that trend happening?
Yeah, I noticed that quite a few years ago. The episodic TV world was really changing. Everything kind of rotated and shifted when there was the writer strikes and all that. It happened to be like you could be like the feature film actors were going towards TV, the TV actors were going towards commercials, the commercial people were being bumped out. And so it's really been this really beautiful cycle. And then I noticed that episodic TV, like Grey's Anatomy, for instance, Ellen Pompeo, or however you pronounce her name. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I love her work, and I love the fact that she was able to negotiate directing multiple episodes within any given season. And I can think of 100 other examples of the episodic TV giving their lead actors an opportunity to be on the other side of the camera. And so I've seen that grown exponentially, and I think it's really fabulous. And I think that anybody out there, you know, we have so many tools at our fingertips. You can do, there's several film festivals, for instance, that have iPhone entries.
Wait, what?
They have film festivals where you can do your film on an iPhone.
Get out. Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Absolutely. Just
That's
strictly
amazing.
iPhone. And the iPhone is so, you know, robust now. You can do 4K stuff, and it's all really fun.
That's wow. I did not know that. And now, you know, I got this new iPhone over here. Now I want to run out and see what I can make. That's wild. So how do you, you know, because I always want to ask this question, because when B. Danielle was on earlier, she's an author, she's a screenwriter, and she's a producer director. So when you have a project that is your baby, and then you turn that baby over to another director, or you turn that baby over to the editor after you got it exactly how you wanted it, and you turned it over to the editor, are you nervous about letting that go? And how do you accept, or do you accept, the choices that they make with your baby?
Well, because I wear multiple hats, I'm multiple hyphenated. I do my own editing most of the time, but on the bigger projects like The Right Turn, we have a team still on board of editors. And I absolutely love the opportunity, especially if they're great people like my team, that you just hand over everything to them and it comes back. There's a colorist, there's the sound sweetener for the sound side of all the audio stuff, and then there's my main editor. And to have them have that point of view and to take the footage in and bring it back to you, it's fabulous. I love it. He's doing a really great job on a cooking show that I'm doing out of Arizona. And I love seeing his creativity. It gives him a voice to be able to, tell the story as well. So I love the process.
Okay, you mentioned The Right Turn. It's
Yes.
amazing, but everybody hasn't had the opportunity to see the trailer. And I'm just tell us a little bit about it, because I know people are going The Right Turn. What is that?
Well, you got to make the right turns, but this one's spelled with a W, WRIGHT turn. We just launched on Tubi last Friday. We're also on multiple FAST channels, which is the free advertising streaming television. We're on Plex and More You, and that whole best ever channel family has really been generous to us putting our show out there. But the easy way to go is to go to Tubi, and then you put The Right Turn in the search button. We have 4 episodes out of 8 for season 1 up there, ready to binge and watch. I'm the co-creator with Tara Bennett-Smith. I'm the co-writer with Tara Bennett-Smith, and Tara plays our lead actress, Celeste Wright Turner. And it's the Right Turn show and the Right Turn PR, which is our showcase of ways that we can bring real stories through the PR firm. I play myself as the CEO founder of Global Women's Empowerment Network. So through my storylines, I can bring in sex trafficking, sexual assault,
Oh, wow.
homelessness. So we bring some really serious topics to the table. And we also do some fun things, like what happens to a woman when we're going through the changes in life. And a lot of us women don't talk about it. So we have a really fun scenes that I'll let you watch that, bring the dialogue up for women to talk about relationships and self-love and what we do in our lives and our friends and family and what we do in our community. So I'm really excited about it. So 4 episodes are up there now, so you can watch it.
You already know I'm a fan, and I think you're so creative and so talented, and what you bring together, and you break the mold. You, B.D. Watkins, and Miss Sheila Wright, you all break the mold with what they think a producer director should be and what they assume the budget should be. Gone are the days of the budgets from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Now we get really super creative and have somebody like hold up a prop while we shoot this thing real quick.
And break all the rules.
Yeah. How does that affect you when you go, you know what? I want to get this film done. I'm tired of dealing with trying to fund. I'm just going to get it done. How are you finding your casting? How are you finding your team? What's the secret sauce?
Well, coming from the industry for so many years, I've worn a lot of hats over the years. And there was a period of time, about a 4-year period, many years ago, where I was called a location rep, where I was still acting in front of the camera, but instead of going and getting a waiting job, I got a location rep job, which was very valuable to me because I was the first to leave and the first to arrive and last to leave. And you're the liaison between the property management team and the production heads. So we got to film in the Roosevelt Hotel. We got to film all over the place. And I just sat at the heels of the most amazing directors. And I saw everybody in play. I saw the grip and the gaffers and, all the way down to the craft service, the crafty table. And I watched every element where a lot of people that were doing this job in my age group as actors doing part-time job to supplement your income, they were, be flirting with the other extras and, all that kind of stuff. I used it as a training ground that was very valuable to me. I saw a lot of money being wasted during that time. Like one example, the Roosevelt Hotel, I won't mention the very, very big film. They literally went out and spent $10,000 on re-wallpapering a hallway when it was perfectly aged and beautiful the way it was, to buy this new wallpaper to ruin it and age it. $10,000.
That makes no sense.
And I'm like, what I could have done with $10,000 and what we've done with $10,000 in our series, because we've been really, very, very trimmed budgets. We've been breaking the rules in a lot of good ways, nothing illegal, but, we also filmed all the way through COVID. So there's a couple of scenes in there, multiple scenes in there that we had to have no crew. And when you see, for instance, one of my favorite pieces is in episode 3. It's the story of Celeste daughter's best friend, and there's a whole serious thing going on about sexual assault. And because she had a young child and it was the height of COVID, I got tested and I wore double masks and I went in and I did the
Wow.
camera, the sound, the lighting, the art direction, the direction, and everything, because we wanted to get that piece done. And she was getting ready to move to
Wow.
Pennsylvania. So there's so many examples. We could write a book on the examples of what we've had to do through COVID, for instance, low budget and all of that. And our cast came together through our community. We didn't go through the normal casting. I mean, we had a casting director on board, and Tara, who's my co-producing partner, she has a management company. So she brought like Tisha Campbell and Sherman Augustus and all kinds of amazing actors to the table. And my friend Isabella Hoffman and Sharmila Devar, and William Catt, we were able to bring this great cast together. And they just
Wow.
came for the love of it.
I could sit here and talk to you all day, but I have got to get back on schedule. You know, the director's back there going, you got to roll. Please tell everybody how they can get in touch with you.
So first off, go to Tubi and search The Right Turn. So watch that. And then I'm very easy to get a hold of. I'm Tess Cacciatore and all the platforms, and just find me and reach out. And Gwen.global is our website. And we're just in the process of doing some updates to give our new programs some light as well. So
awesome.
And then reach
Thank you, my friend. Yeah, you can reach us through Tigo Direct. Thank you so much, my friend. You are the best. I can't wait to sit down and just talk shop with you. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much. Bye.
All righty. Bye-bye. Okay, so we're not even going to go to break because I'm over time. And I've got my good friend, Michelle Jewsbury, sitting in the wings. And I know she's got so much great information. So I'm going to say this. Hey, Michelle, you ready to go?
Yay. Hey, Teresa. Super excited about being here.
Super excited about having you and having you be a part of, you know, everything that we do. I call you the kid that drives you crazy. But
Well,
you truly are part of our family. You truly are part of my family. What's going on with you? You know, let's talk about your organization, your trip. Didn't you just come back from like Africa or something? Okay, stop. Let's start from the top. You know, what's going on with your organization? What's the next event? Let's talk about that first.
Perfect. Okay, so if your audience doesn't know who I am, I'm Michelle Jewsbury. I'm CEO and founder of a nonprofit called Unsilenced Voices, and I'm a global breakthrough specialist. I speak all over the world about how you really can turn your story into a lasting legacy, and why using philanthropy is essential for your business, for your mission, for your purpose. And I'm a survivor of domestic violence, hence why I started Unsilenced Voices. We began in 2017, started in Ghana, expanded to Sierra Leone, then Rwanda, and the United States. And the primary focus of our programming and of our services are in the US and also in Sierra Leone. So I did just get back from Africa. Tigo just said that right. I was in West Africa and Sierra Leone, and we had actually partnered with a TV show called The Fixers, and The Fixers built an infrastructure build for us in one of the villages that we support. So then it's going to bring even more financial literacy, bring services to this village, help the women, girls, and of course the men in the area to bring in more funding. We're doing a lot of savings box programs there, and education about domestic violence and sexual abuse. So it's been really awesome. I've been back for only about 3 weeks and already done a couple events, and Unsilenced Voices is now going to be speaking at Secret Knock in a couple weeks, and then I'm speaking at the Biomed Expo, and then we've got a fundraiser in May happening in Tampa. So lots of stuff.
What's the fundraiser in May? I don't know this.
Okay, so May 20th, we have a fundraiser. It's very inexpensive. It's only $39 to go, and it's called Wine and Dine for a Cause. May 20th is a Saturday, so come and get your whining on, right, on a Saturday afternoon. And we just started and launched a program called Sponsor a Survivor. So if you visit sponsораsurvivor.org, you can actually sponsor one of our girls in Sierra Leone. And that pays for her vocational training, the materials, a monthly stipend, medical and counseling for her. $100 a month. We need 30 of our girls sponsored. We have well over 50 on the wait list. And we are also providing a curriculum that will be used in the United States, launching the end of this month. And you can sponsor a survivor in the US as well.
Now, before we move forward, how do they find out, where is this fundraiser in May? Is it virtual? Is it in person?
It is in person in Tampa, Florida. So it's at Cooper's Hawk. If you visit unsilencedvoices.org, again, unsilencedvoices.org, it's literally the first thing you see on the page, so you can't miss it. And like I said, tickets are only $39. Come and support. There's going to be a ton of raffle prizes and gifts. I believe we're doing a 50-50 raffle, and we're hoping to raise a couple $1,000s, if not more.
And how did you get in this in the first place? I mean, what you're doing is amazing. Anytime we can help, we're always there. You call, say, bring the camera over. Here we come. With our little cameras.
Right.
Whatever we can. What made you say, what, we need unsilenced voices? It's not just what you see on the news or drops that you see on social media. It's very close to your heart. Why is that?
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's International Women's Day, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
And Tigo, first I want to say thank you. I know Alan's behind the scenes right now, and hello, and thank you guys for putting this on. And it's so important to do so. Statistically speaking, domestic violence happens to 1 in 3 women worldwide. 1 in 4 in the US, 1 in 7 men in the US experience this type of violence. This is not including human trafficking statistics, which is a $300 billion a year industry, or sexual abuse stats, which is 1 in 4 worldwide women experience sexual abuse. And I was a statistic. I was involved in a very abusive domestic violence relationship for 4 years. And when I had escaped that relationship, I really felt a calling from God to do more with my story. And I ended up writing a play, writing a book called But I Love Him. And of course, in 2017, starting Unsilenced Voices, where we get to help through advocacy, education, and programs all around the world.
You say that, and it's just, it flows so gently and we hear it, but it's a really serious message.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Las Vegas, and sex trafficking here is absolutely insane, especially now that we have professional sports here. There's signs in the bathroom that says, if you need help, don't be afraid to reach out, call this number, visit this website, something like that. The numbers are just growing and growing. How would somebody who maybe they're watching right now on their phone and they're in a situation, what would you suggest they do to get into a safer space?
Yes, there's many organizations, especially in Las Vegas, from the Shade Tree to the Cupcake Girls. We actually did an event in Las Vegas last year. It's a collaboration event called the Blanket of Hope, where you can call and you can get the services that you need, that you can really utilize what these other organizations have to offer. Unsilenced Voices is starting a curriculum the end of March. So it's a curriculum all about helping to survive and thrive, but also really helping to have financial literacy, overcome challenges through a Christian perspective. So that's an 8-week course that you can apply for. And that course will be able to provide you with the education that you need to integrate back into society, to write a resume, to get back into the workforce, and to really overcome some of the trauma that you've experienced, because it doesn't leave you, but we learn to cope with it in healthy ways.
So what if someone is watching right now, young lady, young man, they're watching right now and they're going, okay, I've gotten out of that situation. I'm in a safe space now, but I feel like I've lost everything. Like I'm starting all over again. Hey, Michelle, what do I do to get started now that I'm out of that stressful situation? I feel like now I'm in another kind of stress. How do I survive?
Yeah, definitely. Tigo, thank you for asking that question. I was just on a podcast yesterday, and they asked about that. And when I was in my abusive relationship, my abuser controlled me financially. So financial abuse was a huge component of that relationship. And when I escaped the relationship, my number one concern was finances. He had demolished my credit. I'm actually still finally coming out of that hole. It takes 7 years for a lot to drop off of your credit report. But what I did was I just started. And that's what you can do. If you are escaping, if you are out of that and you just are at a loss for what do I do next? You just start. You get employment. You start to rebuild your credit and your credit history. You're able to get an apartment. You contact coaches and mentors, but other organizations out there that really can help you get back on your feet. And then there's credit organizations that I didn't know about that can help you to rebuild that financial aspect of your life so that you can move forward. Because unfortunately, as you know, Tigo, you want your credit and you want to be able to pay for the things that are necessary for you and your family. I know a lot of survivors have children. So really, it's just putting one foot in front of the other and starting. Don't just sit stagnant. One of my favorite sayings is God can't steer a parked car. So make sure you're in motion, because once you're in motion, then God can steer you in the right direction.
Now, you know me, I always like to hit you with a curveball because you're so good and you have so much information. And I was just sitting here saying, okay, they made it out. They started over. They got their credit together. Now they want to be the next Michelle Jewsbury. They want to get on stages. They want to have programs. How do they get started like you did, sharing their message, sharing their journey on podcasts, on stages? What would you suggest they do?
Yeah, I definitely suggest getting a coach or mentor, whether that's Teresa, whether that's myself, or another coach or mentor that you know. But if you want to go far, you really go with a team. And in order to make sure that you check off all the boxes and you dot all the I's and cross all the T's, make sure to have that team close to you. Make sure to have advisors and people around you that can uplift you, because there's always adversity. You will always go through challenge. Life is about ups and downs. It's not perfect. So you want somebody there that can help you during those low times. Now, there's a lot of tools out there, but make sure, my friend Angel Tussey has a group on Facebook called Need a Guest. Join that group, get on podcasts, start getting the exposure that you need, get on stages. I help people to launch, grow, and build nonprofits. I help them with their public speaking, their book launches. I really help them to get the exposure that they need in order to be a public speaker, a public figure. So if you are interested in that, you can always contact me as well, and I can help guide you. But if you go to michellejewsbury.com, again, michellejewsbury.com, you can find more information there as well.
You're amazing. I am so excited that we're honoring you as our philanthropist, our very first philanthropist of the Now Honors Network of Outstanding Women. I couldn't think of a better person to be our very first philanthropist. It's going to be so much fun. And we get to all hang out in Vegas again. Before I let you out of the hot seat, I got to ask you, my friend, what does International Women's Day mean to you personally?
Yeah, thank you, Tigo. And I'm so excited for the October event. The Now Honors is going to be amazing. I'm really, really stoked about being there and being honored, especially by you and your organization. You are very close to my heart. You guys are always there, uplifting and being huge supporters of our mission and what we're doing. International Women's Day is a day of triumph, right? It's a day where we as women can join together and really say no more against some of the injustices that we face. And we can celebrate some of the victories that we've been able to accomplish. Those victories are voting rights, our civil rights movement, being able to go to school. I mean, what the Iranian people and women are facing is just absurd, what's happening internationally. Yeah. So we really can join forces together and make a difference. And that's what I truly believe International Women's Day is it's a collaboration, a conglomerate of women coming together to make a difference. We can use our stories for good and use our stories to create sustainable change.
You're the best. I love you. I will
Tigo,
see
I
you in
love
a couple
you.
of weeks at Secret Knock. I'll be
Yay!
the crazy one in the back screaming your name.
Yay! I know, I love you. I'll be there screaming your name too, Tigo.
You are the best. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for hanging out with us on International Women's Day.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed these last few episodes or these last few interviews. We're not done. We're 3 hours from being done. We got amazing women coming up, and one of them is sitting right back there. She's my buddy. She's my pal. If you want to know about, childcare and the mental health of children, she is an expert at that, but she also loves my second home, Hong Kong. Oh, yeah. Catherine Celery is here, and we'll be right back to share the stage with her. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, welcome back. Now, if you've been watching my show, Expert Talk with Tigo, over the last few years, you know I'm old school. I had Southern parents. They raised me the old school way. And then I bring my buddy Catherine Celery on, and she goes, there's a much better way to address that. And I go, really? You're about to say the same thing. Hey, Catherine, are you out there?
Hey, do you see me?
I see you.
Oh, good. Excellent. So happy to be here.
I'm so happy to have you here. Are you back home or are you somewhere out in the world?
I'm back in Colorado.
Oh, okay. Okay. And how was your journey? Everybody can wait. I got to talk to my friend for a minute.
Yeah,
how was the journey? How was Hong Kong?
Catch up. Hong Kong was great. We were there for 2.5 months. As you know, it's been 3 years since COVID started. We left. And so now we're like, yay, we get to go back. And, it was wonderful. It was so good to be back. It's at a different stage in terms of recovery from the pandemic. So we were there to witness a lot of the ends of this, the end of that. They just ended the mask mandate, believe it or not. So
wow,
a lot of the stuff that we are done with and haven't thought about for a long time, we're still happening there. But it seems like the runway to post-COVID is strong now.
Well, I need to get back there. I'm going to go back, and I would love to be there with my buddies. So let me know when you're going back.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's go over there. Maybe we could set up an event or something. I'll talk to my friends. Let's do it. Let's bring our, Colorado Vegas theme over there and just have a blast. We'll call some of our buddies here. Hey, maybe I can get my Shiro Rita Davenport to go with us too. We don't know. Let's do some fun stuff in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Okay. So before Alan starts popping up on the screen and saying, get back to work, let's talk. Yeah. You know how he is. He doesn't play.
No, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Yeah.
He's such a serious dude. Anyway, how are we handling, this is 2023. Most of the schools are back active. Most children went back to regular education systems. We just had someone on a little bit ago talking about home education. Where is everybody now? Are we half and half? Are we 2/3? What's going on right now with kids and education?
Yeah, it's so great that you would ask that. In fact, I'm getting ready this evening. I'm going to be doing a presentation at a school here in Colorado. And so I've been looking over sort of what they're interested in hearing about. And it is the post-COVID world and how much did COVID actually affect their kids, because we know that children have definitely been affected by this. What do you want to say? I guess it was that they were stuck home and that they didn't have the same opportunities to be able to get out and socialize and just do normal things that kids are doing, right? It's had an impact. A lot of kids are anxious to be back in the school environment. Some of them are so excited to be back in the school environment. It just depended on their initial personality, I think. For kids who might have been struggling a little bit in terms of making friends, or it wasn't a perfect lineup in terms of the way they think and the way the school teaches. And so they were always struggling a little bit. A lot of that anxiety went away being home.
Yeah.
So
And then they got thrown back into it because you know that, you know that you are my, advisor for my grandsons. And our middle grandson is, he's shy and he's tech and he loves statistics and all that kind of good stuff.
Wow.
And he got kind of comfortable, being home and not being the guy he felt was just a little bit out from everybody else. And he went back into it. It seems that he's taking it harder now. He's getting more sensitive. So, all right, come on, coach. What do I do? How do I talk to him? What's going on?
I think you can actually say to him, it was really comfortable being at home, wasn't it? You had so much more control over your day. And you also were in an environment where you just feel safe all the time, right? And I'm sure he's going to be like, yeah, I love home. Home's my sweet spot. Home's my great spot. And I just feel a little bit more insecure, Mom, about when I'm at school, people don't necessarily, interact with me in ways that I'm happy with or make me feel at home. So then you can say, yeah, it's really tough to make this transition. And what do you think would help you? And give him an opportunity to start mulling over what would help him
and not try to guide the ship like you've been teaching me now for almost 2 years.
Well, it's okay to guide, Tigo. It's okay. But we want to let them be the ones who start using their own resources. Because if he starts mulling over, what would make it easier for me? What would make it easier for me? What would make it easier for me? He may come up with some ideas. And his ideas, if they then are implemented and if they then are successful, just imagine how chuffed he's going to be with himself.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, I got to ask you about this. We're in this new economy. You listen on one side, they say, we're fine. Okay. You listen on the other side, they say, well, it's inflation because of COVID and blah, blah, blah. And then there's the doom room, which I stay away from altogether, that just wants to say the world is over as we know it. How does all of this economy and environment affect children? Do they even know what's happening?
Depending on what family they're in, they may definitely know it's happening. So I think that, it really does. A lot of that depends on like the family and how much the family is struggling. And so, I mean, if it's really struggling and they're, suffering, poverty would be, of course, one of the biggest impediments to a child's thriving is some of the very, very basic needs are not being met. But the more stressed out your parents are, the more it affects the kids. Like there's no way that we can just feel that our energy isn't being picked up by them. They know, they totally know. They know exactly how we're doing. And so we need to take care of ourselves. It's back to putting the oxygen mask on us first, because if we do take care of us, then we're in a better situation to take care of them.
Let me shift gears real quick. Earlier today, I had fabulous Camille Robb on, and her passion is taking care of children. That is her and nutrition. That is her absolute passion. And I asked her about the food programs. We're about to go into spring break. There's no food program during spring break. You're about to go into summer break. There's no food program. What would you say to the parents? Because they're feeling kind of lost. They don't know what to do because of the economy the way it is. They're barely holding on as it is. What suggestions or advice would you give them?
Yeah, gosh, I mean, I haven't really thought a lot about that, but I think food insecurity is a big issue around the world. And, I believe that in terms of resources within our community, if they're really suffering, they could probably call to the mayor's office. They could find out. For example, I was in DC recently, and one of the organizations where I am a meditation teacher is the Art of Living Foundation. And they're bringing a huge event to Washington, DC called the World Culture Festival. And it's really about appreciating diversity and appreciating that, all of the diversity is what makes this such an interesting fabric to our society. And they have, because I was meeting in DC at the time, they have someone who is designated in the mayor's office there for just women's issues, family issues. So in your town, if you have a local mayor of your city or province or whatever, it could be like DC. Maybe that is across the country, but I know they have it. And that was a wonderful connection for me to see that they were doing something at that level to support families. And so check that out. Check that out, because that community may have its own outreach, which may be able to provide resources for you.
That's a great tip. Thank you so much for that.
Yes,
Now, you always have amazing programs going on. You're an award-winning author. You're a speaker. You've got amazing programs going on. It's March, International Women's Day. What program do you have going on right now, my friend?
Well, I have a 90-day parenting reset program, which is my signature program that I would invite anyone who's struggling and wants a reset in their parenting, join the program. And the best way to do that is just start by reading the book that I wrote, which is available to you free at parentingbook.com, freeparentingbook.com, actually, freeparentingbook.com.
Freeparentingbook.com. And is this all virtual? Do you do anything in person? Do you ever do an in-person event?
I'm doing one tonight.
You're doing one tonight. So if someone wants you to be to come, because I would love for you to come to Vegas and we do something here on a stage. I think that would be awesome. How would they reach out to you if they say, you know what, we have this amazing event in our community and we need, Catherine to come over and hang out with us?
Absolutely. Love to do a lot of that. So Catherine at consciousparentingrevolution.com. So just send me an email. I'd be delighted to connect with you and help support in any way I can.
What does International Women's Day mean to you?
I was thinking about that earlier, and I was just kind of reminiscing over my own family and my mother, who was such a strong woman, and the impact she had on me, and her mother, who was my beloved grandmother, who, the sun rose and set with her. And to me, International Women's Day is those women in our lives, the ones who have made the impressions, the ones that kind of we anchor into as women, as, we go into our day-to-day lives. I think about my mother all the time. She was on the school board and she was about social change in her own way. And she was an old school. I mean, I don't teach the way she parented me, but because of her, I have a whole program. And she was my teacher. And I think about the women in the world who can make such a big difference, whether it's in their own family, which is not to be discounted, because that little family of origin makes such a big difference, if you extrapolate, and the little people that grow up to contribute in the world that they center, to the people who are making a big difference on the world scale. And I'm just, there are so many women who've come before us and now with us. And I'm glad here to be with you. You're one of them who's making.
Oh, I thank you. I thank you so much. We're blessed to know you. And I want to just thank you. Whenever we call, whenever I send a message, no matter where you are in the world, you find time to answer and you say, yep, I'll be right there. Give me a second, give me a little notice, and you'll show up every time. I want to thank you so much. I give you a hard time and I kid with you, but you really do help me understand my grandson so much better, because I did grow up the old school way. And, I want them to meet you one day. We're going to do something in Vegas. And I want them to meet you one day. I think that would be amazing. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I can't wait to talk to you again soon. You are absolutely amazing.
So are you. Mwah. Blessings to all of those women out there who are listening, making their contribution and sharing in, just the whole shift on the planet to a more conscious, caring place for us all to be.
Love's coming right back at you, my friend. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Awesome. All right, everybody. Oh, it's time for Tico to get decluttered. I've been trying. But the clutter expert is here, and we're going to talk about the garage. So sit right there. We'll be back real soon. Sit right there. We'll be right back. Yep, you heard me right. It's March. As you know, we're live March 8th, 2013. If you're watching a re-air at 2025 or 35 or something, we're live right now. Spring break is coming. It's time to get decluttered. So what do? You call the clutter expert. Hey, Mel, what you doing? Oh, can't hear you. Alan, can you unmute her for me?
There we go. What's up
There we
to
go.
you?
What's happening, Mel? How are you?
I'm absolutely fabulous on this beautiful day. How are you, my love?
I know I'm fantastic. I know you've been up since other people went to bed, because I see you on social media. I think it was yesterday or this morning. You're running down the road with your selfie cam, teaching as you go. Woman, do you ever sleep?
Absolutely. Usually between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m.
What's going on with you? What are you running for? Do you have an event coming up, or is this just your way to energize your day?
Well, I love doing it for fun, but I am training for my first 50K trail race out in your neck of the woods. I'll be running the Red Rock Canyon 50K on November 11th.
Oh my gosh, I'll be out of town. I'm actually leaving that morning. I wish I'd known.
You want to run
that's
with me, Tito?
No, you absolutely not. But I would actually bring a lounge chair and a camera and wait for you to go by. There's a method to my madness.
The real question is, when am I coming to your garage?
I was trying to steer you away from the garage.
Yes, I know.
And you go right back to it. All right, let's talk
Clarity is
about
my
it.
specialty.
Clarity is your specialty. Let's talk about decluttering. Let's share that. And for everybody out there, if you haven't seen her on Expert Talk and you haven't seen her message, go look, have a good time. But just for real quick, can you just give them a couple of minutes of your history so we know why? She's my personal clutter expert. Go ahead, Mel. Tell them what's going on.
Absolutely. So I am known as the clutter expert because I was the cluttered mess. You couldn't actually walk in my room growing up, but I didn't realize at the time that what was going on the outside was just a mirror representation of what was going on the inside. And really early on in life, I experienced a lot of trauma and loss through divorce and abuse and losing a brother to suicide, and wound up learning how to stop running from myself and running from my inner experience, what I call the inner clutter. And as a result of learning how to do that, now I wasn't like a lot of my clients, like, hey, I need some help. Can you help me clean my space? I was like, I want to die. I want to get off the planet. Never mind organize my room. But as a result of learning how to be willing to be present and look at that inner clutter that had accumulated, repressed emotions, resentments, fears, limiting beliefs, and judgments that we accumulate along the way, I went from that cluttered mess to someone who loves creating order out of chaos. And it happened effortlessly and pretty much by accident.
Wow. Yeah, you say that so smooth. So smooth. And then you start talking about your own clutter and you go, oh my gosh. And for me, before I even get into me, I got to say this. In October this year, 23, October 20th to the 22nd, Now Honors Power of Pink, you are our first ever Rising Phoenix. And I am so excited about that. I cannot tell you how excited I am about that. I want to thank you for being a part of it. And, the fact that you have risen from the ashes is the reason why you're such an amazing spirit. And you can see everybody's clutter, because I can't seem to hide. For me, I can't. You know me. Everything in my garage belonged to my parents for the most part, or to family members of mine that I lost to breast cancer or to cancer. And I look at it. The other day, I couldn't get out my car. I had to move the car over a little bit because I added another box in the absolute wrong spot. So I couldn't open the door. I just can't seem to let it go. What do you tell people like me who says, I know I need to declutter. I know I need to get this out of my garage and out of my head, because you say those two things are connected, yes?
100%. The outside is only a mirror of the inside. And here's the secret. Like, you keep telling yourself, I can't get rid of it. I can't get rid of it. But the bottom line is you just haven't looked. When you become willing to look, you will let go of stuff little by little. It doesn't happen overnight. And I totally get you hanging on to family memorabilia. When I was 15 years old, my brother committed suicide and he left me everything he owned. And I was already a cluttered mess. So I've had to go through that process of letting go of someone's stuff that you love. And I will tell you, I didn't get rid of it in the most healthy way because I was a crack cocaine addict and I sold it all for drug money. But I will tell you that I don't need a single thing of his to remember him. And I don't actually have one single thing of his. I don't have his obituary. I don't have a picture. I have nothing of his. And I've never felt a disconnect from him.
You know, that's just powerful. And I know right now people are looking at this and going, wow, you know, because we think we need the physical thing. You know, my mother passed in 2007. I need that obituary. Mind you, that same picture is sitting in the hallway. So why do I need the obituary that I wrote that literally, now that I think about it, is digital on probably 15 backup drives because I back it up so I don't lose it? You know, why do I need that? And then you come along and say that, and it's like, oh my goodness, she's probably, yeah, she's right. I need to get out there and do that. But for somebody like my mom, when she passed, I was in my 40s. And as I went through her stuff, I found my baby boots. My 40-something-year-old baby boot. Now, I'm never going to fit in those things again. Why did she keep them? Why did
she thought you were going to want them someday.
For what?
I don't know, but that's what parents think.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
And you're going to pass them down to your kids.
Yeah, my kids don't even want my Tupperware, let alone my baby boots. That's not happening.
Yeah, the millennials are smart. They don't want stuff.
They don't want clutter. They don't want clutter. They want things extremely streamlined and extremely clean. And what cracks me up is that, like, you have storage units full of stuff that you're never going to look at again, that you haven't looked at in the last 10 years, and you're never going to look at it again. So what's the first steps of saying, okay, I got to declutter one little box at a time? How do they get started? How do I get started?
Well, so, you know, you heard me say that the outside is only a mirror of the inside, right?
Yeah.
So you can address the outside all day long, but if you've ever cleaned out your closet or cleared off a surface, you'll know that once you do that, it just comes right back, right? Anybody out there have that problem? Yeah, it just comes right back. And that's because you're only addressing the cause. You're putting a Band-Aid on the wound, but you're not addressing the cause, which is the inner clutter. And so all of the clutter outside accumulates for one simple reason. It's so super simple. You don't need to know why you're hanging on to every little item. It's only accumulating because of an unwillingness to look at it. That's it. It's an unwillingness to look and to be intimate with it, which means, if the outside is a mirror of the inside, that there's just an unwillingness to look within and be intimate with yourself. And so when you start within, you will automatically and effortlessly start to look without when you make enough corresponding space inside.
So on the surface, you know, I like I said, I'm a super fan. I watch you. I basically virtually stalk you. And it seems like you're either running or hanging off some wall somewhere. I was just talking to someone the other day. I said, you got to meet, you know, my buddy, Mel Mason. You're going to love her. It's a husband and wife, Greg and Doris Coakley. Doris is actually going to be on the show in a little bit, about an hour or so. And they are these nutrition, fitness, just amazing people that are focused to help people like me that are over the age of 50 find their roots, find themselves again, that kind of a thing. And I said, wait till you meet Mel Mason. She is always hanging off a wall.
I'm actually half dressed right now because I've got my running shorts on. So as soon as I'm out of this interview, I'm hitting the trails.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Do you have a clutter day? Even now, do you have a clutter day?
What do you mean a clutter day?
Like a day where you don't want to go through stuff. You don't want to, declutter anything. You just want to pile it up for a couple of days and let it sit there. Do you ever do that?
I mean, that actually happens. So just so you know, it's not that you never accumulate. Here's the thing. Okay. Everything is energy and everything is vibration. So whatever current clutter you're dealing with is just your vibrational rate right now. Like you're a vibrational match to it. And as you become willing to look, you literally start raising your vibration, and the gap eventually gets big enough that it causes you to act. And so then what happens is your tolerance for level clutter changes, and you can only tolerate so much. So yeah, I'll work and I have piles going on while I'm working on my credenza, and I can let it get messy, but then it'll hit a certain point that it has to get cleared up.
You're
But it's not
amazing.
that nothing ever piles up. But the one thing that I will say is that I actually have to stop myself from decluttering sometimes, because I get the urge too late at night before I'm ready to go to bed. And it's like, oh, if I start that right now, I'm never going to go to sleep.
You know, a couple of weeks ago, it's probably been a month because time is just flying by, but you invited me, and I thank you so much, to be a part of your live event that you recently did. Can you just kind of tell us a little bit about that event, why you decided to do it? It was amazing. I was with you the whole time. What made you decide to do that event? You had well over 100 people in that room, and they were openly sharing. It was just open love and open heart the entire time. What made you decide to do that event? And I hope you're doing it again.
Yeah, I will definitely do it again. I am in the middle of I'm about ready to graduate a PhD leadership program, leadership development, not getting a doctorate at a college. And one of the requirements to graduate was to create and facilitate a 2.5-hour transformational workshop where I enrolled a minimum of 25 people to come to the workshop and be on camera for the whole time. So it's about enrollment skills, as well as holding the energy and holding and creating safe space for an audience. And I wound up having over 74 people on camera the whole time and over 100 people in the room. I got to upgrade my Zoom account while people were coming in the room to fit them all.
Oh my goodness. Are you going to do it again? Hey, let's do it in Vegas. What do you think?
Let's do it.
Come hang out in my studio and do it there? That would be awesome.
Oh my God, that'd be awesome. Yeah, let's figure that out.
That. Let's figure that out. That'll be amazing. Are you going to be at Secret Knock?
I will be at Secret Knock for the first day and a half, and then I have my graduation weekend for PhD because I get to graduate.
Okay, we'll forgive you.
But I'll get to see you for a little bit.
Yeah, but can we live stream from your graduation? We got to work on that. You can't just leave us. It's Secret Knock Week. Okay, never mind. What does International Women's Day mean to you, my friend?
International Women's Day. Just unity, equality, love of women, the rights of women, just us all being equal, no separation. Like, I don't even like the whole male, female separation dichotomy. Like, we're all one, right? There is no other. We are all one. And so it's just really about unity and empowerment and wearing pink.
I love you, my friend. Thank you for always coming whenever we call. You are absolutely amazing. Let's talk, I'm serious, about doing it here. Let's come in studio and do it here. Yeah. I think it would be awesome to do it with a little live audience inside the studio. Ooh,
yeah, fun. Let's figure it out. We got this.
Woo! I know you got a trail calling you. You're sitting there, let me out of the side seat. I got to go. You are the best. Tell everybody how to get in touch with you.
The best way is info@decluttering-spaces.com, and you can download my book, Freedom from Clutter, at freegiftfrommel.com.
You're the best. Have fun. Be safe. And I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yes, you will. Love you.
Love you too. All right, everybody. Yes, I'm going to get in my garage. I got to at least move that one box that's sticking in the way that I can't even open the car door. But for right now, you know, one of the coolest members of our team, when we have a live event and we want music, we call the best DJ on the planet. And today I'm going to sit down with her for the first time as an interview and talk about her journey. So give me a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. The 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional, and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm Tigo. I'll talk to you next time.
Expert Talk is sponsored by Pod Nation TV, the podcast to broadcast network.
Hey, how are you? Welcome back. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this interview for a while now. I met this young lady at a mixer and we've been working together ever since. She's one of the baddest DJs on the planet and she brings the rhythm to everything that we do. Yeah, DJ Kelly J is here and I can't wait to talk to her. Hey, DJ Kelly J, what you doing?
How are you?
Oh, man. What are you doing, woman?
Oh, man. What am I not doing? What are you not doing?
What are you not doing? That's the question. What are you not doing? Now, you're a mom, you're an entrepreneur, you're one of the top DJs in the country, if not the world. Let's talk about how you balance your day, especially, you know, when the rest of us are kind of calming down on the weekend. That's your busiest time of the day, right?
Yeah.
How are you tackling that?
Oh man. So this year is actually year 14. I've actually been DJing for 14 years this year, professionally for about 8. It's definitely been different with a family. Even now my schedule isn't as precise. Like if anything goes wrong with my daughter, it's, you know, it's a shift in my schedule. Definitely having like the right support system makes for a huge difference, and even allowing me to continue to work sometimes. But it's a lot of work for sure.
How did you get into the business of DJing? Because that's kind of a family. You know, you don't just walk into a club or something to say, hey, I want to DJ your gigs. For the most part, you've got to know the right people to get on the major stages, and you are getting on some major stages. I mean, I saw something about a legendary hip hop event you did not too long ago. How are you doing that? How did you get started? Let's start there. How did you get started with actually booking gigs?
So my DJ career started as an internship. I was an intern for a local radio station here in Las Vegas. It is very community based. And honestly, I think a lot of the referrals and a lot of even the bigger gigs, and I know this for a fact, some of the bigger gigs that I have came from people that remembered me from that local radio station. And
Wow.
I've worked for just about all of the radio stations here in Las Vegas, but that radio station has so many ties to the community that as people moved into a position and were able to do, you know, things that allow people an opportunity to shine, they thought of me like over and over and over again. But yeah, that's literally, I think, or I know, like that's how it started.
Wow. Is that KCEP?
Yes. KCEP 88.1.
We got to give a shout to 88.1. I mean, they've been around for, I mean,
50.
pretty much as long as Vegas has been here, like 50 years, right?
50, yep. They're celebrating their 50th. Actually, no, they celebrated their 50th anniversary last year. So this is 51. But yeah, over 50 years.
And they truly are a staple in this community. They've given so many people their start, to get into whatever business that they're going into. It's like they're always open. The mics are always on. And I've been on that station before. It's amazing the work that they do in this community, especially now, because now it's all about, the bottom line and income and, celebrity status and social media status. And you go to KCEP and they're like, it's about the community and helping people grow like you have grown over the years, because you're amazing. You're professional. I never see you in an event or even on social media and you don't have your act together. Young people, tend to think, I can just roll out of bed this way. You don't. You take your business as a business. What would you tell other people that are just coming up and saying, I want to DJ, but I grab my gear, I go out and I do a little party every once in a while? What would you tell them about getting serious?
Oh man, and I go over this in the workshop. I teach a workshop now. I don't know if I was able to talk to you about that, but I tell my students, like, in the workshop, like, you have to be consistent and you have to have a genuine network. And people shy away from the word network, but in entertainment, it's extremely important. It's very important. As a DJ, if you're gonna be a DJ, your network is literally your net worth, and you have to be consistent. People will realize, if a DJ is maybe doing something here or there. If they see you on the scene one day, but they don't see you again for 6 months, that inconsistency causes a reliability problem to some people. Like, they don't, and it's not necessarily being busy. You don't have to have gigs, but they need to see that you're going consistently with your brand. So it doesn't have to be that you're posting all the gigs that you have, but you should be consistently present in people's faces so that they remember you, so that when an opportunity comes to mind, you're the first person that they think of. And that's something I studied like for years, just how to do that.
And you're the first person we think of, period. That's done. And you already know, I know that, it's an honor and a blessing, and we're super excited to honor you at the Now Honors this year as our Artist of the Year. That's going to be so much fun. That's going to be so much fun. But you already put it in the book that you still got to work this thing. I mean, I'm not calling another DJ. So, okay. Long as you still got to work this thing. But it is such an honor to honor you, and watch what you do. Because you go up against some of the biggest guys in this industry and you understand music. I have never called you and said, I have this event and this is the theme of it. And these are the kind of music we want to, and you said, oh, I don't do that kind of music. You're like, okay, I got you, no problem. But some DJs out there do. They say, oh, I only do hip hop. I only do rock. I only do country. Isn't that kind of limiting your availability and the kinds of gigs that you book?
Absolutely. So, and I posted about this before, like on my social media, when even during the pandemic, when people thought, we couldn't go anywhere, and a lot of DJs started streaming online, but people weren't considering, like the drive-through parties. Like, I was doing drive-through parties. Like, imagine like the drive-through parades that people had during COVID, and there's just a DJ there. Like, I was doing stuff like that just to kind of like keep my skill set fresh, but also stay in people's faces and do something that everyone isn't doing. Sometimes it doesn't help to kind of follow the pathway
trend.
Of everyone else. Like, you follow the trend. Like, you have to sometimes think of something different that allows you to stand out. But yeah.
Before I ask this next question, Dr. Kara Scott Dentley is sitting in the back. She's our next guest coming up. And she has this amazing event coming up in a couple of weeks called Limitless. And she's doing it a couple of times this year. And I'm going to talk to Dr. Kara, but I know her very well. I think you need to think about and plan on being inside Limitless sometime this year, because you want to meet some powerful people, some powerful women and big hearts that love people that have it together. You want to be around Dr. Kara. That's something that you got to do. And what you do with your business is absolutely amazing. And now you're a young mom. So I saw a picture with little princess had her little headset on. And I said, ooh, is she following in mom's footsteps? And how does mom feel about that?
Oh man, so she's a dancer naturally, and a lot of people don't know that I used to dance like professionally, like jazz, hip hop, a little bit of tap, and I studied ballet. So she kind of absorbed that side of the music of what I do. Like she dances. Anytime she hears music, she dances. When she comes to my gig, she's dancing immediately. She sings every now and then. She's come with me to the DJ workshops, and she's kind of like picked up on certain basic skills of DJing, but I don't see that being a career path for her. If it is, I'm going to support her, obviously, but I think she's going to wind up going in a different direction, which I'm all for.
I have a feeling if she becomes a DJ and she's out there like you are, you're going to shift from being a DJ. You're either going to be like a team DJ, right? Like battle of the DJ, or you're going to shift from DJ to being bodyguard.
Yeah, I'm going to be bodyguard manager for sure. If she tells me tomorrow she wants to DJ professionally, I'm going to hang it up. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pass the torch and make sure she's ready.
You're amazing. Before I let you out of this hot seat, my friend, and I did not know you were a dancer. We're going to talk about that off air because, hello.
Oh, no, I'm
like one of my kids.
Nope.
Yeah, but I didn't even know you used to dance. These are the kind of things I want to know. But that's why you have to come on the platform. Tell me what you think and what do you feel International Women's Day means to you personally?
Honestly, I think it means recognition, and it doesn't mean that you have to do these like huge things, but it acknowledges women that are doing something, period. Like I think a lot of women are or they feel like they're not seen, and that's becoming a bigger issue now, especially with my age demographic. Like more women are dealing with depression and they're feeling like they're not good enough or they're not doing enough. But this month is kind of just like acknowledging women for going hard at whatever it is that they want to do, letting them know that they can do whatever it is they want to do, and giving examples of women that have done it. So it's like a refresher. If I could put it in one word, this month is like a refresher of what women can do.
Well, I've told you 1,000 times, I am super proud of you. I love everything that you do. I am your super fan. Any event, if we're going to have an hour or 15 minutes or an all-day music thing, I want you there. You are our expert. And you're also, you hold the cool torch because, we're all geeks and super geeks. We just love hanging out. But you're amazing. I love you. I will see you soon. And I can't wait to honor you in October. Ooh, you might want to bring your boyfriend because the thing weighs almost 10 pounds. I'm just telling you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that award is not light. Dr. Kara can tell you all about it. That award is not light, but it's an amazing award for amazing people. And I'm just going to put it out there like that. And you are an amazing person. How does everybody get in touch with you if they want to book you?
So I put my website in the description instead of putting a little bio. So it's just djkellyj.com. That's my name on every form of social media. It's just DJ Kelly J. Yeah, that's very simple, to the point.
All right, we got some stuff coming up. I will be calling you. You are amazing.
You're amazing, and I love you, and I miss you, and I can't wait to see you soon. So there.
All right, I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, we're going to take a couple of minute break. And when we come back, we got Dr. Kara Scott Dentley. Coming up, we're going to talk about Limitless. You've heard about it all day long. We're going to talk about JD3 TV. You've heard about it all day long. And we're going to talk about her clothing line and all the things that she's doing, and that she took a weighted hula hoop on a cruise. Yeah, you heard me right. That's how cool she is. So sit right there. We'll be right back.
Hi there, I'm Peggy McCall, New York Times bestselling author and manifestation mentor. And I am the proud winner or recipient of the Network of Outstanding Women Woman of the Year Award for 2021. And the reason why I created this video is because I just wanted to share with you what an extraordinary experience it was being nominated and, of course, winning and being a part of something that's truly extraordinary. Throughout my career, I've been very blessed to network with some amazing individuals. And of course, being a part of this organization has really invited such a wonderful opportunity to share, to learn, to grow, to contribute. And that's what I believe that this opportunity does for every single person that's involved. It was such a fun experience. It was incredibly rewarding. And what I loved most was the sharing part of it, the opportunity to share in some of the experiences that I've had and what really led me to create the great success that I'm very blessed to enjoy today. That took me from a place of poverty, misery, debt. And actually, many years ago, I was at a point where I had no will to live. To be in a point now to be a multimillionaire, to be continually experiencing wonderful success, to be surrounded by love, to work in an industry that is so rewarding and so fulfilling. So what I want to encourage you to do is to be a part of this network. They're all outstanding women, every one of them, right from the founder to every single member. I'm certain that you're going to enjoy the experience. I certainly did, and I'm very grateful to have been the recipient of the award. And my wish for you is only success.
Okay. I know I can hear you. You're saying, okay, Tigo, you've been talking about Limitless. You've been talking about JD3 TV. And I told you we're going to get into it because Lady Dr. Kara is going to be here. And guess what? Lady Dr. Kara is here. Hey, Dr. Kara, what's happening?
Hey, Tico, everything is good. Thank you for having me here. Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day. Before we dig in, let me ask you, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Look, I've been saying this all day. Women's Day is every day. That's what it means to me. It's just a day, and I've heard many of the women highlight this, that we get a chance to acknowledge and remember, because sometimes we forget, we're moving, we're wearing all of these different hats. And I've heard multiple women on your show, when you ask them, what are you up to? And they're like, whew, where do I start? It's just one of those things that just, as a woman, and, I just want to say this, that just being a woman is a holiday, you ask me,
Oh, okay.
That is a holiday.
There it is. Now you're a mom, you're a wife, your husband's kind of well known, and we all kind of know him, Sir Dr. James Dentley III, as he would say, if you're going to say it, say the whole thing. So I say the whole thing, and you have your clothing line, you're an author. When is the book ready? Is the book ready?
It's like 2 seconds from being ready. You have no idea. But you know what? I'm patient because I feel like Napoleon Hill at this point. I'm like, once it's released, it won't take 24 years. But once it's released, it's just going to take off. So I believe in divine timing. So I'm all right with it. But it's like right there. I'm done. Everything on my part is finished. So it's just right there. It's just right there. So yeah.
Before we go any further, can you give us a little inside look of what it's about? What's this book about?
Man, look, you know what? Science is all around us. I heard somebody talk about energy and how energy is just all around us. And I'm so excited to hear so many people start to realize that and talk about, quantum physics. This is something that I studied in school. And I would just start to see the congruency between, what we do in life, our everyday habits, and how it lined up with scientific principles and laws. And I always tell people, if you know anything about laws, there's no negotiation with the law. A law is what it is. You can't say, well, I didn't know. So a lot of people are walking around totally unaware of these laws that are governing our lives and are showing up and impacting just every day, from our relationships, from our communication, from our ability to move forward. All of these different things, they tie right directly into scientific laws. And I tie all of that with stories in my book.
Now, for people that, and that's amazing, for people that don't realize, because you just mentioned it, they don't even realize these laws exist. And they're wondering why they feel like they're pushing a peanut up a hill with their nose against the wind, is because they're going against a lot of these laws. They're going against things. How do they find that out? You know, how do they find out what these laws are and how to go with the tide, as my dad used to say?
Read the book. Get the book.
There it is.
Once
There
it
it is.
releases, you know, and they can find me on all social media platforms. I'm Kara Scott Dentley, or you can look up Life by Kara. And that's Kara with Kara. You can Google me, but so much of it would be in the books, and there's so many aha moments. Like, I was very intentional, and that's why it's taken so long, and that's why I'm patient with it. Because if it did not sound like me, if it did not read right, if the flow of it, if the cadence of my book wasn't right, I slowed the whole process down, because it matters. And that's the difference between a book that you pick up and can't put down and one that you read and you feel like you just cannot finish. So this will be one that you will be able to finish, and you'll have so many ahas. You will see yourself in this book. You'll see, you know, relationships, and you'll see different things. You'll even see patterns in your own habits, and you'll just be like, wow, yep, that's me. Yep. Or you'll see different things where if you are a coach, you can help other people because now you have these laws at your fingertips. And it's like, you know, do you know that you're operating within a law?
I can't wait to read it. I'm going to just, you know, go ahead and throw it out there and hope you take the bait. Can you come on the show? Can we do a live stream or something when the book launches? I want to share it with the world, and I definitely want to read it.
Yes,
That would
absolutely.
be awesome.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's talk about Life by Kara. You can't really see your clothing line right now because you're on a close-up shot.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Look, I come prepared. I come prepared. There it is. Okay. This
Tell
is
us
one
about the design. Tell us why you got everything going on. What made you decide to start this clothing line, this beautiful clothing line?
Thank you. Well, you know, so many times when we get older, and I wouldn't say older as in like old, but people take our colors away from us, our pinks, our blues, our purples, and we just feel like we have to stay with these neutrals. And every time I wear different things, I love pink, I love purple, you know, and pink, purple, and turquoise are like my favorite colors. So hence the hoodie, pink, purple, and turquoise. The jacket, pink and purple. I love bling. Most women do. You know, I have one with the bling.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh yeah,
Oh, that is nice.
We love it. You just have to go to the website. And so there's a vibe. When you wear it, you feel it. You feel the whole vibe behind it. So during the pandemic, it was almost like hoodies and leggings became like the uniform of just kind of chilling, unless you have to do an interview. But then, you know, you really only dressed up from the waist up, right? And I would go to different places with my colors, just wearing what I wear because I love a lot of color. And people would always say, oh, that is so cute. Oh, that is really brightening up my day, you know, because I'm intentional about the clothes that I wear. And I'm like, wow, I need to just have my own brand. I can create this, you know, and I want other people to not just feel it when they wear it, but when they wear it, that other people that see them wear it can feel the vibe as well. And so the entire logo stands for something. So you see life. And life itself is live in full expression. And that is whatever that means for you, you know, because some people feel like, hey, you know, I just heard the DJ Kelly, you know, Kelly J, she likes to DJ, you know, that's her living her life in full expression. You know, I heard some of the other ladies on the show, Michelle Jewsbury, you know, and I just, you know, so live your life in full expression, you know, and don't allow anybody else to stop that or hinder that. So that. And then there's a water drop. I study water as a scientist. There's so much about water that people, if you understand the characteristics of water, you'll understand so much about yourself because we are over 80% water. So I have a water drop in the logo, plus a key, because we are the key. I used to say we have the key, but the more I study, we are the key. We don't have the key. We are the key. So I wear these keys, and it's a conversation piece. And people are always like, you know, oh, I love your keys. And I'm like, you are the key, you know, and it just started a conversation. It's something, it's just like a seed that you plant in somebody. And they're like, wow, you know, I needed to hear that. You know, right now we need to empower and inspire and uplift people on the go, like in the checkout line, you know, dropping nuggets just to let them know, you know, you got this. So there's this, the tree of life for abundance of love, joy, peace, finance, whatever you want, abundance. That's, even in the Bible, it says that I come that you may have life and to have it more abundantly. And then there's these lights for the light that shines within each of us. And then, someone that said, well, what about Bicara? And I thought about it, and I woke up one day and, we have life through, my name is spelled Kara. So you take that as an acronym, and the K is from our knowledge, from our awareness, because there's so many things that we're not aware of. Like we talked about the laws, from our relationships, what's the quality of your relationships? Who are you surrounding yourself with? And then what you come into agreement with, because there's so much that's going on at the same time. And right now, knowledge, there's no lack of it. But what are you agreeing with? What are you tuning into? Because it's all there. It is all there. People used to say the sky is blue. I have seen pink skies. Okay. If you have seen a beautiful sunset, I have seen a pink sky. So, all of these different things are happening simultaneously, but what are you coming into agreement with, and who are you coming into agreement with? So that's the whole thing behind the logo. So it's a whole vibe.
We always spend a few minutes and then we're off. We go to the next thing. Even when we were on the marketers cruise, we were, going in our different directions. We meet in the middle and just spend a couple of seconds. I would love it. I'm just going to put it out here to have you come out to Vegas, go in the studio with me. Let's teach this stuff. Let's teach it. Let's go in deeper. I think it would be absolutely amazing. I think people would love it. I know that a couple of my good friends are back there right now. Camille Backstrand is waiting in the wings. We got Jen Sugarmeyer here now. And I would just be absolutely floored if we could share that time and go deeper just on water, because everybody gets told you need to drink a lot of water. Nobody tells you about the elements and why. And I think that would be amazing. You've got an event coming up as if your plate is not full enough. You decided, why not share the stage a little bit? You got Limitless coming up. What's going on? When is it? And why are you doing it?
Well, to bring women together, like you mentioned, we were on a cruise together. We run into so many amazing people all the time that have a story, that want to share. They have their programs. And it's always like, we leave each other like, we have to get together again. Like even when we jump off of here, it's like, we have to get together again. And you be intentional with it, because so many times those times don't happen. And, God forbid something happens to someone because you did not plan it and you're thinking about all the things that you could have done while they, while they're here. So it's like, let's just make it happen. So we do have Limitless coming up in the Chicagoland area. Limitless 2023 is for women, but men can come as well, because sometimes there are things about women that men are just totally oblivious to. And they're like, well, I didn't know you, no one ever told me, and they just don't know, so, we just carry a lot. And I think we're built like that. And we're built to handle it. And I always feel like when women get together, like we just we build each other up. We put those gavels in each other's hands, to say, hey, the buck stop here, or go ahead, girl, you can do this. We lift each other's chins, we hug, we cry it out, but we go back out there and conquer the world. We are warriors, and we are lovers, we are nurturers. And we just continue to just, applaud each other when we get together. It's a different kind of energy when you put women in the room.
There it is. And you're doing this a couple of times this year, but the first one is March 18th and 19th?
18th and 19th, yes.
Are you sold out, or can people still get tickets?
People can still get tickets. They can still definitely. They can go to, what is it, Limitless for Women 2023. And they go to, it's on the Eventbrite link. So I want to make sure that I have it right. Limitless for Women. If you type that into the Google search bar, I promise it'll come up. If you put in Limitless for Women and put in Matteson, Matteson, that's the name of the town that it's in, Matteson, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. But if you type that in, the link will pop right up, and it's on my page. So if a person wants to go to either my Instagram or my Facebook page, Kara Scott Bentley, you'll see it there. Life by Kara, you'll see it. So absolutely.
You're amazing. I can't wait to see you and hang out with you at Limitless. That's 18th and 19th of this month. And I'll probably be at all the other Limitless and everything else that JD3 TV is doing, because I love being a member of the JD3 family. You guys, you're absolutely amazing with everything that you do. You know, the two doctors
Thank
are the
you.
power couple. One more time, how do we find you? Where do we look you up? And I can't wait for your book. Ooh. Okay, how do they find you?
Yeah. So you can go to my Instagram page, any of my social media. You can find me at Kara Scott Dentley, Life by Kara official. And yeah, or you can go to my website, lifebykara.com, or you can Google me. You know, it's different ways that pop up there too. You can find my email out there. But, you know, email nowadays are like, wow, they can become overwhelming.
Yeah,
So
I got thousands in my inbox and I'm going, I'll get there one day. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with me. I can't wait to see you soon. You're fantastic. You already know how I feel. I'm a super fan. You are absolutely awesome.
thank you so much. And so are you. We have to talk to Mel about decluttering those inboxes.
Oh, see, don't get her started. She's still working on my garage. Okay. I love you. I'll see you soon.
I love you too. Happy International Women's Day.
Same to you. Okay, everybody. Okay. Coming up, we got we've had amazing women all day, but Camille Backstrom is next. And then right after her is Jen Sugarmeyer. Yeah, these are two that you definitely do not want to miss. And if you're wondering why, how come I know who Camille Backstrom is? Why do I know that name? Let me just say, Six Sisters. You heard me right. Six Sisters. Yes, she's here. Sit right there. We'll be right back. Yeah, you heard me right. If you guys have been wondering, oh my goodness, I can't get millions of people to follow me unless I have millions of dollars to attract them to me. Nobody wants to see my videos because I don't have a production crew. Oh, all I have are these great recipes and nobody really wants to cook anymore. Let me just say one word, wrong. And I'm about to prove it right now. Why? Because my buddy, Camille Backstrom, is here. What's up, Camille?
Hi! Oh my goodness! Happy Women's Day!
Happy International Women's Day. Before we get too deep, let me ask you now, what does International Women's Day mean to you?
Ooh, you know what? I've been thinking about this, and honestly, I am someone who believes like women need women. And what a cool day to kind of take a moment and think about that and just remember how much, like, since the beginning of time, women have always thrived off connection with one another. And so I think having a day to celebrate women and all the amazing things that we do and the things we bring to the table, there's not a better day. There's not a better day.
Now, before anybody goes, I've seen her before, I know who this is. Can you tell me, how did you guys start the Six Sisters? And what makes you just grow and grow? Not to say that you guys are like, delicious bread and you just rise to the top, but you really are. You're an awesome family. How did you get started?
Thank you. It on accident, complete accident. It really was just a way to stay in touch as sisters. And because there are six of us, we are six biological sisters. People can't believe our family's that big, but it is estrogen everywhere. But yeah, we started this website to stay in touch with each other as sisters. And it snowballed as we started adding recipes to it, like simple family dinners that we were feeding our kids and our families. And people just started finding us as they would search for simple chicken dinner, slow cooker recipes, would come to our website. And that was 12, 13 years ago. We've been doing this for a very long time. But what is so fun? Like, I think part of the reason we've grown is just because we've stayed consistent. We are putting new recipes up every single day. But I think the other reason we've grown is because we are really genuine and we're just true to who we are on social media. A lot of times on social media, people will put like maybe only their best foot forward, but
Right.
we kind of share the nitty gritty. It's a filter free sharing that we do on our social media platforms, and so I think people connect to that genuineness and that realness.
Okay, you keep saying grown. You're growing, and you've grown. You guys have how many cookbooks?
10. We have 10 published cookbooks.
10, and they're award-winning. I mean, national selling,
Yes.
cookbooks.
Yes.
Right.
I think we are
Sensible
closing.
cookbooks.
Yeah, closing in on over 600,000 copies sold of our cookbooks.
And then, how many people are watching worldwide drop these recipes every day?
Every day, if we were to break it down, well, across all of our social media followings, we have over 4 million followers. But to our website alone, we get anywhere between 100 and 200,000 people a day.
A day. And how much, if you don't mind me asking, how much is your monthly budget? I already know. And if you don't mind sharing it with everybody else, your monthly budget for social media ad buying. What do you spend on ad buying?
Zero. We spend zero. It's all organic.
So when somebody says, when you are at an event, because I've been at an event sitting in the audience with everybody else, and someone's been on stage and people sitting next to you go, oh, it's too late for me. Oh, those days are gone. Oh, you can never do it without having millions and millions of dollars in advertising. What do you say to those people that come to you and say, can I do it too? Or they tell you, I can't do it. You've already done it and it can't be done again. What do you say to them?
I say, you can absolutely do it because I've done it. I've paved the way. Like, just follow my lead. And honestly, if you tell yourself you can't, then you won't. But if you tell yourself it's possible, I've seen other people do it, I'll 100% tell you it's possible. Social media has opened up a whole new world of jobs, careers, opportunities, especially for women. I mean, I've done this while raising my 4 babies at home. Like, what a great opportunity for women to share their voice and to have a platform to share it. And I just firmly believe every single person, especially every single woman, has something to share and has something to give. And social media provides us a place to do that. And if you stay true to who you are, people will connect with that and they'll follow you.
It was such an honor to honor you and your sisters at the Now Honors last year, 2022. I hope you guys can make it to this year so that people can actually meet
we
you.
will.
Yeah, come on down because it's
yes.
I can't wait because we added a third day, right? So we're gonna do this round table. There it is. There it is.
There
guys.
it is. I keep it here on my desk. I know this is solid
with that thing.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
On the round table discussion, I would love it if you can stay for the third day to be able to say, just let people ask those questions, because I get them all the time and I know you get them, and they stop themselves, not just women, but period. They stop themselves from even trying to do something because they figure that it's already done, so they can't do it. Or it's the time has passed and there's no more opportunity, or whatever it is. I would love for you to be there and just share those opportunities with them, because you're not doing secret recipes that, nobody would ever think of or anything like that. Can you just share a little bit of the kind of recipes you specialize in, you and your sisters?
The easiest recipes that you can find. That's what we specialize in. Our secret sauce is the dump and go recipe. You dump it in your crock pot, let it cook all day, dinner is done. Our area that we try to serve are busy moms who are chasing after their dreams, or raising their babies all day, or working so hard that at the end of the day, it's like, oh my gosh, what are we going to have for dinner? Six Sisters has your back. We've got something quick and easy that you can throw together in no time at all. I think that resonates with almost every woman on here.
Everyone. And for the women that were out there thinking that, oh, Camille, she has a nanny and she never sees her kids and she's always in the kitchen with her sisters creating these amazing recipes, all that kind of stuff. give me a little highlight of what a typical day is for Camille.
Okay, I almost feel like I should take this camera and walk you through. I usually have 4 carpools a day. I've got 4 kids who go to like 4 different schools, and I've got 4 different carpools going on every single day. I've got kids involved in sports. I've got, let's see, I work with my sisters doing Six Sisters stuff. I also am a coach for women at CamilleBeckstrand.com. So I've got 2 jobs that I am working. And here's the thing, like, you can do it. You notice the things that I said first were about my family. That's where my core value is showing up for my family, being the mom that I want to be and the wife I want to be. I'm so happily married. I've been married for almost 19 years, and I keep those values first. Those are my priority. Second are businesses and work. But when you kind of have that alignment in your life, you can do crazy, amazing things like show up as a mom, show up as a wife, and grow your crazy successful business. And that's what I love to teach women. It's not be a mom or run a business. It's be a mom and run a dang good business, and that touches lives and shares the story you're supposed to share.
There's a young mom or a young dad, young parent sitting out there right now. They're watching. They're probably fans of yours with your 4 million fans. They're probably fans of yours, and they're going, I want to start my own business. I just can't find the time. What suggestion would you give them to just get started? You know, not quit the day job and go crazy, but just get the ball moving.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people call it a side hustle. And sometimes that word hustle has that negative connotation, like, oh, I've got to grind and get it done. And they tell themselves, I don't have time to make it happen. And so what I like to tell people is, let's use the word maybe. Instead of saying, I can't, say maybe. Maybe I can find 5 minutes to set up a social media account. Maybe I can find 5 minutes to film a quick video on my phone, because this is all you need to grow a business. And film a little video and put it on YouTube. Maybe I can find 5 minutes after I put the kids to bed to research the kind of business I want to grow. And so you take that word maybe, and suddenly there's hope and there's possibility. And when you give yourself that little bit of wiggle room and that maybe, like, the world is your oyster. You can do amazing things.
How do you find time for you with everything? You got your 4 carpools. You have a multi-million-dollar business. You got 5 other sisters, okay,
I do.
that are also a part of this whole tribe. How do you find time for you, or do you find time for you?
I absolutely find time for me, because I went through a phase where I didn't find time for me. And of course, it was during the pandemic. And so not only was the world falling apart, but so was I, because I wasn't putting myself first. And so that's actually something I teach, and I'm so passionate about, is when you are figuring out what your core values are, you have to include yourself. And I firmly believe, like, for me, I start every day taking care of me. The first hour of my day is just for me. I take time to meditate. I take time to read. I take time to pray. I take time to move my body a little bit. Something for me to set the day intentionally. And I intentionally choose to take care of me before I jump into everything else. And yeah, that sometimes means I have to wake up a little bit earlier and go to bed a little bit earlier, but it's a game changer when you get those values in alignment.
So when someone is looking for a coach and they're thinking, she's talking to me, I guarantee you there's somebody right now other than me, because I'm saying it to myself. She's talking to me. I'm just saying. When do you know it's time to get a coach? When do you know it's time to reach out and say, I need Camille in my life. I need a coach that is talking to me. How do you know when it's time?
Yeah, I think it comes with some personal reflection. For me, I felt stuck in my life to the point where I couldn't see a way out without help. And that was when I reached out to a coach, and she completely transformed my life. And I thought, that's what I want to do. I want to help other women become unstuck, because I think so many times we do get stuck in motherhood or stuck in our business, and we just don't know the next few steps to take. And so knowing there's somebody out there who's maybe already been on this path that can pull you out or help guide you to where you want to go, like, that's when I knew I needed a coach. And that's what I tell the people that I work with, is when you feel like you need a lifeline, that's what I'm here for.
Okay, so now they need a lifeline. How do they get in touch with you?
So if you are looking for recipes, always it's sixsistersstuff.com. But if you're looking for a coach, or if you want to just get some help or have like a community of women that are in the same situation as you, it's CamilleBeckstrand.com.
You're amazing, my friend. I'm so glad to have you in my life, you know.
Same.
And it's been a blessing today. Everybody who is on the show today is someone that's really close to my heart. And I just said, hey, International Women's Day is coming in. And you all said, yeah. And I just knew you were going to say, I don't have time for that. Are you kidding me? And you were like, of course I'm there. You are absolute amazing. I love you. I can't wait to see you again. Let's catch up really, really soon.
You know, I would love that. I just think the world of you. And I love that you are gathering women and giving them a place to connect and a place to just kind of tap into that potential. You inspire so many women to do that. So thank you for celebrating this day and making it an important day.
You're amazing. Have a great day.
You
I hope I didn't interfere with a carpool, because I don't want anybody to hurt me.
We've got it on a tight schedule, so you're good. You're good.
I love you. Have a great day. You're
love
amazing.
you. See you.
Bye-bye. All right. Ooh, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, you know, if I say numbers, what I'm talking about, right? You know who's coming. That's right. Cindy's in the house. Ooh, what's coming up next quarter? We're about to find out. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, welcome back. Now, numerologist. When I say numerologist, if you watch Expert Talk, you know who I'm talking about. Cindy Van Artem is here. She is my personal numerologist. Now, if you'd asked me that a couple of years ago, I'd have said, what is that and why do I need one? I know these answers now, and you're about to know it too. Cindy, what's happening?
Well, here we Well, hey.
Did we switch?
Hi.
I thought we had there's Cindy.
Well, that was an introduction.
Jen, hang out. We'll be right back. Jen's next, y'all. Don't worry. She's coming. What's happening?
Well, I'm going to apologize in advance for my voice. I'm going to hold on for 15 minutes and have this chat with you. I'm really excited to be here. And thank you for doing this all day long. I was part of it last year, and I'm honored to be here again.
I'm so happy to have you here. And I know you have a sore throat. I'm not going to even make you stick for the 15 minutes because you are one of our VIP experts. You're on every month right now. And I know we can catch up later. But what does International Women's Day mean to you?
You know, International Women's Day, it should just be every day of the year. I think women are the catalyst for growth in the world and really helping us to step forward and take our power back and lead the world from a place of love and compassion and kindness. And this day, celebrating that is so important. And just like I say, Valentine's Day should be every day. So too should Women's Day.
I hear you. I hear you. And what does the International Women's Day mean for numerology? Do the two connect?
Yes and no, they can. It depends on the day of the year that it lands on. Our numerology looks a little different every year. So this year in particular, it is really standing for personal power, for your relationship with yourself, for really trusting who you are as a woman to be able to step forward and take that leap of faith. And actually, I just took a leap of faith today myself in my business. So it was all about that, just leap off the edge and spread your wings and fly day today.
You took a big leap off the edge on a personal side and spread your wings. I saw it on social media. I think it's okay to mention it. You just bought a house.
I did, yes. My boyfriend and I bought a house together. Never ever thought I would be a homeowner, and here we are.
So, as a first-time home buyer, how did you find the experience of going through the whole, finding the home, getting it closed, da 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 da? I know you're in Canada, but I think the experience is the same all over the world. How did you go through that? How did it feel?
Well, it's interesting that you're asking me this on International Women's Day, because we had a mortgage broker who was very much of the old boys club, and he used a lot of words that created a lot of fog, and he didn't want to explain what things were to me. And so I found myself confused and lost, and I don't know what's going on, and deferring to my boyfriend saying, you just need to take care of this. And after a while, I started going, hang on a second. No, I'm going to stand in my power here. And I actually fired the guy. And we found a beautiful female mortgage broker who bent over backwards and found every loophole possible to make it happen. We kept getting told, you can't. Because of the area we live in, we live on First Nations land. And so when you buy a house, you buy the house, but not the property, not the land. So there was a lot of loopholes that we had to jump through. And because we're both self-employed, it was not easy to do. And she kept saying, well, there's always a possibility. And she kept finding it, and she found it. And here we are.
That's amazing. We had B. Danielle Watkins on earlier today. She was on, we were talking about projects. Let's talk a little bit about the project we're about to do with you. We're actually creating a documentary short with you, right?
Yes, I'm so excited about it. Yes. I've had an interesting life, and part of that life was really about coming through cocaine addiction and abuse, and we're going to share that story with the world. I'm really excited. BD's got a beautiful vision in mind of what we're going to be sharing, and I don't want to share too many details because you're just going to have to catch it at Sundance Film Festival or somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. And the only place, if you're not going to see it at Sundance, the only place you're going to get a teaser of it is coming to the Now Honors. You have to come to the Now Honors and see it here. Okay, got to ask about the babies. Where are they? They usually are running through the screen right now. Do they have a wing in the new house now? Where are they?
They're in the East Wing right now. No, they love their downstairs spot on the couch. They're really hanging out there a lot. But they were bouncing around because I've been sick. I've been in bed a lot. So they've been snuggled up and cuddling. But yeah, they're really enjoying stairs. They have not had stairs yet. They are officially 6 months old now. 6-month-old black kittens, Mars and Jupiter.
I love Mars and Jupiter. You're talking to you on air and they go running through and jump through a plant. It's just, they're so entertaining. You just want to sit there and watch them do that. For the people that don't know, because we do this every time, for the people that are out there that don't know, what's a numerologist? What do you do? Can you give them 1 minute before I let you get out of here? Because I hear the soreness in the throat hitting you.
All good. Yeah, numerology to me, I've always been a logical person. I've always been show me the proof, show me the evidence. And the land of woo-woo was never my thing until somebody came along and started showing me the numbers. And what I began to realize is that math and numbers are the language of the universe. And so intuitively, we have learned to, some of us who read the numbers, we have learned to speak with these numbers. The numbers are streams of consciousness that we can channel through the quantum field, and we can pick up on their energy and what we're experiencing at any given time. So I use this to support business owners in launching their programs and products, picking dates. I use this to help help you understand your personality. I use this to decide when to buy a house and when not to. I use this information for a lot of different things, and it is extremely useful for anybody who is a human, but definitely for business owners.
You're amazing. What's coming up for you next before I let you out of the hot seat?
Well, like I said, I took a big leap of faith in my business and put all of my faith in myself. I have dissolved my partnership with my business mentor, and I'm going out on my own. So I will be building a new program and creating all sorts of wonderful things under the name of Full Blast Coaching. And I'm really excited for what's next.
See, I didn't even know that. And she's family. I had no idea she was doing. Oh, we got to talk. We have to talk.
So really.
Oh my goodness. You are amazing. You already know it. I love you. You're the best in the world. I'm going to let you get out of the hot seat. Jen is here. I'm going to have Jen come up a little bit early because, she's just amazing, just like you. And you got to go take care of that sore throat. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us today.
Thank you so much.
All right. I'll see you soon. We'll see you next month.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. We will don't worry, Cindy will be back. We'll get her soon to come back up. She's always going to come and give us tips every month. So you will see her soon. And Jen is waiting in the wings. You saw her a minute ago. It was a preview. It was a sneak peek. But now she's coming. Jen Sugarmare is coming. So sit right there. Give me a couple of minutes and we'll be right back. The 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
Your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm Tigo. I'll talk to you next time.
Expert Talk is sponsored by Pod Nation TV, the podcast to broadcast network.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Guess what? When you think of power, when you think of strength, when you think of taking over the room by just walking through the door, after this interview, you're going to think of Jen Sugarmare. She is a powerhouse and she makes the room open up with positivity. Hey, Jen, what's happening?
I'm so happy to be here. I got on way early just because I needed more of you. Like, I love listening to you. Thank you for that introduction.
Oh, I appreciate you. I love you. You're amazing. I know your schedule is always super tight and you find time for us every time we call. You are the best.
Oh,
what's going on with you?
Man, it's been, it's been a good year. This is, there's so many good things that are coming up. And when you just really get quiet and think about your direction, things will start to bubble up and you just step right into those and amazing things happen. So yeah, lots of good things.
I know you're a speaker.
Yep.
You're an author. you also do interviews. I want to talk to you about the Now Honors because I would love for you to do some of our interviews there. I think it would be awesome. You know, how do you feel about when you take a stage, you know, and it's a cold stage? Because you and I have both been on cold stages where we really don't know a lot about what the audience is about or even the subject. Somebody called and said, hey, come on over. You said, sure, I'll come over and help you out. How do you handle a cold audience? And because I've seen you do it, and turn them into a warm room of friends, because you do it all the time. How do you do that?
You know, it's funny because people are more afraid of speaking than they are of death. It is like the number one fear or something like that. And it can be very intimidating, but I think if you look at it as an opportunity to impact people's lives versus you're on the stage, you know, like I think being a comedian is probably the scariest thing I could think of. And I want to do it. It's on my bucket list of things to do because you've got
my bucket list too.
Oh, girl, we're doing it.
We got to do this together.
We're doing it. I want to challenge myself in all the areas, but you're sitting in front of an audience and it's exactly that. It's like, you don't know what makes them laugh or not. And so that's something I want to do. And when you walk into a room, you don't know what's going to connect, but it's learning, you know, it's first, it's not overthinking anything. Right. And it's going what's true and authentic to you. And that's one thing that I learned as I have been interviewing and speaking is not getting too far ahead of yourself and just letting things come naturally. And you start to read body language and you see what connects. And, you know, if you have people that aren't in their phones and they're engaged and listening and you're able to see their body language, you can tell a lot from the audience and what resonates with them. So yeah, you just got to kind of put yourself out there, and you're not always going to have a win, but you know, you're going to improve from that experience. So it's a win for you.
It's International Women's Day.
Yeah.
I know there are women out there right now that know they can expand their business. They can expand their reach. You know, they can grow beyond measure if they will just get out of their own way and do what we're doing right now or step on a stage. What advice would you give them?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote a book, wrote a few books, but one book is Confidence is Queen. And I absolutely love this book. So the queen is the most powerful player in the game of chess because she can make all the moves. And with confidence, so can you. And as cash is to king, confidence is to queen. But you gotta have cash to be king. Confidence is already within you. So the point is, if you have that connection within yourself, if you believe in who you are, if you have faith that everything is going to work out, if you trust in your abilities, you can do anything. So it may seem intimidating to put yourself out there, but if you have the mindset that it's going to be okay, life is not going to end. You made it to this point already. It's not going to fall apart if you forget a line, if something happens. And if you don't put yourself out there, then the answer is no. The traction is none. And so just do it. Who cares? You learn from it, you move on. And so it's really having that connection to ourselves and to be able to say, you know what, I got this. Even if you feel like, you know what, I could do better the next time, that's okay. You gave it your all that time. So that's what I would say to anybody out there. That's kind of, I don't know if I should do this.
And you just mentioned you got several books.
Yeah.
Okay. What made you decide to be an author? Was it just something burning inside you, or you knew you wanted to control your narrative and your message? What made you decide to be an author?
I wrote a bucket list before the movie Bucket List came out, and I was 20 years old, and I wrote that I wanted to publish a book. And when I think about this word legacy, which has been coming up more and more in my world, it's, what can I leave for others? What impact can I have on others when I'm not in the room? And there was so much. And I think when you write, it becomes more clear to you in your position. And so it's helpful for the author. It's helpful for others. So it really came down to just this burning desire within me when I was 20 years old that, and it took me, I didn't write this when I was 20. So it took me another almost 2 decades to get a book out. But I just wanted to do it. So yeah, something in there. Yeah.
So for somebody, I'm going to go back in time, y'all, because a lot of you are going to go, what's a typewriter? But for somebody who has the paper in the typewriter, they're ready to get started and they're going, what subject?
Yeah.
How do I start? What if they don't even like it? Never mind. And they pull the paper back out of the typewriter. What do you tell them?
You know, I like thinking about, well, first of all, it's got to be something that's meaningful to you. If you don't care, your heart's not going to be in it. And why put your time and energy into something that your heart is not truly in it? So it's got to be something that you're passionate about. I like writing the chapter headings, and I always put all the chapter headings on the bottom. So actually, usually I start with my phone and I pull up my notes and I'll type in different things. So if the topic is confidence, if the topic is boundaries, if the topic is whatever it may be, I start to think about what, if I was going to focus in on that topic, what's something I could write about. And so I don't write sequentially. In fact, my books, often I'm having to move things around because you have to figure out what that flow is. And so I wouldn't get so stuck on the flow. It's what's the content, and this is more, of a motivational book or personal development book, right? If you're writing, a story, that has to be sequential. But what is it about that one topic that you can write on and write that chapter? You don't have to write the whole book. It's just a chapter at a time.
And when you do that, when you have your book, do you also go on stages and speak about that book? Do you have courses? You have webinars? What else do you do? Because you don't just write the book, get it printed, say, I got a book and throw it on the shelf. You're actually, as we say, working that book. How do you work that book?
Yeah. And I've really narrowed in. I love the topic of confidence. Like I mentioned, I wrote one on boundaries, and then my first one was called Reset. And that follows a methodology, and I've done coaching on my methodology and of how to kind of hit the reset button on your life. And I've done presentations and been guest speakers and for boundaries. I absolutely love the topic of confidence. So I've spent a lot more time on that one and creating material around it. But you certainly could put a book out there, and then, or you could, create more content around it so that people can relate to it more. So I've got another exciting one that's coming up soon, working with a company. So I'm looking forward to seeing, bringing that into the business sector as well.
I know you're a consultant. Do you consult people that want to be on stages and want to be authors? What is your topic of consulting?
Yeah, it's really about taking yourself to that next level, and how to, which, taps into the confidence and all of that. But there are so many powerhouses that are out there that just know that there is more. And so how do we learn to get out of our own way? How do we learn to transition those mindsets? Because the life that you want is just little millimeter shifts. And so I have programs where we really focus on mindset and have that be the foundational piece. And then as we start to walk through what are our goals and objectives, we start to tap back into our toolbox of how we can look at life slightly differently, and it opens things up, and we just start walking through doors. So that's really what I'm passionate about.
Now, you know what I'm going to say, because you said walking through doors. They can't tell how tall you are.
Right. Yeah.
How tall are you?
So I am 6'1", flat-footed. Flat-footed. And I got to be honest, because I wear heels so often, flat-footed almost feels short to me. Not short, but it feels short because I'm used to wearing heels. So if I walk into a room, I will typically be around 6'5".
Yeah, because you come in 4 or 5 inch heels.
That's
and
right.
You go, oh my gosh. Now, I always tell people, don't assume.
Yeah.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah.
The minute you walked in the first door I saw you at, which I think was the secret knock door, the minute you walked in that door, I said, model. That's what she's got to be doing. I have no idea. And then we met each other, and I went, wow, see, don't assume, what they do and who they are. How do you handle that when you're like out there on stages and all of that, and they're calling you to the stage and they're looking at everybody else thinking, oh no, they're not talking to the model over here. They're talking to, the lady standing behind the curtain or somebody over there. How do you handle that? Because people, especially women, they don't want to be like pigeonholed, but they pigeonhole themselves a lot. So how do you handle that when they call you to the stage?
So it's funny because, and I've learned a lot about people, and this sounds funny, but it's true. I've learned a lot about people in general, just because of my height, because there's no filter people have. And there's and the amount of judgment that comes along with being tall is just really unbelievable. And I talk to other people and they're surprised that I go through this much. So people will tell me, you know, like that they don't want to stand next to me. They'll tell me, you know, why do you wear heels? You shouldn't wear heels. You know, they'll guess what my profession is. They, you know, it's, you know, it must be hard for you to find a guy. Like, I'm like, thanks for that. You know, like it's unbelievable. And so I've just learned a lot about people. And I talk about this a lot in my book, Confidence is Queen. You know, it's not a book on height, but confidence wasn't something I just walked into. In fact, it was something that I struggled with a lot because I did come across so many comments and judgment and all of that. And I had to really shift my mindset in terms of how I looked at this. And so to answer your question, it's you know, I understand that I look like an anomaly. I've traveled to 50 countries and I am like always the tallest one. I have been in places in Africa where I'm the only, you know, white person. I've been in places where they've never seen a woman this tall and people want to touch me. They want to take pictures with me. I'm just this anomaly. So everywhere I go. So it's really important to have that connection to yourself and say, you know what, it doesn't matter what you think of me. I know what I am. And I'm just going to do that because I can't change everyone's opinion. I can't run after everybody. I would be exhausted. But if I just present myself and who I am and I stand in my own power, my own, you know, feminine power, or sometimes, you know, whatever power I feel like showing up in, then people will see. But I cannot change their opinion or their judgment. All I can do is me. So that would be,
you know, I can only talk about my experience and having you as a friend and you may be 6'1" or 6'5". I don't care. I know that if you're 6'1", your heart is 6'5". You know, you have the biggest heart. You're so caring. And you know, I just watch you just light a room when you come in. It's like you gravitate people to you. Whatever that is, has nothing to do with your height because you could be sitting down somewhere and they come to you. You're like a magnet. So I know there's a young person out there that maybe is under 5 feet and they're going, oh my goodness, I wish I just had a little bit more height. I would do more. Or maybe there's a young woman out there that's in high school that everybody's pushing her to play sports because she is 6 feet tall and that's not what she wants to do. What would you tell that young woman right now?
You know, you have to listen to what it is that makes you, you. And that the world wants you to look like everybody else. And the truth is, I don't want to look like everybody else because that's not how you, that first of all, it doesn't sit right with you. But if you want to do something, if you want to be seen, if you want to get that promotion, if you want to get that business, if you want to do that thing, then you have to do what's unique to you. You are one, and I don't know how many people are in this world anymore. It's either 7 or 8 billion, but I think the numbers have changed during COVID. But you are 1 in 8 billion. Be that person. I didn't play basketball. They all wanted me to. I tried, wasn't that great. They still tried. I was like, I'm done. And I found these other things within my personality, and that's what makes me me. So whatever it is, don't try to be tall like me. That's my spot. When I see another tall woman, I'm like, oh, that's my spot.
Oh, that's my spot.
You know, be that thing to you, whether it's under 5 foot or it's over, it doesn't matter. Whatever that thing is to you, and don't be afraid to own it because that's what makes you that special.
I can't think of a better way to end this interview. You are the queen of confidence. I love you. Thank you for hanging out with us today. You came in a little bit early and just hung out with us. You're amazing. Are you going to Secret Knock?
I am not going to Secret Knock. I know. There are some things that are happening behind the scenes I'm sort of in this gestational period right now.
Okay.
Some exciting things are coming up. And so I wasn't sure how my schedule was going to look. So no, I'm not going, but I'll be at the next one.
Well, I hope you come on the next show and hang out. I hope you'll be at the Now Honors. I definitely want you to come down for that. And if nothing else, let's just jump on a call because we need to catch up. We need to stay connected.
Yes, I love it. Well, thanks so much for having me. Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you for being here and happy International Women's Day. You are the best.
Oh, thanks. Likewise.
I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, we're going to take a 2-minute break and then it's going to happen. You see, I've known this woman for over 20 years and she's a powerhouse. She always has been. But now I'm kind of putting my life in her hands. And it's time to talk about exactly what that means. Yeah, it's about to be fun. You're going to get to watch the whole thing. So sit right there. Yeah, sit right there. We'll be right back.
Hi there, I'm Peggy McCall, New York Times bestselling author and manifestation mentor. And I am the proud winner or recipient of the Network of Outstanding Women Woman of the Year Award for 2021. And the reason why I created this video is because I just wanted to share with you what an extraordinary experience it was being nominated and, of course, winning and being a part of something that's truly extraordinary. Throughout my career, I've been very blessed to network with some amazing individuals. And of course, being a part of this organization has really invited such a wonderful opportunity to share, to learn, to grow, to contribute. And that's what I believe that this opportunity does for every single person that's involved. It was such a fun experience. It was incredibly rewarding. And what I loved most was the sharing part of it, the opportunity to share in some of the experiences that I've had and what really led me to create the great success that I'm very blessed to enjoy today. That took me from a place of poverty, misery, debt, and actually many years ago, I was at a point where I had no will to live, to be in a point now to be a multimillionaire, to be continually experiencing wonderful success, to be surrounded by love, to work in an industry that is so rewarding and so fulfilling. So what I want to encourage you to do is to be a part of this network. They're all outstanding women, every one of them, right from the founder to every single member. I'm certain that you're going to enjoy the experience. I certainly did, and I'm very grateful to have been the recipient of the award. And my wish for you is only success.
Hey, welcome back. Yeah, I told you, I'm going to transform. I'm going to take control of my life again. If you've been watching this show for the last 3 years, almost 400 episodes of Expert Talk with Tigo. And this is the 3rd annual International Women's Day. If you go back and watch the episodes, you'll kind of watch me go wonk, 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 and get a little bigger and a little bigger because I'm sitting a little more and sitting a little more. See, this is the best job in the world because you can only see from here up. Okay, this is fantastic, but it's not the healthiest way to do it. So my good friends, Greg and Doris Coakley, moved to Las Vegas and said, guess what, girl? It's time to move. Guess what, Doris? It's time to move. Hey, Doris Coakley, what's happening?
Wow, what's happening? You are happening. You are happening. It is such an honor to be here. And yes, you have to move. And yes, she will go from womp, 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 womp.
You're amazing. You're sitting there right now with all these awards around you.
Yes.
They are yours.
Yes.
You tell me how you got them. What are those awards about?
Well, my journey in the fitness world and competing began 7 years ago, 2016. And how did it all begin? It was quite ironic, I guess, or just who I am, always wanting to help someone else to get to their journey, what they want. It's not about me, it's about the person. And so a friend of mine, a colleague, actually, a good friend, I call her Amiga, she came up to my office and she said, Doris, I think I want to join this transformation camp, but I don't think I could do it. I'm like, girl, you could do it. Come on. When is it? And I supported her. I said, you know what? I am going to call you in the morning. We're going to get up. We're going to go. We're going to do it. And that's how it began. And when I went, I did it for her. it turned out that it birthed a passion in me. I went to a show. I saw these women on stage, and like your other speakers who said, I can do it. That's exactly what I said to myself. I was in the audience in Culver City, and I looked at Amiga and I said, next year I'm going to be on stage. She said, that was November 15, 16 April, I was on stage because when you set your mind to doing something, you will do it. You move all the obstacles out of the way. And getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning became my religion, for the lack of word. And working out, and I got to tell everyone, working out was never, ever in my agenda. My husband of 34 years always worked out. Guess what? I hated it. However, lives change. Your life change. And helping someone else blessed me and brought me on this journey that I am so excited about, so passionate about, and can't wait to change the life and physical health of everyone that comes in contact with me, especially women.
Oh, and I start tomorrow. Oh my goodness, I start tomorrow.
11 o'clock.
I start tomorrow. I think I feel a cold coming on. No, I'm kidding.
Well, guess what? I'll wear my mask. I'll ring your bell. You go.
I hear you. I hear you. Okay, so you say that you started in November of 2015?
Yes.
And took your first stage in April of 2016. How many stages have you taken? How many awards have you won?
I have been on stage. I won approximately around 7 times. I have won I have placed every time I've been on stage.
Wow.
Every time. And I'm preparing to be on stage in May 27th. Mm-hmm. And my last championship award was to become a pro. And that was last September of 22 in San Leandro with the IMBA organization in the Ultra Masters. Ultra Masters. So I'm up there in age for the lack of words, right? So it started and it's not going to ever end because starting that is what has me here doing what I do and doing what I love, what I enjoy, motivating, inspiring, health and fitness and confidence. You could do it. There's nothing that a woman cannot do. It's there at your reach.
You know, they're watching right now and they're going, I hear you, Miss Doris. And, you know, I believe you, but I'm about to turn 60. It's too late for me. I can't start at 60. No, that's not true.
That is false, evident, appearing real. No, that's not true. Okay. I started at 58. I'm 65.
Woo.
Right? There is no age. Age is just a number. And the way we do it at Kingdom Fitness is from the inside out. Let's see what's inside. And let's get you all corrected inside and you will blossom outside.
So we're going to say this again. You started at age 58 and you are 65.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be 66 soon.
Oh my God. And you are killing it. I mean, you are absolutely killing it. So for someone, because everybody knows I don't hide my age, I'll be 60 this year. And, you know, I have been into fitness. I was in the military and then I just kind of let it all go the last couple of years, but I got to get it back together because, you know, even getting up the stairs to my home studio, I have to plot and plan that now. It's like, well, if I start now, I ought to be there in about 5 minutes. That is not good. So if someone has never been in fitness, if they've never joined a gym, if they say, you know, I'm doing good, just go into my mailbox, how do you tell them to get started?
By setting a goal, by coming to terms with yourself. Love yourself first. Be selfish. Love yourself first. And when you see that going up the steps, going to the mailbox, and you go, oh, I can't do it, but I want to. Movement is everything. Movement is everything. And therefore, you start with something small, a goal. And then you go from there. You grow. You grow into fitness. You grow into health. You stop eating this one thing first. And then the second thing you remove. And the third thing you remove. And before you know it, is a lifestyle.
You know, I know that you say, and I believe you, I drink lots of water thanks to my boxing coach, Townsend. I drink tons of water, I have for years now. But how important is water? Because people say, oh, I drink juice, there's water in there. What's the problem?
Well, everything. Your body needs hydration. Your body needs water. It needs it. It needs it. Your body is 80 plus made out of, water is your body. So how could you starve your body? You shouldn't starve.
But they hate the taste of water. I don't know how, but they hate the taste of water. What do they do to get past that?
You know, there is many things you could do to get past that. I know someone that I work with dearly. You drink sparkling water. Maybe that fizz is what gets you motivated and go, oh, this doesn't taste like water. Tastes like something else. But it's water with no additional additives like sugar. It's water. You might be able to put a little electrolyte in your water. Ooh, it looks pink now. Ooh, that's not water. Well, it is water. So you start somewhere. You start at the beginning. You start by telling yourself you don't hate water.
Yeah, that's a great start. Start telling yourself you do not hate water. There it is.
Your mind. Everything starts.
Tell yourself you love water.
That's a good mantra. I love water. Oh, water tastes good. And before you know it, you are actually enjoying water. Even if you start with the sparkling water and putting a little hydration, color in your water, it'll get you going, but you need water.
You know, we're starting this journey and I've been talking about it all day and, I'm putting my life in your hands. I love you guys. You guys are family. I give your husband, he's like one of my best friends in the world, but I give him such a hard time because he knows how to dish it. So I have to dish it back. It's just how it goes. Okay. But we're going to go on this journey and I want to ask you during this journey, will you come on the show with me and talk about how I'm doing? I want people to see that at 59, and I want to say it, I am 240.2 pounds right now today at this weight and at 59, that with artificial knees that need to be replaced. We are taking this journey and Doris is going to hold my hand and Greg is going to yell from the corner and work our way through it. Will you come on the show, come on Expert Talk with me and just share how the journey's going? So I want to let other people see it.
It would be an honor and a pleasure to do that. It is so elating to be able to go through an experience with someone else. And a friend like you, Teresa, you're phenomenal. You're awesome. This is going to be like a project. It's going to be I'm going to be excited. I don't need to lose anything, but I'm going to be like, I got to gain weight, gain muscle. So you're losing weight. I'm gaining muscle. Let's do it.
That sounds amazing. You put me on this machine. You did the scan. That's how I know what weight I am right now. And I did that same scan when I was boxing before COVID. And the machine said inside I was 49. And that was in the spring of 2019. I did this scan with you just a few days ago, and it said my insides are 67 years old. Can I get it back? Can I turn that dial back?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I can't wait. I know it's going to hurt a little bit. Tomorrow we start. And look, everybody, we're going to put it out there. I'm going to take daily, shots. I'll do live streams. We're going to share it and let you know how it's going. And you know what? If you're in Las Vegas, maybe you need to contact Doris and Mr. Coakley over there and find out how you can go on your own journey. Doris, how does everybody find you?
KingdomFitness.fit.
KingdomFitness.fit. All right. What does International Women's Day mean to you before I let you out of the hot seat?
International Women's Day is a day that I'm happy that society has embraced over these many decades. Is a day to show the value of women, is to recognize women, to honor women, to show what we are made of. We are the backbone of society. Women are everything. And International Women's Day should be every day. And what I know, I have 3 daughters. I raised 3 daughters. I have a granddaughter. It has to continue. My grandmother started it with the simple thing, stretch a dollar. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it started there, those many generations behind. I honor my mother. I have my grandmother, their home in glory. And I want to be an example to my daughters, my granddaughter, to all women. When we connect, when we love each other, when we share with each other, when we inspire. I started this journey because of another woman that needed my support. Support each other, love each other, honor each other, respect. International Women's Day will be every day.
I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Let the journey begin. I completely 100% trust you and maybe 93% trust Greg. Just kidding. Have a great evening. I'll see you tomorrow. You are amazing.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Yeah, you heard me right. I'm going on a journey. I want to take you with me. So watch out for live streams. I'm going back to boxing too. Don't think this is just stopping with hanging out with Doris, working out with Doris. Oh, I'm going to go hit the bag too. So I'm going to take you on that journey as well, because Townsend going to put me through it. So you guys stick with me, okay? And take the journey with me. Now, we're going to take a couple of second break. And when we get back, you've seen her up on the big screen a couple of times today. She is our International Now Honors Woman of the Year 2021. She's an international best-selling author. She's a mentor. She is cool as you know what. And she is one of my friends. I look up to her so much. Sit right there because Miss Peggy McCall is here. We'll be right back. Everybody, you heard me right. Peggy McCall is in the building. If you don't know who Peggy McCall is, guess what you're about to. But she is simply amazing. Hey, Miss Peggy, are you out there?
How you doing, Teresa? It's good to be back with you.
It's good to have you back. And, thank you. Thank you. Because you are literally on vacation with your family and took out time. I'm noticing that you're getting a little sun too. You took out time to just come and hang out with us for a few minutes. I want to thank you so much for doing that.
Wouldn't miss it for all the tea in China. I'm so happy to be here. I mean, first of all, anything that you do is always fun because I think life's meant to be fun and valuable. And I love your spirit. You're here to serve the world. And that's absolutely my mission too. So when you invited me to be a part of this, I was like, absolutely, I'm going to be there.
I love it. I thank you so much. I had the privilege of having Rita Davenport on earlier today, and I've spoken to you about her. She's my shero. You're right there next to her. And I'm just trying to kind of following you guys' footsteps. So I got to ask the big question. Savvy Wisdom Season, the series of books of Savvy Wisdom. How's it doing? What's going on? What's next?
Ooh, it's so exciting what's happening right now. Well, all 3 books are international bestsellers. And the response has been absolutely off the charts. You know, I wrote Savvy Wisdom from Beyond this year. It was actually written this year and released just a month ago, actually. It doesn't seem like it was only a month ago, but a month ago. But you know what I'm loving most, and I think all authors can relate to this, is how it's impacting the reader in such a profound way. Because this book deals with loss. It deals with grief, which everybody on the planet has to deal with at some point in their life. If they haven't already dealt with it in their life, they're going to have to deal with it in their life. And a lot of people aren't taught how to deal effectively with it. Or if someone, you know, someone that they love, like my mom. And interestingly enough, my mom's name was Rita. And in the book, that's not her name. I gave her a different name, but she had been diagnosed with terminal cancer. And, you know, we literally watched her die. Same thing with my brother. He was diagnosed with terminal cancer. You know, and at the time when you're going through something like that, your emotions are on high. You know, there's a little bit of out of controlness, perhaps to some degree, and you have to learn how to deal with it. For one reason, to support those that are still around and help them in any way that you can enjoy the last days of their lives. So it's been great from that perspective. But other exciting things that are happening as well. There's a major studio, like movie studio, that has actually, the president of the company read the book and loves the book and has now put it to her team to do their review, because now they're talking about having it made into a movie. Now, I knew that was going to happen because that was a goal that I set for myself, and it was something that I absolutely visualized and know it was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to happen with the third one first, but it seems that is the direction that it's going. But this book, you know, Teresa, when you think about, you know, Savvy Wisdom from Beyond, I wrote it because my Savvy, Bob Proctor, had passed away on February 3rd, 2022, which was, you know, not necessarily unexpected.
I can't believe it's been a year already.
Yeah, and it's been a year already. But, you know, for me, like going through that, you know, that point of him no longer being here and being able to call him on the phone and just say, hey, you know, want to have a conversation with you, or see him or share the stage with him or whatever, those things just stopped, right? They just stopped abruptly. And Bob used to say, if you want to connect with me, just think of me. I'm only a thought away. And he would say things like, just imagine I'm in the next room and you can just call me forth, right? Because, you know, our spirit never dies. Our spirit never dies. A physical body may, but the spirit doesn't. And all you need to do is think of me and I'll show up and I'll be there. And there's many different ways that people that have passed on can show up in your life in a number of unique ways, whether it's something that all of a sudden, you know, you see something on a table or something on the floor. It's like, did they leave that there for me? Or, you know, a sign or a song comes on the radio, or you dream something and it's so vividly real, like you just had a conversation with that person. Different ways they can show up, right?
Yeah. That's amazing. And for you, I mean, Bob Proctor was a friend of yours. He was a mentor. He was a business partner with you. And, you know, what made you decide? He was a part of the first book when you decided to do Savvy Wisdom, right? What made you decide to do the series in the first place? What was that spark?
I love that question. I never decided to do the series in the first place. It wasn't a plan. And, you know, what's interesting is that even Savvy Wisdom, the first one, there's 3 of them in the series, you know, for those that are watching, and they're all written like fiction books, but they are based on my life. But the first book, Savvy Wisdom, I just saw a list of recommendations for videos to create from one of my team members. And because I work with authors and I teach authors how to write your books, how to make them bestsellers, how to extend beyond your book into other revenue sources. And so one of my team members sent me a message and she said, okay, here's a list of videos I want you to create for YouTube. And the first one on the list was how I wrote my first fiction book. And I thought, well, I can't do a video on that. I haven't written my first fiction book. And rather than just dismissing it and going to next, like what's next, I just thought about it for a moment. I thought, do I want to do it? It's kind of like you with your decision to, you know, get in great shape and you have to decide, like, that's where it all starts, right? Don Shula said it's the start that stops most people. So I had to decide, do I even want to do it? Okay. I decided, yeah, I would love to do that. Okay. What do I need to believe? I need to believe that it's done, that it's a great product, that it's a phenomenal book, that it was fun, that it was easy to write. And so I knew enough. And this is really important for anyone who makes the decision to do something you've never done before. You must build the belief system. You've got to build the belief system that's going to support you. It's like when you had Doris on a few minutes ago, and she said that at the age of 58, she decided to get in shape, and she's 65 now and she looks fantastic. She made a decision to do it. And it's like you were talking about water and whether you like water or taste the water. And you said, well, just believe that you do like the taste of water. Is it as simple as that? Not always, because we're habitual beings. So, to just tell ourselves, oh, I like the taste of water, it might be a little more challenging. But what if you fell in love with the outcome? You just totally fell in love with the outcome. That's what I suggest to do, is fall in love with the outcome. And for me, I was in love with the outcome of a phenomenal book, a book that would be life-changing, that would be fascinating, a great read. And so that's how the first one started. And then I was prompted to write the second one after I'd gone through my own health experience. And I thought, oh, there's a sequel here. And I was inspired to write it, and I fell in love with the outcome of that book, and I wrote it. But what was interesting with writing the second book is I wrote the first 7 chapters and threw them in the garbage because I didn't like the way what I had written. I have never had that experience. And so I had written 7 chapters. I read them to my husband, and he's a very honest man. And he said, it's not really very good. And he was right. And so I trashed it and just decided I'm starting again. So there are times that we do things in our lives that we may not want to do. It may even be hard to do, but you do it anyway. And so I'm always, let's fall in love with the end result. So when I decided to write Savvy Wisdom from Beyond, after my mentor and friend had passed away, this is a little different. This is a book that's, unlike anything I've written before. Well, I shouldn't say unlike, maybe it's similar to the other Savvy books, but the whole idea around death, dying, grief, loss of loved ones, and all of that was a unique spin or a different idea. And when I was writing it, it was such a bizarre experience. I totally had my fingers on the keyboard, and it was like a channeling experience. But I just sat down and made a decision. I'm open to the flow. Whatever needs to come through is going to come through, and it's going to be perfect. And stuff would come out, and it would, I'd get to the end of writing a chapter, and I'd send it to my friend Louise, and I'd say, "What do you think?" She's like, "Where'd this come from?" And she'd be like, "I've never heard anything like this before. This is so incredible." And so I think it was savvy. I think it was my savvy Bob communicating with me through spirit and giving me the perfect words to put on the paper.
That's amazing. Now somebody's watching, they are, and they're going, I want to write a book. I want to write a book.
And you
How do they start? What's the first thing they should do other than, of course, call you? How do they start?
Of course, call Peggy. Yes, I have a program called Epitome. I just created a brand new author program, and it's called Epitome, and it's how to write a fiction or nonfiction. But what's interesting? I know you said how to write a book, but I also want you to understand about the opportunity, not only the opportunity to entertain or educate or inspire somebody else, but also the opportunity to share in your knowledge, your experience, or your imagination as well. But it's $1 billion business. In 2022, the book industry was about $142 billion. And, it's so easy nowadays to self-publish a book, and it's not complicated to write a book. Anyone, I mean, literally anyone can write a book. And I've worked with 5-year-olds that have written books, and I've worked with 95-year-olds that have written books. So there's no excuses. I mean, they could try and give some excuses, but they're just garbage, and they belong in the garbage can. That's where you need to throw them. But anybody, absolutely anybody can write a book. Now, I can guide them, of course, on how to write a book. But I would say this, because I've written 21. And I would say this, get a mentor, like find someone that can guide you. Because when I first got into this business, I was just like finding my way around in the dark. Not a good way of being, actually. And if you're going to write a book, how about creating success at the same time? Because that's an opportunity that's available to everyone as well. We now have over 5 billion people online on the internet. And that's what I learned in the very early game of being an author, is how to market online. So anybody can market a book. Anybody can make it a bestseller. Anybody can extend beyond the book into programs and other revenue sources, opportunities. But it's a gold mine. It's an absolute gold mine.
Now, see, I know how to reach out to you. I know if I need any kind of advice, I can drop a message. And when you get a minute, which is usually lightning fast, you always reply. Now, if somebody's watching right now and they're going, I want to do this. I know I have a message inside me. I need to be a part of Miss Peggy's programs. How do they do that? How do they reach you?
Yeah, we've got a number of freebies, some giveaways that we've created. Just recently, I created something called the Epitome Roadmap, which is the 7 things that every author needs to know how to be a successful author. And all they need to do is go to epitomeroadmap.com. So I set up that URL. They can go there. They can download it's a downloadable free gift. And I also did a webinar as well, talking about what the opportunity is, what you need to do, how you can get started. And so when you go to epitomeroadmap.com, you'll be led to the webinar and to the free gift that we created.
That's amazing. Before I let you go, because I know you got your grandkids waiting for you, your family's waiting for you on your vacation. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
Well, I look at International Women's Day as a day of celebration. Women, men, anyone, any gender.
Mm-hmm.
It really is a day of celebration. That's what I see. And, as a human being, as a person on this planet, there's opportunities to celebrate every single day. And I think we should be celebrating every day. The fact that you woke up is something to celebrate for sure. But just imagine being in that spirit of let's celebrate the day, celebrate the day. We've heard that term, seize the day, seize the day, live the day. As if, sometimes they're just, platitudes that people say and not really give it a lot of thought. So when you ask that question, that's what I think of, is I think about how important it is to celebrate life, not just women, everyone celebrate.
Everyone. You're amazing. I love you. You're one of my mentors. Amazing. I love just hanging out with you every little chance I get. I hope you enjoy the rest of your vacation. Thanks for spending a little bit of time with us. And I'll talk to you soon. I will. I'll be in your inbox in lightning minutes.
All right. So great to see you. Thank you so much for inviting me. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Enjoy from me.
Thanks. Will do.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. If you missed that web address, if you're driving, if you're going, I missed it, you know what to do. Go to tigodirect.com, type in Peggy, type in McCall, type in author, type in Savvy or Savvy Wisdom. She's coming up. Send her a message. It costs you nothing. It costs her nothing. It's our way to make sure that you can connect with the people that we bring to you through this program and through our show. And just go check it out. Give me a couple of minutes because we're going to wrap up with, pretty much fireworks and fun. Because coming up is my good friend Wildflower. And then right behind her is Chelsea Jubilee. These are 2 people that if you feel you need a nap, you're going to feel like you just drank an energy drink when we're done. So sit right there. We'll be right back. The 9 at 9 with me.
Because I feel like as women, it's so easy for us to get caught up.
The differences between a rut and a grave are the dimensions.
So that means 99% of the people around you are wrong 99% of the time and 99% of everything they believe.
Your attorney should make you feel empowered in what you're being told.
Your shows are so impactful. You're just a consummate professional and you take it to the next level.
But only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money.
I'm Tigo. I'll talk to you next time.
Expert Talk is sponsored by Pod Nation TV, the podcast to broadcast network.
Hey, welcome back. Yeah, you heard me right. Here comes the fireworks. Now, you may have said to me or said to yourselves, yeah, I already started a business. Now I want to start building my empire. Do I have the right person in the house for you? Wildflower is here. Yes, that's her real name. And she's going to help us see how to build our entrepreneurial empire. Hey, Wildflower, what's happening?
Hey, Tigo, Minneapolis and Chicago in the house today.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love that background. That is so cute. That is so cute.
Yay. I am so excited about this. I am so excited to celebrate Women's Day with you, Tigo, because we've had so many conversations about just all the things that we do as women, you know, and sometimes we forget because we're so busy doing so many things, right? And so
Yeah.
sometimes we forget and
We're so busy moving.
Right.
Going
We're so
from this
busy.
to that to this to that, working our maze. We're so busy moving that we don't take time to just kind of breathe and take in the moment. And that's what today is about. Well, not for me, because I'm talking to 26 amazing women, but that's what the day is about. And I want to talk 27, actually. I want to talk with you about building your empire. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, that's a wonderful question, Tigo. So to me, building an empire is more than just building a business. Building an empire is about building a business that is dynamic, that has multiple income streams, and that has room for growth for how you're going to evolve in your life, how you're going to want to evolve in your life. And sometimes there's surprises that happen where, you know, you just end up evolving, or some people want to kind of remove themselves from certain aspects of their business and then kind of dig deeply into others. So what an empire does, and really what the difference is, and why I started focusing on helping entrepreneurs and coaches and mentors build their empires, is because, you know, some people want more. Some people want more than something that they have, than a business that they have to kind of babysit 24/7. You know what I mean? An empire really an empire is about you as the entrepreneur, making the entrepreneur happy. Because this is one of the things, entrepreneurial burnout, it is so real. I mean, I went through it 10 years ago. You know, I ended up walking away from $1 million recording contract. I ended up taking 6 months off to just decompress and really take a step back, because I had been an entrepreneur at that point for over 15 years. And I was going some more. And that's when I started focusing on building out my empire, you know, because I didn't want to get back and fall back into that entrepreneurial burnout trap. You know what I mean?
Hear you. Now, when you talk about empire, you know, there are coaches out there that say, oh, we can show you how to take your business from 6 figures to 7 figures. You know, honestly, that's not that hard to do. I'm just going to put that out there to the world. Nothing against those coaches, but that's not that hard to do. When you're talking about empire, you're not talking about 6 figures, correct?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
I love her. She's like, no, not at all.
No, I'm like, well, that's what I call tiddlywinks in the playground, you know. I mean, we're Midwest girls in Las Vegas telling it like it is, right? I mean, let's focus on business here. You know, I've been an entrepreneur, you know, in the business development and advertising space and digital marketing space since 1997. And so, you know, it's like when you dive into business, you know, and you really come at it from more than just a tiny, you know, boutique kind of perspective. Like, you can still be boutique, but having more, you know, traction within the 7 or 8 figure space. And really, when you're building an empire, it's really about where you want to take it, because what brings people from, you know, 0 to 6 figures And what brings people from 6 to 7 figures, and what brings people from low 7 figures to higher 7 figures, these are very different things. And nobody is talking about this. Nobody. That's why I decided to just really start doing this, because I've been helping celebrities, A-list celebrities like Academy winners, Grammy winners, New York Times bestselling authors, and over 50 other brands, including Samsung, Dish Network, US Bank, CenturyLink, Toro, Polaris, ADT, and like way too many to, mention here right now. But I've been helping companies and people like this for over 25 years, with building empires, with building systems that they can really implement in their business so that they can, scale to wherever it is that they want to, and have a life too. Because, what's the point of having a business, if it doesn't have room for you to also have a life too,
Wow. Now, most of the day we've been talking about people that are, just getting started, or they're at a fork in the road and they're trying to move forward. But then you're talking with people that, like myself, that have been doing what they do for a very long time, thinking they have a limitless belief system in place. And then you come along and point it out with a big giant spotlight that we have a limited belief within us, because we're not even thinking about 8 figures. We're not thinking about 9 figures. How do you get them to see that's even possible?
I help you take a breath. I help you take a breath. Because oftentimes, a lot of the entrepreneurs that I work with, they have massive tribes, right? That they're working with. And they're oftentimes the smartest person in the room. And then they meet me. And I ask them to take a breath. And we have coffee. We talk, right? We have coffee. We talk. We hang out. And I don't actually sell anything. I really don't. I educate people about what I do. And in conversation, it's just one of those things that it's really natural for me to focus on, when I'm talking with people, it's really natural for me to focus on the entrepreneur themselves, because I understand what it's like to have all the fanfare out in the world, right? I understand what it's like for people to see you in this elevated place. And so everybody thinks that, because of all my celebrity clients that I've worked with throughout the years, I've worked with Anna Nicole Smith, Michael Douglas, a lot of celebrities throughout the years. And I understand the behind the scenes of all of that, where, the audiences and the tribes, they put you on a platform and they think that everything is perfect because you're out there promoting things, you're out there marketing things. And, you have to maintain a certain amount of, posturing, and it's a business out in the world. So you're maintaining your cool, right? But I'm one of the people that celebrities talk to about when they are not maintaining their cool, or when it's not even about that, when it's about the real world business that actually happens behind the scenes. And I think part of it is just that I've been involved with so many different big leagues projects and some of the most famous people in the world. And so I understand the business mechanisms that actually happen. And also, I feel like there's so many people out there that have these massive tribes built of people. And they're celebrities in some spectrum of the way, and they don't have somebody to talk to about where they want to go next, because there's always a next level, and it doesn't matter where you are in your business. You know what I mean, Tigo?
I totally know what you mean. And I can talk to you all day, and we've gone to the coffee shop, gotten there at 7 p.m, and it's like last call, which I didn't even know they did in a coffee shop. They're turning the lights off and on and trying to get you out of there at 10 p.m. because you're fascinating. How does someone reach you if they want to be a part of your program?
Oh, great question, Tigo. So I have Mentors Tank Academy right now is where I'm teaching my Empire Builder program, and that is mentorstankacademy.com. And it's something that people apply for. It's really not a fit for everybody. So we've got mentorstankacademy.com for that, and then I also have my $1 million client boot camp that I'm starting as well for those who maybe they're not quite ready to build their empire yet, but they just want to get more clients coming in their business. So we have some details about that, and we also have a mentor empire readiness scorecard if people want to find out kind of where they're at on that empire readiness spectrum. And that's at mentorstankacademy.com/scorecard for that one.
You're amazing. I'm sure we're going to have coffee soon. Another 3 hours, they're going to kick us out the building. I want to thank you so much for coming on and just sharing a little bit about Empire Builder. You're fantastic. You have the perfect name too, Wildflower, because you definitely have the power. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.
Thank you, Tigo. Cheers to a fantastic Women's Day.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll talk to you soon. I'll be calling you after this.
All right. Sounds good. Bye, Tigo.
All right. Okay, everybody. If you've been hanging with me all day, I want to thank you. I want to thank you. Alan wants to thank you too. And so does Ann and G. It has been a full day of amazing women all day, but we got one more to go. And she's going to give us a real reason to energize our health. Now, what does that mean? Sit right there. I'm going to tell you. We'll be right back. If you've been with me all day, one of the things I've been talking about is personally for me, I'm ready to jumpstart my life again, health-wise, physically and internally and outside too. And you saw Doris, you saw our cluttered expert, Mel Mason, and now we have Chelsea Jubilee, and she's going to come in and we're going to talk about this new program that I'm a part of, energizing our health and getting to the goal. Hey, Chelsea, are you out there?
Yeah. How you doing today?
I am fantastic. How are you doing today?
I'm doing amazing. I'm feeling energized. And so I just can't wait to talk with your audience and all the people that you have on. And this is so exciting. I did not know I was last, but I'm really excited for that.
We actually, I had the privilege of meeting John not too long ago, about a month or so ago. And then I met you virtually on the phone. And I said, oh my goodness, we were full. When we scheduled International Women's Day, we filled in less than 72 hours. And I went to Alan, who's my producer and my business partner and my brother. And I said, hey, we need to add Chelsea. If she will do it, we need to go until 4:45. And the reason why we do that is some of the social media streaming platforms won't let you stream longer than 8 hours. So we wanted to make sure if we ran over, we had a little bit of time. And I said, don't worry about it. I'm going to keep it on schedule. And we have been pretty close on schedule all day because we had to get you on. We had to. So tell me how you got into this whole health thing. What's going on? Talk to me.
Well, first of all, thanks for squeezing me in. Yeah, because this really is a message that everyone needs to hear. There's so many health and wellness products out there. And really, we are literally an encompassing product. So Energized Health is the name of our business. And we focus on hydrating the cells. So if you can make a cell healthy, there's trillions of cells in the human body. So we focus on making cells healthy, which creates massive amounts of energy, which is why we're named Energized Health, but also any ailments, pain, anything physical going on in the human body naturally gets reversed as we create a state of what we call homeostasis, which is where the body is originally designed to be. that gives it the ability to really kind of heal itself. So that's in a nutshell what we do. And I love the woman that you just had on. She was, first of all, she was amazing. And she mentioned something that really happens with a lot of especially entrepreneur people, especially women, because women, we try to juggle a lot, right? So we have family, we have our husbands, we have relationships, friendships, and women are a lot more personal. So we try to schedule lunches and dinners, and we're on the move more. But she
get out of my calendar.
Yes. But she mentioned burnout. And that is one of the largest things that we see people come in, whether it's too much cortisol running through their system, the burnout they experience, the fatigue, the brain fog. And I think the number one message that I really want to get across today is understanding that our brains should be 75% hydrated. So our human brain should mostly be water. And if you are just 10% dehydrated, your brain is an electromagnetic organ. So it needs water, which is why it's mostly water to conduct the electricity. So if you are just 10% dehydrated, half of your brain is not functioning the way it should be. It short circuits, which is why brain fog, fatigue, burnout, that's why all of that happens. And it happens usually very quickly in somebody. And so what we do is we put the power back into the cell. We literally re-energize all of the mitochondria inside of the cell. And then it's like a nuclear explosion in an amazing way where people just get this massive amount of energy because we're hydrating the human body again, which of course goes to the heart, the brain, and people feel amazing.
What got you started? I know that you and your husband, John, you have this program together, but what made you go, the world needs to know this information? Because you could have just kept it to yourself, but what made you guys decide that, it's time to share this?
Yeah, so, our story is amazing. My husband is actually the one that developed the scientific side of the protocol. So about 20 years ago, he developed the actual scientific protocol of hydrating the human cell. And about a little over 4 years ago, we got married, and I had already had a lot of research into neuroscience and also what I call cellular trauma. So a lot of, especially women, we have been through things that, especially in the first 18 years of life, that harm our bodies physiologically. So when we go through a lot of trauma, whether it be our parents got divorced, sexual abuse, it could be growing up with a parent who is an alcoholic. I mean, there's so many things that can alter the way that our bodies are supposed to respond to stress. So what we did is we put those two protocols together. So we literally have a mind, body, spirit protocol, because it's one thing to be healthy physically, but if you are not healthy in your mind and given tools to uplift your spirit, you will not achieve optimal health at the cellular level. So our passion is re-energizing people, especially in the business world, because if you are experiencing burnout, then you know what that feels like. And if you haven't yet, you will, because we have run across so many people that they just keep trying to achieve their goals, but they don't pay attention to their bodies. And when we don't pay attention to our bodies, it catches up with us. So yes, wealth, of course we want wealth, but we have to make sure we have our health, because what good is wealth and the influence we're trying to have and the legacy we're trying to leave if we don't have health to sustain us, our life, to be able to live that out. And that's the biggest thing that we see in entrepreneurs, is they put their wealth above their health.
So what's a couple of signs that you should look out for? If you're feeling this way, if you have this kind of attitude, if you're struggling with something, that it could be the initial steps of, hey, you're about to burn out. You might want to, slow it down a minute and seek some help. How do you know when you're about to burn out?
Some super simple signs are, especially just to identify dehydration. So if your skin feels dry is one, but in the brain, especially forgetfulness, and it could be anything. It's like, oh, I forgot about my, son's basketball game or whatever, but it's things that we would normally remember and we don't remember them. So that's another one. Another one too, especially in women, is hormone imbalance. So when our body secretes too much cortisol, what it does is it hardens the cellular wall, and hydration and nutrition. So the water and the food we're eating can't penetrate the cellular wall. And so what happens, especially in women, is our hormones start to get imbalanced. So we can experience hot flashes. Clients all the time tell us that they're sleep deprived. So they have trouble sleeping. So it can show in a number of different ways, dry eyes. But the biggest really is somebody feels just fatigued. And that would be definitely a sign that they're headed toward burnout. The other really unfortunate thing that we do see a lot is, heart attack, strokes, high blood pressure, all these things that so many people are on medications for, like high blood pressure, a stroke, a brain aneurysm, heart attack, these things happen that fast and nobody ever sees it coming. So really, people should know how hydrated they are. The human body as a woman, you should be 55% hydrated in your body as a woman. And most of the people that we see come into our protocol are in their 40 percentile, which means they're low a ton of water. And when we put that water back into their body, then that's when they experience like, wow, I can't believe that I feel this good. And it's all just because of this protocol. So it's really amazing what it does for people. And on our website, we have we have thousands of clients and we have hundreds of videos just even on our website under testimonials. And, the biggest thing, especially women get their energy back, their memory back. There's no more brain fog. It naturally balances their hormones. Their sleep gets way better. And, if anybody's experienced a lack of sleep, it's not fun to deal with a person with lack of sleep. They're a little bit more edgy. They're irritable, so it's like, this is a total game changer for people after they do our protocol.
Yeah, you just described me from yesterday. Edgy, not enough sleep. Yeah, that was me yesterday, getting ready for today. Who's your target client? Who's the person that you guys are trying to attract? I know it's male and female, but is there a certain age group, or can a young person going through college, need your program, or someone in my age group who's going to be 60 this year? Who is the perfect client for you?
Yeah, just statistically, our number one age group is 60 and over. However, we have a ton of people that are in their 30s and 40s. So it really is just anybody dealing with anything physically that they need to reverse, because again, your body is trillions of cells. And our protocol goes in and makes those cells healthy, which in turn reverses, your body gets rid of inflammation. It gets rid of anything it's dealing with that's not supposed to be there. So everything someone's dealing with starts to reverse, especially people in pain, digestive issues, migraine, headaches. And then our average age, like I said, is 60 and over, but we do have lots of people in their 50s and 40s that do our protocol, because what they find is they've kind of gone through the whole choo-choo train of health and wellness protocols and nothing's worked for them. And that's the biggest reason why we offer a money-back guarantee to everyone that comes into our protocol, because we know there's a lot of false hope out there being sold. And we want people to just come in with no skepticism, do the protocol, and just know that if it does not work for them, then we fully refund their money.
Wow, I love it. How do people find you? Where do they go?
That is super simple. They can take a look at the sign right above my head right here and just go to energizedhealth.com. So again, that's energizedhealth.com. And we have an awesome masterclass video on there that explains a lot about what the science is we teach, as well as just other steps that they can take to get healthy. And then they can have a free coach reach out to them for a free breakthrough consultation so that we can understand the needs that they have and we can let them know how we can meet that expectation.
That's amazing. Before we wrap today, can you share with us, what does International Women's Day mean for you?
International Women's Day for me it's all about unity and empowering women. So I really truly believe that women have the ability to empower other women, and it's paying attention to the things that could separate us. So especially with women, there's things that can take place that, gossip, jealousy, and all the just comparing, I think is one of the biggest ones I've seen. And if we understand that we can unite as one and empower each other, and how much more effective we would be in the world together, united, that's what that means to me.
You're amazing, Chelsea. I want to thank you. You had no warning. You said yes blindly. You didn't even know what we were doing today. You said, I'll be there. I want to thank you so much for coming on and helping me close out the show today. I will send people, I'm a part of your program. I'm looking forward to the journey, and I thank you so much for your time.
Oh, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Have a great day. All right, everybody. That's it. 27 women today. 27 women. Before we get out of this hot seat, a good friend of mine, Robbie Matthews, was supposed to be a part of the show today, and she's down and under the weather a little bit. So I just want to send out some love and some hugs to Robbie Matthews. I know that she'll be on the show again. She'll be at International Women's Day next year, but I just wanted to know that we care. And I hope you enjoyed all day. I know I did. Let me know if you think we should keep doing this every year. This is our 3rd year. I'm loving it, but I want to hear from you. And if you want to know more about what we do for International Women's Day Marathon, go to iwdm.live. You can see a lot of information about the ladies that were on today. You can rewatch what happened today. And we'll be distributing the various interviews over time. As soon as Alan says, yeah, we're going to put this one out. I hope you enjoyed today. I sure did. I look forward to seeing you over on Expert Talk. And as always, I got to say this to Lillian. Lillian, I love you, because as always, I'm Tigo, and I'll talk to you next time. Have a good day.